Just awaiting a few economic data points to get things going here. Building permits and housing starts due out so far this morning, 1.39 million. There we go for June on the building permit side versus the same on the consensus estimate. Housing starts for June, 1.32 million, a little bit higher than expected. 1.3 was the consensus on that number. Building permits prelim for June, 0.2% to the upside. Housing starts 4.6 to the upside. Keep in mind, coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll get Michigan consumer sentiment. There is inflation as a part of that number, and a lot of talk over the past couple of days on inflation specifically and whether or not we are in need of an interest rate cut. I was watching Bloomberg this morning, Fed's Waller on Bloomberg, talking about the need for a quarter-point cut as soon as this month and trying to make the case for why the Fed should be in that direction. Whether or not that will be the case or not remains to be seen. However, we have a market to deal with on a Friday morning, a positive market to deal with on a Friday morning, which is kind of nice. Really, really nice day yesterday right across the board, back to all-time highs for the Nasdaq. A lot of stocks reaching those levels as well. So Netflix, obviously the biggest one to talk about here this morning, coming off their earnings report. Big deal in the energy space, or the oil space specifically. Netflix actually down here despite a blowout quarter. Some of the analyst numbers this morning I was seeing, price targets.
Yeah.
Man, 1,500, 1,600, 1,700. Like,
it's all gas, no brakes.
Yeah,
on this, Brenda.
it's crazy.
The chart's fantastic. And to think about it, their first half of the year wasn't even that good because a lot of their newer shows are going to come out in the second half of the year. So if you're looking to add viewers, and they're not reporting the membership numbers anymore, Brendo, you're going to add them in the second half because you've got so much. There's a lot to talk about today, as you mentioned, though. The crypto bills have passed. Yep. All three have passed the House. The Genius Act already passed in the Senate, so that makes its way now to Donald Trump's desk. The other two have to be passed in the Senate first before they're making their way there. Meta and Zuck settling, well, it's not Meta, Zuck and other executives, former executives, settling an $8 billion lawsuit. Amazon looking to cut jobs here. American Express reporting rich people are still rich, Brendo, and they're still spending money.
Shocking.
Surprise, surprise.
Shocking.
There, huh?
Yeah, AXP looking pretty good this morning. Another one of those dividend stocks. We've had a couple over the past couple of days that have been doing pretty well. This Netflix report is an interesting one. Just keep my eye on IBIT here, bouncing off 67.50. As you mentioned, blowout report, blowout numbers forecast the whole deal. It was that one figure, though, of watch time specifically. Right. A lot of people making the case this morning that they are starting to lose out in that battle specifically to YouTube, which has grown in percentage as far as the number of people spending the most amount of time versus long-form content in general that Netflix specializes in. I even saw one note this morning that said Netflix should just essentially open up their platform and allow people to start uploading their own, short-form type of content to it. Yeah.
That's definitely a headwind. I personally, I'm just speaking personally here, I see more tailwinds, Brendo. With respect to this, I like the live sports aspect of things. Yeah. It really does grow margins. I like the advertising, the ad tier that they have. Their ad revenues growing incrementally, substantially, actually, to say the least. So yeah, certainly some concerns there with respect to hours watched. Another figure we typically get from Roblox, how many hours were spent, this, that, and the other. So definitely something to keep an eye on.
But that was one of the arguments in favor of switching to a format, like an open format or something along those lines, would increase the ad spend and increase the availability for ad dollars. So lots to think about for Netflix today. Happy Friday, guys.
Happy Friday, everybody. And look, a happy Friday so far, but the market's kind of flat. But we do like what we saw out of crypto. Netflix, I think, a disappointment. And I'm kind of, look, I agree with Brennan on this. YouTube is just dominant right now. My daughter, all she wants to do is watch YouTube. More. And we're a little bit concerned about Netflix. I mean, ultimately only a couple of points downside. So when I was saying I was a little concerned that we were going to head lower on the report 24 hours ago, this isn't so bad. So it's a little, I almost want to call it like a nothing burger move, but we know Netflix, it could lose that support level. We'll have to see how the market wants to react to it. Hey, it's not just about the fact that the crypto bills got passed, Obi. We could see, we could see executive order that would push for crypto investments in a 401k and some other things as well. It's not just that, like some other investing opportunities added to 401k. That happens. That is a pretty big boon for all of crypto. And I promise, look, the last 3 days, I think, been even trading some ETH while looking at Bitcoin and all the fintech and all the crypto-related names. However, we will be at least making a better attempt to track what's going on in XRP, which is gapped up and did move up a little bit better than the others. I'm just going to track it with this ETF, XRPI. We can always look at the actual. I think I have it up here. We can always look at the actual XRP, but I can't quote this one directly on our platform, so you'll usually see us looking over those ETFs. But don't forget also, Obi, it's not just about crypto or earnings, and there's a bunch of earning names to get to. Don't forget those day 2 type plays. You had Quantum for the back half of this week. 2 days ago it was Rigetti. That's got a good breakout setup. D-Wave as well was moving around. Palantir, fresh all-time highs. You've got Microsoft, which is making its ridiculous trend move up. So there's plenty of things to be watching outside of the earnings catalyst, outside of crypto, where, of course, deservedly a lot of focus is gone, which makes sense.
No, I think you make a good point there. There's definitely a lot of opportunity in this market, and we've seen multiple sectors kind of moving around as well. But yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna follow the crowd today. I'm definitely only looking mainly at crypto for sure, and then a few earnings names as well. Again, Coinbase. You say day 2. Yeah, a lot of day 2, day 3 moves here on some of these crypto names as well. We saw how strong some of these, crypto market access providers, if you want to call them that. So we're doing yesterday. You got Coinbase, Hood, and Webull. So yeah, I'm definitely looking at those 3 today. So Coinbase already kind of pushing a little bit higher than prior days levels in the pre-market as of right now, and then Hood as well. Nice little push in the after hours. Look at that beautiful extension, almost at that 110 mark, pre-market high 109. And some change right now. Beautiful trends. Look at that, day 1, day 2. So yeah, I'm going to be looking for potentially more of the same. Let's see if we can kind of hold some of this trend. If we do dip, did the dips get bought up? And are we going to get some crypto tailwind as well? I think that's something I'm definitely going to be watching. In terms of earnings names, I got Schwab on watch. So SCHW. So Charles Schwab, we know the banks have been reporting this whole week, and they finally ended up catching a little bit of a bid. You can see that with XLF here. So initial kind of reaction was selling at the beginning of the week, and then by about Wednesday, Thursday, for the past couple of days, we finally caught a bid on the sector. So the question becomes, will Schwab also catch on to this trend of the end of week bank bid? I'm going to be watching XLF in line with some of that Schwab move today. But yeah, definitely some earnings names. Triple M as well, I forgot. Triple M is also pushing some prior structure highs here. Looking at on the weekly, you can see that it is almost at, I think, are these all-time highs? Oh boy. 165.59 is all-time highs on Triple M, and currently trading at 163.69. Nice.
I have to be honest, Obi.
Yes.
I don't know anybody who's ever called it Triple M before.
Really?
3M.
3M? Yeah, I guess that's less syllables. I don't know.
Well, but that's what they call it.
Okay.
I'm just
3M.
saying.
Yeah.
But I like it.
You're right. You're right.
No, what I like about it, because I do this. Sometimes we like to give nicknames to stocks.
Yeah.
And just for the entirety of the day today, if you see me like wave my hand around, I'm just trying to kill a fly, and it's probably going to happen a few times in here because there's just a few that just have.
He's just using the
force. They have an affinity.
Tell him the truth, Neil. You're
right
using
around
the
my screen, and it's like if you're landing on my screen, you got to go. But no, it's 3M, but you can always have a good nickname to whatever it might be, whether it's Nio,
yeah.
Or what other ones do we have? Goggles. Instead of Alphabet.
I mean, Nio was totally different.
No,
Nio, you guys didn't even know.
That wasn't a nickname. We had no
distinctly
clue.
Different.
Yeah, that was pretty embarrassing. But look, there's also don't sleep on some of the small cappers out there. I see in the chat already people looking at MEIP, QuantumScape as well.
Interactive Brokers reported as well.
This Okay, I was about to. The first thing I wanted to do when I pulled up this MEIP was give it a nickname. But what kind of a possible nickname with MEIP do you go with? Meep? Mipe?
Mep.
Mep? Me? I don't know. Whatever.
MEIP.
Up 125%. You guys will come up with a cool nickname for this one. MEI Pharma over here. They announced a $100 million private placement using the proceeds to launch. What do you think, everybody?
Crypto reserve.
Okay, well, it's not Bitcoin, but it is crypto. It is Litecoin treasury strategy. See? All you have to do, apparently, is create some kind of a crypto treasury, pump the stock, and you are absolutely good to go. You get a self-engineered squeeze. That's just what's happening. Yeah, this one's different. Litecoin. I think this is the first Litecoin one this week. We've seen a few, but this is definitely the first Litecoin one. Let's go back up to the desk. Good luck. We know what happens with those. Be very careful. Oftentimes, there's a little bit of rug pull that does happen at some point during the day, so be careful with all of those. It's, you know, it's fun while it lasts on momentum. That's what I'll say.
Great, let's just bring them right in. Michael Noss waiting here on a Friday morning to talk some biotechs. I mean, we'll talk about the entire market here a little bit because it's been quite the week here. Mr. Noss, good to see you as always.
Good to see you.
Shall they cut or shall they not cut remains to be seen, but the market back to all-time highs as of the end of the day yesterday. Anyway, I mean, there's a lot of little nooks and crannies in this market. I think a lot of people are maybe looking past or looking over top of at this point. Biotechs you have found might be one of those.
Yeah, and this goes all the way to the rotation talk. And I think rates are important to bring up too, Brendan, where biotechs and both regional banks, which is most of the Russell 2000, are very rate sensitive. And it looks like we're pricing in some rate cuts coming up. So that might be interesting as well. But I just wanted to give a little bit of a case for why I think biotechs might be the next one to look at. And just to explain quickly what I talk about when I mean rotation, is that in bull markets, when someone makes a whole bunch of money in one place, they're going to have to sell some of that, and they're going to have to buy something else with it, right? So sell your tech, buy this other thing, sell this, buy this. In bear markets, people sell everything and they go to cash or they buy bonds or something like that. And we're obviously in a bull market. So I think that rotation might be coming where maybe NVIDIA doesn't double again, but we get some interesting moves in biotechs, and there's some evidence there on the chart as well. So first, here's just a chart of the S&P 500. And what I'm highlighting here is the anchored VWAP from all-time high. I've talked about this a few times on the show. At Satsa Trading, we actually have a swing trading system that looks for stocks that have sold off dramatically and have broken through that anchored VWAP from their all-time highs. We buy them there. We try to hold them as long as we can. The orange circle is just the week in which we broke out. And you can see that would have been an amazing entry point, even if you missed all the shenanigans with, you know, rolling back tariffs and all that, if you just followed this strategy. So just a little bit more evidence to kind of prove my case that when we break this anchored VWAP from all-time highs, it's an interesting place. I've just got a couple charts here. We'll go through quickly. The next one is Meta. Again, there's your break through that anchored VWAP from all-time highs. Quickly, I should just say, what does this represent? It's essentially just a good sentiment tool. The anchored VWAP represents price and volume. So just think about it as, what if someone started to buy into a Meta position at the absolute worst possible time, at all-time highs? They started to buy, and every week they put a little bit of money into Meta at, this is going to be where their blue line is. So if we get above that blue line, we know that even the people who started to buy at the worst price are making money, and now they're happy. So knowing when that sentiment shift is makes sense that why when we finally clear these anchored VWAPs from these all-time highs, quite often you get a resumption in an uptrend. So the next one here is just NVIDIA. You can see that all-time high anchored VWAP when we broke through. That thing was just off to the races. And the last but not least is Hack. This is something I talked a lot about and really like. This is just, you know, kind of basketing all of those cybersecurity and a lot of software names in there as well. So kind of established, right? I've got some back tests. We run some systems that do this, that when you have a prolonged dip and then you get back through that anchored VWAP from all-time highs, you have some decent amount of probability that's going to go higher. Nothing's ever 100%, but it seems to be a pretty good rule of thumb that if you can get above that, you know, you get in. If it dips back below that, maybe you get back out. So at least if you're wrong, you're going to be wrong very small. And then if you're right, potentially you're going to be right very big. So then the next chart I have here is Biotech. So this is the XBI. So this is an all-time highs, because all-time highs on Biotech, you have to go back to like 2021. But this is kind of that most recent pop and swing high. So on November, when we had the election results and the market hit an all-time high, XBI made a major high, and that's where I'm anchoring that VWAP to. And you can see we've spent a whole lot of time under that. And over last week, and then again this week, we are above that as well. So if this is going to start looking like the S&P 500 and all of those other names I've shown, and get back to that $100 area, sitting around $80 right now, that's a nice 20% gain. So what I've done is I've gone under the hood and I've gone through the names of the XBI, and I went through all of the names that are in their holdings, and I've just pulled out some that are kind of interesting to me. So the first one here is Uther. This is quite a bit United, it's not Uther, it's United Therapeutics, but it's quite a bit below that anchored VWAP. But the reason I brought this up is you can see that this anchored VWAP has acted as resistance a few times. We've bumped up our heads against it, and then we've fallen like 3 or 4 times now. So it just shows that there's some significance there. Also, we have a little bit of a trend line. So if we can get through that price, and that's going to be somewhere between, say, $300 and $325, this could be one of those where you take an investment in. If you end up liking, 420 is the high. So again, you can just do the probability or the math there to see what that percentage return would be. And again, my idea is that if we break back below on a weekly basis, these are all weekly charts, we break back below on a weekly basis and close below, then I'll get back out. Then if we break back above, I'll get back in. So, you can take a lot of quick trades on it, and then when you really get that winner, you hopefully get a one that kind of makes up for all of those losers. The next one here is Halo. So Halcon or something, pharmaceutical or therapeutics. Nice breakout actually last week, holding this week from that anchored VWAP and looking really, really nice, where it's currently sitting around, $58 or so. That high is over 70. So that's a pretty good percentage gain. Again, these aren't your small little junky biotechs, which you could play and take a high flyer on. But because I'm planning on holding these for a longer period of times, I wanted to get those XBI names, which are a little bit bigger. This last one is not an anchored VWAP breakout, but it's EXLE. And this one's a potential all-time high breakout. So the reasons I like this is A, it's relatively strong to those other names and the whole biotech sector that I saw. And B, it's hit that all-time high that it set all the way back in the year 2000, a long way back. And we've spent a couple weeks just hanging around that all-time high, which is sitting around $45 a share. And you guys know that I love buying things as they break through all-time highs, but I wanted to bring some names that weren't. Just, I know some people get some uncomfortable about it, but this is one that I like. And if you look at this chart, it's actually crazy. It's from $1 in 2015 to $45 now. So whatever they're doing, the market likes, and we're at all-time highs. And the bigger thing, even if you don't like biotechs and you don't like any of these names, I think we're in this stage of the market where it makes sense to start looking for rotation. Start looking for when people start to sell, their NVIDIAs and a lot of these names that are ripping and hitting new all-time highs. Eventually, we need to see more rotation. Ralph Alcampora, who created the CMT, always said rotation's the lifeblood of a bull market. It should be what we're seeing coming up soon. So I, for one, am going to be spending most of my time looking for what sector that could potentially be.
We've been in this world where, 7 stocks or 8 stocks have been leading everything for so long now that I think people have maybe forgotten about the simple fact of what you just said, that rotation actually is a very healthy thing to see in a bull market specifically. So even if we don't see some of those, weaker stocks that you just showed trying to catch up, it would be good to see some money coming out of those bigger names, NVIDIA one of those, into other areas of the market. I know people will have, this is a great concept because of its simplicity. I know people will have some questions about the semantics around entry, exit, things of that nature. When you get that break above that anchored VWAP area, is it a closing price you're taking, or is it, I'm just getting in Monday morning of the next week?
Yeah, I'll usually do that Friday close or that Monday open. And then if we close below the anchored VWAP, that's where I'll probably get out on that Friday close. Charles Dow taught us 100 years ago, the closing price is the most important, so I'll follow that. But really, when we're talking about a weekly chart and we're looking to hold things for months, you shouldn't really be nitpicking, an entry, an exit here, a couple cents, a couple dollars here or there. If you're talking a $320 stock and you're planning on holding it for months, you want to just kind of get the direction right and know that if you're wrong, you're going to get out for a relatively small haircut. And if you're right, some of these things were 20, 30, 40% gainers. And just for your point about seeing rotation, even if it's not in biotechs, I think you're 100% right. I just think about it, how easy will it be for a couple, maybe $10 billion stocks to become $15 or $20 billion stocks versus NVIDIA coming from 4 trillion to 6 trillion to 8 trillion. It gets to a point where these big companies get so big that it's just easier for some smaller companies, not like, $200 million companies, but, in the billions to potentially have these greater percentage gains.
One of the interesting factors here is the simple fact that there's still so much money. I mean, remember, interest rates are 4% still, or around that 4% area. There's still so much money in treasuries and in safer investments that is not even back into the equity markets as of yet. So still potentially a lot more to come. What you said about the entry, very, very key point, and I wanted to make sure we made that. If you're wrong, specifically, typically you're going to know immediately or within a couple of days that it's just not going to work. So we have to be able to give that a little bit of space to breathe when 20, 25, 50% upside is the potential on the other end of things. Great stuff. Happy Friday, Mr. Noss. Enjoy your weekend.
I'll see you guys Monday. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much, Michael. I feel like, I don't know, man, to come on and it's a great topic, looking at the XBI and certainly looking for some breakouts. And that XL looks fantastic, by the way. But to not talk about any crypto, oh no, does that mean we're at the top?
Yeah, what's going on there?
If Michael doesn't even mention crypto when we're getting all these like treasury things every single 2 minutes, maybe we're at a little bit of a temporary top. No, I think what one of the more important things that you can get, that we always get from Michael, that you can take away from that is when you identify something that is potentially strong in the sector, or like the sector that's going to go, in this case XBI, it's still important to have that notion of relative strength versus relative weakness. It's always really fun to have the catch-up names try to go because you're like, oh, it has so much room to go. But I've always believed that the trend is your friend, and that Excel, it really, really stands out. I don't even know anything about this company. I don't know. I probably have to look into it. But certainly, I love the wedge that's forming as well. You get the very, very clean trend. And what I like about, in particular, what I usually like about when you're in plays like this, like whether you're using trend lines, 50 periods, it's just very distinct when the trend is broken for you, so you know when you're swinging where to get out. And that's usually where I start. Like if I can really easily determine on a swing that I like where it is that I'm wrong, it just makes me like it even better. Because you're less likely in those situations or in a chart that looks like this to get into something that you end up holding when it's bad and getting severely rugged on it, because it'll be very obvious when it's broken the trend. So I kind of like that look there, Michael, and great as always. Can't wait to talk to you next week. Let's see what the analysts are talking about today. Always interesting.
There's definitely some interesting names on watch here, especially on the upgrade side of things. Chipotle up 1.5%, getting a positive note from BMO Capital Markets. They actually report earnings next Wednesday, the same day as Google and Tesla. Then we get Citizens here with an upgrade from Evercore ISI. B. Riley Securities upgrading BitFuFu. And then we have Confluent Technologies with getting the nod from Stephens. On the downgrade side of things, Barclays, Citigroup downgrading this name. They're down about 1% this morning. Then we have Matson, with the downgrade from Jefferies Financial, BHP with the downgrade from Macquarie, and last but not least, HubSpot. They get a negative note today from BMO Capital Markets. Your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Dara. Oh, wait, no, I have something for that now.
You do.
Thank you very much, Dara.
There we go. So, on the upgrades and the downgrades list, I'm feeling a little hungry. So I was just like, Chipotle, let's see what's up with the upgrades on Chipotle. I totally forgot that this stock had that crazy reverse split, 50-1. And I was like, oh boy, oh yeah. CMG trades now at around a $50, $40 level. But yeah, a little bit of an upgrade. We can see that since it's split finding a little bit of a base, it would seem, even though bigger picture. Now, this is an hourly chart here, 3 hours each bar. We have been making some lower highs and potentially some lower lows as well. This consolidation. Don't know if this upgrade is going to really do much, but we're starting to see a little bit of a, I guess, pre-market relative volume is what I'm picking up on right here, Neil. So we are doing over 10 times relative volume, even though the volume itself is a little lackluster, I think. So it's one to watch out for. It is kind of looking like it's breaking this bit of a downtrend that we've had for the majority of the week, maybe coming into last week as well. So that's what I'm talking about. Let's see if we can kind of continue and push. But like I said, CMG, I don't know if it's going to be the top, but I like the look. It's definitely doing RVOL, which puts it on my list. I will probably come back to it a little bit later today if there is nothing much else to look for. But that RVOL in the pre-market, Neil, that gets me all the time.
100%. You know what else? It may not be on the list, but you can upgrade it anyways. That's Alibaba. Why? Because the Chinese names are moving, and Alibaba is the leader of this ship right now, up 3.5%. It is, ooh, I want the daily chart. It is now clear of that 50-period moving average on the daily. And we always talk about the trend. Well, looky, there's hooky. We are breaking out from the top of this trend line. Obviously, you've got some, like it was a lower high in here when it broke the steeper trend, like that one. So look at the explosive move you got when it broke this trend line. You go with the top trend line from the top. I think you got a little resistance at the 134 level, sorry, 124 level here on Alibaba, but all systems go. All you got to do is hold on to 120 because that would be now the bottom of that trend line, which oddly enough is where it was consolidating in the afternoon. The other thing I like to do with Alibaba, if you're looking at BABA or wanting to trade it, is just have a quick look to see what happened in the overnight session. An easy way for us is just to pull up Blue Ocean, and then I can get an idea of the price action. Obviously, this trades pretty decently in the aftermarket. And what's interesting is if we lose 120, I then look at, okay, well, there was resistance in the overnight session at about 118 on Alibaba. That gives me a little something if we were to pull back. And again, that's right into these levels here. If we don't hold on to 120, then I think you're sitting it out until about 118. So lots of strong names, not just what's on the upgrade, downgrade list. Chinese names strong. I know NIO's making some moves as well, but eyeballs on Alibaba today, as it's been a beast lately, an absolute beast. Back to the desk.
All right, we'll touch on a few other things worth noting here. QS just popping up in front of me, a little bit of volume coming into QuantumScape after a big day yesterday. For this one, I mean, some of the quantum names could be a little bit interesting here. RGTI, the one a lot of people still paying the most attention to, got back to highs yesterday after a monster day 2 days ago, coming off a little bit here. But I mean, volume anyways, pretty quiet Friday otherwise.
Yeah, not too many major headlines today, but good day for quantum yesterday. They were running. Rigetti chief among them. Let's have a look here at the chart, Breno, because this was the break that they had actually gained a nice amount, or a technical breakthrough on one of their quantum computing, able to process more qubits or whatever the headline was. Good bull flag breakout, still at that $17 level. But when you have a look at the 4 hour here, it's just been higher lows and higher highs ever since March. It's a good look today for Rigetti, QBTS, QUBT, IONQ. There's a lot of these guys.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on all of them. If you missed it or were not with us to start things off this morning, a few economic data points that came out at 8:30. Building permits, one of those for June, basically in line with expectations to slightly higher. Housing starts, a little bit higher as well, 1.32 versus 1.29. Coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, Michigan consumer sentiment is a 5-year and a 1-year inflation expectation on that number. Which is going to be key, I think, going into the weekend, going into the next couple of weeks here. We'll get the Fed coming up as well. A lot of people talking about the simple fact that there should be a cut sooner than later. It still looks like maybe one by the end of the year, maybe two by the end of the year, depending on how things play out here. But the next couple of weeks going to be important. But let's talk about the overall market here at 9 o'clock.
All right, guys, we finally decidedly closed above that 6,300 by a fair distance. 6,349 is where we closed out yesterday. Ironically, though, still below that 50-point area we've been talking about as resistance, and that's echoed by the overnight high. 6,348 is where we're currently at, with the overnight high being 6,357. So we breached it momentarily. We're going to look very simply today. 6,300 as support, 6,350 as resistance. If we clear the 50-point area, we're looking to 6,400, Brendo, as resistance.
As always, if you have not done so yet, make sure you take advantage of this. Absolutely free for you from us every single day. Jump down to the description of this video. Top link will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. All you need is an email address. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market on it every day. Then you come hang out at 8:30, and we'll get you ready for the open. Let me... Yeah, no, that's not working, Andre. We'll have to refresh that rundown. We'll talk about Netflix here, the big one that everyone's going to be paying attention to. Just keep my eye on Rigetti still coming off. But absolutely blowout quarter here. Netflix is a monster. We all know that. It gets sold off a little bit. I was just telling Sharif, I saw a really interesting chart today going back to the beginning of the year. It was Netflix, Microsoft, and Amazon. One of those three is negative on the year. We'll talk about that in a second.
Absolutely. Let's talk how Netflix did, though, Brendo, because as you mentioned, blowout quarter. EPS 719, the street wanted 708, so a beat there on the bottom line. Likewise, with the top line, 11.08 billion in revenue. They printed, the street wanted 11.07, so not a huge beat there, but a beat nonetheless. Income, net income, that is 3.1 billion. That's up from 2.1 billion last year, so that's another $1 billion they take home there. Growth really here driven by more members, price increases, as well as increasing ad revenue, Brendo. No subscriber count update for the second consecutive quarter was given by Netflix. They made that point very clear last time around. Now, with respect to their guide, full year revenue guidance was raised 44.8 billion to 45.2. The prior was lower than that. That was aided by Forex tailwinds and strong user ad trends. Free cash flow guidance, Brendo, also lifted 8 billion to 8.5. That's up from the prior guide of 8, really reflecting improved monetization and operational efficiency. And the Q2 operating margin, 34.1%. That's up nearly 7 points year over year and up 3 points just quarter over quarter. The company is, though, cautious that the second half 2025 margins will decline due to heavier content costs and marketing linked to blockbuster content sales. And with respect to those blockbusters, here's what we're anticipating in the second half. I don't know any of these, Brendo, but apparently they're important. Wednesday, season 2, Stranger Things finale, Happy Gilmore 2, that one I've heard of. And then there's another one here, it's in Spanish that I don't want to butcher. Management expects bigger impact from content investments, though, in the second half, as I was mentioning to you, with viewers still being added in the first half. But if you're really looking to add viewers, it's going to be that second half when all these ones that I've never heard of come out.
I didn't even know they were making a Happy Gilmore 2. Is Adam Sandler in that?
I guess. Neil's losing it over there.
Neil's having a problem right now.
Neil's losing it over there.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
What's wrong?
No,
What
first
happened,
of all,
Neil?
What?
there's a few things. First of all, that's all cap. You know all of those. The second thing is Sean and I have literally talked about the Happy Gilmore thing on the show, the remake. I'm like 99.9% sure. Back me up on this in the chat. And don't tell me you don't know Stranger Things. It's a gigantic phenomenon. And you don't Frankenstein?
Never seen it.
Frankenstein. Frankenstein. Sorry, it's Guillermo del Toro's adaptation, Neil. I'm sorry, I didn't actually see that was Frank. So of course I've heard of Frankenstein. My bad, man.
How about the stock, guys?
That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Brendo. Like I have not even seen half of those. I don't know what half of those are. Yeah, Stranger Things. Maybe you've heard of. I've heard of it, but there's definitely stranger things happening on this chart than I am interested in. That I'm more interested in NFLX right here. So yeah, earnings reaction pretty nice coming in. That shake and bake that happened off the initial reaction was absolutely crazy. I know we were sitting here. I was like, oh boy, 13. Can we see 15s? Oh boy, not even. Kind of a pullback back into prior day's lows. And yeah, fading into the pre-market right now, but still holding that reference low from the earnings reaction. So you guys already know the drill. Earnings, oh boy. Earnings report, earnings reaction. I'm going to throw in anchored on top of that one and see how price action has been interacting with it. You can see nice little, I guess, grinded selling here, maybe looking like some programmatic selling coming in off of that structure break in the after hours, holding underneath it still as of right now in the pre-market. So in the open market, that anchored VWAP is coming in and around 1257 and some change. So that's what I'm watching. Now, I think there are, I guess, levered ETFs or something like that on Netflix. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but I guess cheaper vehicles to exercise your trade ideas on. And I think
NFX, S, and L.
NFXL?
S, and then
yeah, there you go.
L.
Yeah, so
think L's the better
NFXL is the 2X bull shares, this one right here, so
that's the one.
$62. So you can see this one right here. I don't know if I want to get involved in such a spready stock like NVIDIA itself. I'll leave that to the experts like Adara. So I'm probably going to be dealing with NFXL. Here, if I want to trade it, that anchored is coming in at 64.21. So interesting stuff. Nice little report there as well. Didn't really delve too deep into it, but I'm going more off of the reaction that the price is showing me.
Yeah, NFXL is definitely the one. Let me just double check something very quickly on this because I never want to make the assumption. We have to pay for locates on NFXL, so we can't.
The average volume is 183,000 shares.
Yeah,
so.
it's going to do volume today, but this it might be a little tricky, and we don't have locates on it.
Oh boy.
That said, look, let's just go to Netflix for a quick second, because I honestly doubt that I end up trading Netflix or NFXL, even though that would be the vehicle I think you want to go to. I think we're all good as long as post earnings, any dip under the 50 period manages to hold on to around the 1180. Sometimes it's just a matter of it was an incredible run, obviously, and it's not just from the April lows. I'm pulling the chart back so you can see what happened for 2024 as well. Like Netflix, it's just due for a pullback, and any sign of weakness is going to get grabbed onto. So like the concern would be if you lose 1180 in the upcoming weeks, that you could have a healthy test down into the 1100 range. But if I were trading it today, and if I'm looking at that NFXL is the one.
NFXL. See, they flipped the two letters. That's why it messes you up a little bit. Yeah.
So if I end up getting locates on that, like the play to me would be to fade back into the meat of that move, which is like your anchored will put it at about 12.6, whatever that is on NFXL. I think that's where I'd look for the fade. But I'm not sure I'm going to end up trading that one today. There's so much going on. Robinhood's breaking out. Rigetti's in play. AMD has been a really good pattern trade the last little bit. So there's lots to look at today. You want to make sure you're trading the right vehicle for you.
Yes.
All right, let's continue along. I mean, a lot of things moving around here on the crypto front today. You can pull up just the ETF specifically and talk a little bit about what happened after the close last night, and then what we should see today, hopefully maybe a little bit of fall through, as you were suggesting, after all these bills get done.
Yeah, let's talk about what happened yesterday, because we know that we're kind of in limbo with respect to these three different bills that are in the House of Representatives. So the House passed the Genius Act, creating the first U.S. regulatory framework for dollar-pegged stablecoins with a 308 to 122 vote, Brendo. So very bipartisan here. Good look. The bill mandates backing by liquid assets and monthly public service disclosure. So a lot of disclosure there. The two other crypto-related bills also passed the House. We're talking about the Clarity Act. That passed by a vote of 294 to 134. It defines when tokens are securities versus commodities, and I'll explain why that's important in a second. But that also passed the CBDC ban, which prohibits a U.S. central bank digital currency on privacy grounds. Now they head to the Senate for consideration, with Trump expected to sign if they pass. So the Clarity Act here seeks to limit the SEC's authority by classifying most tokens as commodities, not securities. Now you're probably wondering why this SEC not governing and the CFTC. What's so special about the CFTC? Well, the reason is crypto firms support this move, arguing it It'll actually allow for easier retail access without complex securities compliance, which is kind of the modus operandi of the SEC. So not a bad look here, Brendo, for retail as well as crypto as a whole.
Yeah, we'll see if, I was just trying to pull up Coinbase here, but my chart is not working, guys. Where are we looking here for a crypto trade?
Well, look, IBIT's flat and inside of the range, and Bitcoin hasn't been doing much since this 120 area. You know, like when I look at IBIT, like how many days are we going to sit with an inside range? If you want to scalp, I suppose you're just shorting into the highs, trying to find where the long is going to be. It hasn't been as structured. But on the other hand, if you've been playing over in ETH land or XRP land, then you've been flying. Yesterday was your only consolidation day. The only thing it sucks is I'd rather the gap was a little bit smaller, because I think part of what made the move 2 days ago after the vote was the negative vote, and then now we're voted up, was how strong, like it was a slight gap, and then you were able to sort of trend off it. This is a much larger gap here on ETH, so I'm a little bit wary that if you break the 27, you head to the 26.5. That's going to lend me toward, I think, some individual names more. Webull and Robinhood. When I look between the two, at the time that I first sat down, they both looked very good. Since then, you've had a bit of a fail at a double top on Webull. Oh yeah, that daily chart. There's the double top, and we've been pulling back. So you might pull all the way back into 14, 14, 20. So I'm going to wait to see if we can break out above 15 on Bull. But Robinhood's already going. It's slight gap on Robinhood, another fresh all-time high. It's just a trend continuation play. I mean, it's boringly awesome. There's a prior high, consolidate off a prior high, dip into a prior high. There's your close. Either it's a break, if it doesn't gap, break, or dip into the prior close. In this case, we are gapped. So as long as we hold on to the prior close, I'm looking long. That's going to require a lot of patience. That's $3 away. That sets me up for VWAP and pre-market lows as my tests. I want to play long in Robinhood today, but it's VWAP, pre-market low, and then it's going to be the prior high. So 106.5, 108, and about whatever VWAP ends up being at the time.
Thank you very much.
VWAP, it's useless to say the price for VWAP right now. Like that could change in an hour from now if I decide to trade off of that level. Randy's sniper. Yeah.
You just say it's the coffee drop-off drive-by.
I'll take it.
Here,
Didn't even say thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Randy, for that one there. But yeah, where is the crypto trade today, you may ask? And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that one there. Coinbase, Hood, and Webull is what I'm watching for as of right now. So Coinbase as well. Strong dip that was bought up on Tuesday, flushed out some of those prior week's end of week levels, and then we basically grabbed the closing range of last week, and we started to push up this week. I like that. I like to see that in all sorts of time frames. A decent continuation, and we saw that strong bid come in yesterday as well. So I'm looking for more of the same today, to be honest. We're already gapping up above prior day's levels, a little bit of a double top formation there at the end of the day. That reversion, that quick low reversion into the close was quite nice, but we're holding those levels today. So some strength on Coinbase, and a similar sentiment being shown here on Hood. Maybe not even similar. I would argue maybe even a little bit stronger, because we're blowing past some of those prior day's highs and already extending in the pre-market, maybe signifying that Hood might have a little bit more interest as well, doing over 1.3 to 1.4 relative volume in the pre-market. So yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good confluence as well. And of course, a bull also on watch. Again, came up off of those pre-market, I guess, after hours highs, end of day highs, but looking a little bit distinctly different, pulling back into them as well. So we have a different story on these three names, yes. Neil. Hood a little bit stronger. Coinbase holding consolidation above prior day. Webull actually pushing down into prior day's highs. So a little bit of different nuances on each of these with respect to their pre-market action and how we're coming off of yesterday's action. So I will definitely be watching. I'm looking for a continuation, I'll be honest, but you guys know I love the failure to follow through and the reversions as well, and I'm going to be watching for a potential for that to happen as well. So going to keep an open mind. Let's see what happens, but more often than not, I want to stay with the trend and look for more of the same.
That's what I like to see. Amazon, oh no, it's not negative. Don't worry, everybody. It's slightly up.
Yeah, let's talk about Amazon here. I mentioned earlier, going back to the beginning of the year, there was a chart I saw of 3 different stocks. Netflix was like 55% or something stupid. Microsoft was in the 20s, and then Amazon was the one that was chopping around, at least over the past couple of weeks here, back and forth from negative. It has, I just saw this morning here with this move so far today, got back to positive territory. But if you had not seen that and kind of just took a step back and said Netflix or Amazon, sorry, positive or negative this year, I would have 100% would have said positive.
Likewise.
And that was just really surprising to me.
I guess because maybe off the Liberation Day lows.
Yeah.
And to me, it made sense that Amazon would have sold off on Liberation Day because they have a lot to lose from tariffs. Obviously, AWS not really, but their retail side certainly did, and they bring in a lot of products from China. Let's talk about AWS today because they're laying people off, sadly. So Amazon confirmed fresh layoffs within AWS, citing a reevaluation of priorities as well as their business focus. The company didn't disclose the total number of job cuts, guys, or which specific units are more affected, but these layoffs are part of a broader efficiency initiative, not directly really tied to any AI investments. But the AWS has been slowing in growth. We know that the only one that actually beat expectations last time around was Microsoft's Azure. Both Google and AWS missed. Despite that, they did post 17% year-over-year sales growth in Q1, up to about a little bit less than $30 billion, slightly below, though, that 19% pace from the prior quarter, and it marked, Brendo, the 3rd straight revenue miss for AWS, adding pressure to streamline operations. The division has faced increased competition from Azure and Google Cloud, which continue to gain market share. And CEO Andy Jassy did warn that Amazon corporate workforce may shrink further because of generative AI. They're basically not hiring for these entry-level positions anymore, and he emphasized the shift towards new roles driven by AI development, suggesting long-term changes to how they hire.
As far as movement goes, there was this actually yesterday, this was from Thursday, but Bank of America coming out talking about 10% to the upside coming on just the back of what they did on Prime Day. I don't know, everyone I've heard kind of said Prime Day was meh. There wasn't anything
I didn't even load it.
Terribly exciting.
Did you buy anything?
They've extended it out to Prime Week at this point.
They did.
It seems like I didn't. Not a single thing, but okay. But I mean, it's still like that's 10%, guys. Just on that, it seems like a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I bought some. I got like
On Prime?
no, like I got like a compression. It's like a compression sock specifically helping with plantar fasciitis. Anyways, I'm just planning on doing some heavier running and maybe even getting into some light sprinting maybe this weekend. Anyways,
Nice.
That's neither here nor there. I really didn't buy much. That being said, my wife was away in Chicago on a business trip, and we got like half a dozen rather large packages while she was gone. Like, so we got a lot of stuff. So I didn't buy much, but apparently we bought a lot of stuff. I don't even know what it is. Sometimes the fun guessing game is like, well, what did you order? And then, yeah. But the worst is if you ask and it's like, I don't know. Well, what do you mean you don't know? You ordered it. You should know what you order. Like, you ordered that much on Amazon that you don't remember what package is even coming that day. So look, I think the stock is fine. I don't know if it's a trade today unless it gets up to like 226 for a fade, because we're range bound and it's very slightly trending up. So like if you're just really looking for some kind of a slow, steady scalp trade, I think you want to try to find where the low is. Like it was finding the low before. I kind of felt like if it had tested down around the 20s, that would have been easier. Right now it's saying 22, but I'd rather just wait and maybe fade it if it goes up top. If we're looking at Mag 7 names, it's interesting that I don't have any on my list. Something that is weak, just because you said negative and this name is not on the list. AMD has been falling all pre-market and is red into a green market, and 3 days in a row, regardless of whenever the strength is coming on this stock. This is what I'm paying attention to. At the open, pop, lower highs. Pop, lower highs. Pop, lower highs. Every single day. When it's broken the trend, didn't break the trend really here, broke the trend and flew. Broke the trend and kind of went higher. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to short the pop as long as we're under 162. The first spot would be 161. And then if it puts in lower highs, I want to successively try to short those lower highs, just like it's done the last couple of days. Then I want to mean revert it if it does the same breakout of the trend line. So, I mean, AMD, relatively weak to the market. Amazon, I think it's absolutely fine. I think they're churning. It's on a very slow grind, boring grind, but still on a slow grind up toward those highs. So
Yeah, I mean,
not much of a day trade for me.
As soon as I saw Amazon negative, I'm like, I remember what the opening price, the yearly opening price on Amazon was. That's 222.03 is the opening price on Amazon. But yeah, just teetering on that red or green threshold as of right now is Amazon, currently trading at 224.48. This is a 12-month chart, guys. So each candle represents 12 months here, and oh boy, what a year we had in 2022. But bought right back up. What a reversion that was, and a reversion happening maybe potentially right now as well. Short-term time frame. Let's take a quick look at what this thing is up to on the weekly. So it's been kind of sideways here. That's what I remember from last looking at it on this week. But bigger picture, strong uptrend. We just saw the 12-month chart. Very strong push in the first half of the year. Higher highs, higher lows, post gap up, post earnings gap up here, which was on May 25th. We've only held higher highs and higher lows since then. Bit of a consolidation yesterday. I'm going to be looking at yesterday's range. If anything, we saw that strong ping in the middle of the day, strong flush that did get bought up pretty aggressively right here. This is a 15-minute chart. You can see that bottom wick on the 15 holding that prior day's low pretty well, and then holding prior days, Wednesday's low pretty well as well. So let's see how we close off into the end of the week. Technically speaking, you know, this shorter time frame trend has broken at the end on the close of yesterday. So maybe a little push coming in off of the open. I have no idea, but I'll be watching. I usually have the Mag 7 open up and watching those baskets off the open. So we'll see what Amazon does. Negative, it's teetering on that limit right now.
It's teetering, but there's big news elsewhere for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast, VFS on the Nasdaq. Starting July 1st of 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move toward electric transport. VinFast is in the prime position to benefit. With major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks, it has a strong head start. While others scramble, VinFast is ready, as policy only sharpens its edge. Scan the QR code for more information. And I want to give a big thank you to, and now the chat's moving so much that I can't even see it. I believe it was Pathik in the chat. Thank you so much, Pathik, because what's crazy about it, you were mentioning Alphabet, and there is a Mag 7 name that I should be paying attention to. It's the first thing, it's always at the top of my iPad, but I didn't really give it the credit that it's due. It's on that upward channel that it has on Alphabet. This is a bad wick, sorry about that. The high is, I'll go to the 15-minute, you'll see the real high. But the top of this channel would be in the 190s. I'm not saying it goes there today, but you have finally, like, what's a stock that's breaking out of the range? Everything's range bound. Alphabet's breaking out of its range with a lit grab yesterday, and now breaking out the top. I think it can dip into 184 and still be good. The fact that it's at 185 is great, but anything over 184 looks like a great long here in Alphabet. I'm amending this to go for it. I even wrote down 184 and a half. So I might want to start this one a bit early. It's a Friday, so 185 could be a bit of a problem, especially early on. We've seen that story before. But another name that was super strong yesterday. I had a buddy in my baseball pool messaging me, should I buy Lucid stock?
I mean,
yesterday.
When we were trading 150 million, by the end of it, no way. By the end of the day, 940 million shares traded, almost a billion.
It just missed
almost a billion. Oh boy.
Let's go get the score recap. Yesterday's biggest volume mover. Well, I mean, one of them anyways.
Yeah, coming back into $3 right now for Lucid, but still, yeah, holding the majority of that move from yesterday, which is definitely very constructive here. Again, if you missed it yesterday, big deal with Uber. Maybe buy Uber, not Lucid?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, well, it definitely helps Uber
both,
a lot.
I think, yeah.
What I really kept my eye on here, and I'll get to the news in a second about it, but it held the technicals. And I told you guys yesterday I'd be looking for this to hold 3, and it did exactly that. It's barely holding on right now, 304. But the reason I said 3, because that 3 was an obvious level back in late May. So you wanted to see it hold that technical level. I'm sure the boys will have more on that. I'll tell you about what really happened yesterday. It surged 36% after announcing a 3-way deal with Uber and the autonomous tech startup called Nuro. The deal here is going to see about 20,000 Lucid Gravities. So that's a new SUV that they started delivering. It's going to be equipped with Nuro's L4 autonomous tech and deployed into Uber's driverless network over a 6-year period. The vehicles are currently being tested right now in Las Vegas with an official commercial launch expected in 2026. And it's going to license Nuro's driver tech and operate the vehicles. And the plans here to invest about 300 million euros by Uber into Lucid to contribute some capital to Nuro. So Uber throwing money around and Lucid getting a nice financial cash injection, which we know the EVs definitely need because they're so CapEx heavy.
Uber has entered the chat apparently for the autonomous driving, but I mean, it puts a significant amount of pressure on the rest now.
100%.
In the simple fact that Uber has the infrastructure, the technology, the audience, and the distribution already.
Exactly.
If they can just step into the autonomous side of things, it's great for them.
This is the great thing about Uber, is that they've got the platform that everybody needs, because they know getting autonomous out there is going to be difficult and expensive. And if you already come in there knowing you can get X percentage of Uber users right there, it just makes it a little bit more effective of a rollout. Everyone's looking to have more certainty. Look, I don't know how much. Look, it's not moving in the pre-market, so let's just get this out of the way. If $3 was the prior high, it is just barcoding off the $3 level in here. I think it's somewhat, not to be too simplistic, but if we lose $3, $2.80. If you hold $3, then you've got like the ultimate scalp trade. There's not that much size on the 3 level compared to the amount of volume it's doing. So it's really just chugging around here because no one wants to sell it, not because there's a gigantic order sitting at 3. Like, there's not a bunch of size at 2, there's not a bunch of size at 1. None of that's actually happening on Lucid. So if you lose 3, I think you wait for that 280 level. It's actually it's past 925. So I just want to get this. Open's got a 1.3 million buy and balance. QuantumScape, a 900,000 buy and balance. NVIDIA, 900,000 buy and balance. Lucid, that's way too small, 600,000, nothing. BBAI, 500,000. These are all buys. So all buy and balances early here. ETHA with a buy and balance of 270,000. So it was all sells at the close yesterday. We have mostly buys, but only NVIDIA out of the bigger names.
Yeah, no, for Lucid, I'm definitely watching it today. The top volume leader of yesterday, and yeah, I like the catalyst as well. Maybe it's going to finally come out of the dumps that it's been sold into over the past few years. Some strong push yesterday, dwindling volume, but price still holding within the range of prior days. So I'm going to ask that same question: are we going to have a failure to follow through of this prior day's low in the $2.84 area? That $3 also held pretty well. You can see anchored VWAP from the event yesterday in the pre-market just was orbited and kind of churned coming into the day today. Seems like in the pre-market doing a little bit more of the same, but if it kind of gets a little spicy on the range of prior day, I definitely want to look to get involved. I'm going to be watching this off of the open as well and throughout the day to see if Lucid is going to have any sort of continuation move, maybe some accumulation, maybe some hold of prior day's levels. Whatever it is, I think definitely one worth watching. We also have a quick super chat here, Neil, by Patrick Jam. Robinhood spike? Yeah. So Patrick Jam, thank you very much for the super chat saying, today is OPEX. Do you expect rotations XLV to healthcare, seeing laggard sector of the market? So yeah, health sector, we saw some of the health names starting to move up. So potentially, yeah, maybe there could be some rotation.
It's certainly something that we saw. Oh, we haven't even got to 3M. We'll go back to the desk for a quick little second there, but Michael Noss was certainly talking about this to a certain extent. There was a bit of a spike in Robinhood there. I didn't see an imbalance, but it just jumped like $1 going into the open. So Robinhood looking very, very strong. The market jumping as well, boys.
All right, not a terribly exciting stock, 3M is, but definitely worth a mention here. We are giving some of this back, maybe imbalanced to the wrong side here for 3M, but overall, decent report.
Yeah, not bad here. Brendo reported EPS of $2.16 a share. Wall Street wanted $2.01 per share on revenue of $6.2 billion, again ahead of the expectations of 6.1. So good look there. Keeping an eye, on that. With respect to their guide, full year adjusted EPS guide, they increased that to the midpoint there, 787, up from the previous 775 guide and ahead of analyst expectations of 771. Revenue is expected to grow. Grow about 2.5%, which is slightly ahead of the early organic growth trends of 1%. Organic sales grew 1.6%. Consumer spending does remain sluggish, but 3M benefited from pricing power in a strong U.S. dollar, and management sees foreign exchange, cost inflation, and investment spending as potential headwinds.
About 10 seconds to go here for a Friday open. Good luck, guys.
Everybody, as a Dara, let's get this party started. How about now? Locked and loaded and ready to go. All right, so we saw that the spike was in everything. It wasn't just Robinhood. Tesla made a move to the upside. AMD made a move to the upside. My first look on AMD is still going to be right around that 161 area. I still want to play a little bit of a dip. Let's see what we can get in Robinhood. I was preferring to go in at 108 or the volume weighted average price, as the market's initial move is to come right back in to the downside. So where we were, like we spiked right into the overnight highs, and now we're back in there. Oh, IonQ just went, didn't it? The second you look away and IonQ is gone, has Rigetti gone? That's where I wanted to double check. I know you're in one. Yeah, Rigetti's starting to get to the upside as well. So quantum names getting a bit of a bounce early.
Yeah, so that 45 holding as of right now on IonQ. And yeah, just kind of a grind opening here on IonQ. Is it even open? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's open right now. 45s, let's see if we can kind of break out with any sort of distinction here on IonQ going into the end of the week here. We saw that crypto names kind of, quantum names starting to push a little bit. Rigetti was pretty solid yesterday as well. Let's see if we can kind of break through this, but the market coming in pretty aggressively here as well, Neil. So going to keep a close eye on some of these names. Triple M not really doing too much trading within its opening range right now. But yeah, leave it up in the chat. What are you guys trading? What are you guys looking at? I am more than willing to take a look at some of those here. Coinbase is already starting to go. Robinhood as well. Oh boy, some of these names absolutely wild today.
Robinhood is
right
just
off the
gone. It's just broken 111. Looks like Rigetti is not breaking out that high just yet, and I didn't even have my order anyway, so let me just throw that one in there. So if it does break out the double top from yesterday, then I'm going to be in that one. Robinhood is like it can cancel 109s here. Manage orders first, talk second. We didn't get the dip into the volume weighted average price. Now at 111. These are all-time highs for Robinhood, up 5%. The other thing that's happening is Tesla is absolutely blasting to the upside. So didn't really have Tesla on the list because there was no catalyst for it. This faded heavy off of the 325 level yesterday, and it's a Friday. If I see this fail break 325, I'm probably just going to do one of those quick reversion trades. AMD's not at 161, so I'm not really shorting that, as the market's absolutely blasting to the upside. And if I can't get Robinhood, do I pivot to Webull? That's the real question for myself. The answer is going to be, yeah, that's not breaking out either. I just looked up, Webull's not breaking out that 15 level. So eyeballs Tesla 325 for a fade. Webull if it can break out. My order's out there in Rigetti, but Rigetti's not breaking either. So yeah, I guess we're getting a bit of a fade in some of the stronger names. Come on, Tesla, just one more push. One more push. Because if it's after the opening push, I don't want the short if I've already missed it.
Yeah, this Triple M is coming down pretty aggressively. So is IonQ here, pulling back below that 45 here as well. So let's see, still holding some of these pre-market levels. That's what I'm watching on IonQ. But if we're going to take a pullback going into the end of the week, I think that's within range as well. Market pulling back, so that's something to watch out for. But Triple M, oh boy, not what I was looking for on Triple M, as it aggressively sells off back into the lows, 158 as well. So crazy crazy stuff here. Triple M, oh boy, and UAVS. I think it was Sebastian in the chat talking about UAVS. That thing is going off of the open, so shout out to Sebastian for that one. Webull pulling back into its range as of right now as well. So let's take a quick look. Circle pulling back. Okay, so it seems, Neil, that Coinbase and Robinhood were the only ones that kind of really pushed. Webull kind of pulling back, CoreWeave pulling back as well. Circle, yeah, I think sometimes we gotta wait for that circle to pull in as well. We've seen that sometimes it pulls into that anchored, holds, and then pushes once again. So what do you got going on there with Webull?
It's bullish right now in Webull as it just went through 15 for the second time. So it broke 15 early and then immediate sort of fade. Did not close underneath the volume weighted average price. I said I was willing to go both directions out this 15 in my note. So if it had closed underneath the volume weighted average price, I would have shorted it probably around 14.8, but it closes higher. So we're long, looking for the high of the day. Ideally, this would have been Robinhood. And if we lose VWAP, I will still, where I would have gotten in the 14.8 is where I will look to get out. So my stop is in on Webull. It is Hood that I wanted, but Hood, look where Robinhood is. You take what you can get. That's why I had a backup plan. In my note, I had both of these two names in there. So locked and ready to go. See if we can, there we go. Now we're at the highs. I'm looking over and the Nasdaq's still kind of coming down here, but all these fintech names seem to be going. I'd say congratulations. Oh yeah, this is where you need to be. Coinbase hit 429. So just, if it's in the crypto space or fintech, it seems to be in a bull market as we speak. And I got to double check AMD. AMD did not come into my level to short. So for now, I will cancel my offer on AMD. Yeah, just missed it by a little bit. I could have been more aggressive shorting it off the afternoon highs, but it's sometimes you got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade is the saying of mine. If you like a certain price, don't compromise. So let's go Webull. I'm going to keep my eyes on Robinhood to see if that one lets me into the party as well, as both pulling back. If there's relative strength in Hood, that might be a little bit better, as I just looked at it in Blue Ocean. Where's Robinhood? Where's Robinhood? Come on, Hood. How'd it go over there? So Robinhood's well above VWAP. I don't mind pivoting to this one after that break in Webull. I guess Rigetti's not going to do anything. No, I don't. Because I've had that order out for the breakout for a while.
The quantum names are not really doing anything. We see IONQ. Yeah, it did pull back pretty aggressively back into some of those pre-market levels, holding that prior day's anchor to VWAP though. I kind of like that. I am in from the highs, so not the best push into that one there. But again, if it's going to break down, that's perfectly fine. Get out of this one and figure out where the next trade is. Oh my God, Triple M is was that wick real? I don't think so, but holding below that Triple M, yeah, 3M, holding below that VWAP right now, coming in off of the open. Market's not really looking that strong, right? We're taking a bit of a pullback here, a bit of a breather coming in to the day. Oh boy, it's funny because whenever someone hits the desk, it always reminds me of Sharif in a small cap that's like a ripping. I'm like, I suddenly looked over. I'm like, what's happening?
No,
what's moving?
Killing a fly.
Oh boy.
Whatever, man. There's some flies in here. If I hit the desk, because there's a 99.9% chance that one of them is gone, because I don't miss. But Robinhood's the one, man.
Nice.
Robinhood's the one.
That is the one.
There's no questions asked. Like Webull, I'm just going to show you in the black chart. Webull, it just wicked and held that 14.8. Okay, so that's fine. But why are you not back up in the highs when Robinhood, put them both in no, but Robinhood didn't really give a clean entry, so I can't be too angry with myself over that. I just need Bull to also start following. Dijon mustard is delicious. Thank you very much for the super chat. Chris, or CRSP, I believe that's CRISPR, right? Double check. That is CRISPR Therapeutics. Options chain, please. I don't have the chain up. I just looked over. I think Joe just went for a coffee. So I'm going to message Joe, and he'll be able to get the chain up, and maybe he'll message it to me for sure. I'll flip him a little bit of a message, or he'll just hear what we're talking about, and we'll be able to try to get that to you. So Robinhood looks like the strongest thing out there, along with Coinbase. I still want to be fading AMD, but I've got to find my way into it. The market's headed right back to the overnight lows.
Yep.
So overall, We got some stocks which are trying to break out, but we're still pulling back pretty heavily across the space. Google, which was very, very strong. Oh, there goes Robinhood. Sorry, Bull, which is very, very strong, right back into 185. I liked 84. I think it's still valid into the 84 level, but just tagging in on Webull, yeah, this is what happens. Initial bounce, you get the break right into the high, and then we lose. My stop right underneath 14.8. I don't mind getting back into this, but the reload no good on Webull. We'll wait for some more strength, man. This just doesn't seem like it's anything but Robinhood, which is incredibly strong. I think that's where the focus, I mean, it wanted to be on Hood initially, but that broke out before the market even opened up. Robinhood was already going there, Roby.
Yeah, no, that thing was already pushing. So I was like, all right, well, we got to wait for this one to kind of come in to get involved. But yeah, oh boy, I can still get involved now, Neil. I think a little bit earlier, I guess, coming in for the bid. Yeah, the ES is kind of pulling back pretty. Oh, okay, yeah, no, QBTS as well, Neil. But I thought you were talking about the ES. The ES as well, pulling back pretty aggressively as of right now. Let's see. We got to wait for this market to settle down a little bit here and see if that bid comes in and picks up once again. Hood taking a little bit of a pullback back into 111.25s here. I'm looking at it, smelling a little bit like a reversion as of right now, but the first pullback, I don't know if I want to get involved in the first pullback just yet. Well, like I said, I'm going to let this bid settle down. This is a bigger picture push that I was looking for, but didn't really get involved with. A little bit holding on to this IONQ right now, but we'll be right back from Madera. 111's on Hood.
Abbott Labs.
Keep an eye here on GEN. This is Tecogen, smaller cap name here, about $7 ticker, pushing higher. It looks like they priced a $17.5 million public offering. So that's the only catalyst I'm seeing on this. Either way, nice push to the upside for TGEN. Also a reminder, we do actually have some economic data coming through at 10 a.m. today. So in about 20 minutes, it'll be the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment, which also includes an inflation print, a 5-year and 1-year inflation expectation. I will cover this for you in 20 minutes at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Wow, there it is. See, this is what I mean. Hood, not the time for reversion on that first pullback as it screams to the upside. Oh boy, indeed. Market tailwind, not really. It's got the crypto tailwind, let me tell you that. That multi-day bid coming in aggressively. So a bit of a miss on my part there, but Neil's definitely involved in the long on some of those names. So Bull pushing as well as of right now. I am going to assume alongside with I guess Hood and Coinbase. Let me take a quick look at this. Wow, Coin aggressive push. Webull not as much, Neil. Still holding that 15,
nope,
but this is starting to smell like, okay, I missed the long on Coin and Robinhood. Do I take the reversion? I think I'm going to be a little bit more patient. This bid is aggressively strong, so I'm going to wait and watch with a little bit of patience here and see if sellers do step in at any time. But I do want to get involved with the bid maybe a little bit later on then.
Well, I can tell you it got close. Ooh,
Yeah.
well, I didn't mean to take everything out there. We got close, but it did not fill. A little too tight to the 111 level on Robinhood, it seems. That's obvious. Why did I just? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I just jumped back in and went to put a stop on Bull and accidentally got out for 1 cent win, which just means I'm gonna try to jump back in at the same price and see if we can't get it back. Robinhood is easily the strongest one out there, but another name that's moving. By the way, there's some obviously action behind us with Studio 8 in play. They're just moving some stuff around in anticipation of some more work being done here. Abbott Labs was also on my note for a fade. So at the open, you're going to see this push right into a prior resistance level. There's your topping tail candle. Just want to quickly go over what I'm looking for. They had bad guidance yesterday and flushed through the 200-period moving average on the daily. This is a bit of a relief rally. I want to look to see it close underneath with a lower high and then press a reversion short. So I have a rule. Rule is if you accidentally get out of a position, get back in. If you accidentally get into position, get the heck out. So wick out on the reload. When it reestablishes my support level, get right back in on Webull. But it is Robinhood, everybody. That is certainly stronger. Just an absolute freight train. I don't need that order at VWAP anymore. Next available dip. It's establishing a trend, but they're like a bunch of wicks. here on the 3-minute. So it's really not all that clean. If it pops back anywhere near these lows, I'll try to pick this one up. It's easily the strongest thing. Google didn't get to 184, even though the market got all the way to the bottom. The Nasdaq goes clean to the overnight lows here, while Alphabet holds well above the pre-market bottom, right at the open lows. This seems like a relatively strong stock for now. I wanted 84s. I'll probably wait till it establishes or reestablishes the volume-weighted average price, Obi. Just back to bull for me. No Rigetti. It doesn't seem like the quant names are doing what I want.
They're definitely not the ones, man. I think it's Hood. I got Hood tape on watch now. I'm kind of letting that IONQ do its thing. But 113 is coming in here on Hood. Aggressive strength, holding that trend, holding higher highs, higher lows. And let me pull up the book for you guys. It never really updates this book when I update the other one on the side. But you can see there's a bit of size right here. Oh boy. Where's okay? Here we go. Size filter. Boom. So 200 lots sitting there in that 112.73 right now. Bit of a push extension off of that VWAP. It is only 9:44. So the first 15-minute candle of the day, Neil, is about to be printed here on these markets. So let's see how well Hood can hold this strength on the second 15-minute candle that it's going to print. But if you throw up any sort of moving averages, anything like that, prior bar lows, whatever you want to use to define a little bit of trend right now on Hood, it is holding extremely well. Here comes a bit of market tailwind. Let's see if that can take us a little bit higher as well. The second 15-minute candle on the market, starting to print a little green, but let's see if it goes green to red. 112.30s now on Robinhood. I do want to keep an eye on Bitcoin and ETH as well. ETH is pushing a little bit higher as of right now. Yeah, you got that ETHA breaking out of its pre-market highs as well. So going to keep that on watch. Circle Quadunk off the open was not the one. Neither was CoreWeave, but it is these brokers, Neil, these crypto brokers that are pushing aggressively to the upside.
Or it is those silly treasury things, rug pulling everybody and getting flushed down the toilet. Meep, meep. Meep, meep. That's the nickname. So you never think of it in real time when we're trying to come up with a nickname for this stock. But thank you in the chat for everyone that mentioned. You can just do the Roadrunner sound. I believe these guys were, what did I say, Litecoin? No, was it Litecoin Treasury? Yada, 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 Litecoin Treasury.
Litecoin Treasury, yeah.
For these bad boys. Halted down. Actually, interesting, halted at 631. The tap is 664. So it would actually open higher if it opened right now. So good for them. But we talked about this. If the only news is that you've done like some kind of an offering so that you can, just do some kind of crypto treasury play, in this market, I think you want to get your profit while you can. For sure. You just saw that with meep meep as it goes to the downside, and hopefully no one got caught in that little bit of rub action for sure. Circle, as you said, was already pulling back, but I just had bull get back through the 15 level, and the second it got into the teens where I was offering, a bunch of other offers started piling in 14, 13, 12. I'm trying to join them. I guess I'm not trying to join aggressively enough. There we go. I'm going to take something out in the teens. It's been rejecting above 15.20 here on Hood. So the money fills are underneath 15 bucks, giving the stop underneath the low, and we'll see if we can get back to the high. It seems as if the market's trying to rebound here, Obi.
Oh, yeah.
But let's go to Adara and see what she has for us.
Here is UAVS. This one had some news this morning. Egg Eagle Aerial Systems announcing that their EB TAC drone received blue UAS clearance from the Department of Defense. So some DoD clearance for UAVS today. Keep an eye on this ticker. Pretty strong look again. In about 12 minutes, we will be getting some economic data coming through this University of Michigan consumer sentiment as we send you back to the guys.
Guys, so Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings, whether you're feeling bullish or bearish. These ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Oh boy, Hood is definitely investing to its upside right now, along with the market tailwind. That's giving some strong confluence as well. Look at the ES wipe all the way back up. These buyers are definitely here today, Neil, as we're wiping right back up. Let's see what we have in store going into the rest of the day. A little bit of a shake and bake technically right now. Let's see if we break out of this range that we're shaking and baking. But this is the second 15-minute candle to start printing, and it's only been about 4 minutes. So with about 11 minutes for this 15-minute candle to finish printing, I'm curious to know where we're going to end up in the next 10 minutes or so. 113 still holding on Hood.
This is insane in Hood.
It's absolutely wild, the kind of buying pressure that is coming in here.
Yeah, I took the shot in Abbott Labs for the off this level right in here for the reversion. It was breaking down. There's your topping tail. No follow through whatsoever. So stop is always going to be at the high in that situation, and it just broke out. Now I'm in wait and see mode because I really only want to be fading this. 127 is the next stop area that we'll look for. As Hood continues to go, I mean, Webull is still just very muted moves up there. And I looked over, like, is there something else going? It's not just, I know we keep saying Robinhood, Robinhood, Robinhood. Coinbase, 6% up for Coinbase. Now keep in mind, I think the bigger deal, 401ks going into crypto, this is big. You've got ETH going absolutely ham as well, ETHA, well, not ham, but with a strong move to the upside. But it's Coinbase and Hood. It's just kind of disappointing. Bull's up 4%, which is not bad, but Coinbase 6%, Robinhood chilling out at about 7% to the upside. I do want to pivot very quickly to Tesla for a second and tell you, I'm not even sure this shouldn't be possible. Because when it came to 325, I'm like, I'll play the fail break. If it goes up, I'm going to get short and then throw my stop just above the 325. I managed to get filled above 325, meaning when it broke, so it broke higher and then came back down underneath 325. By the time I hit the bid was already back over 325. And I got filled at a price which was basically at my stop, which was already in, and I just got in and out flat. That's the algos going absolutely nuts. That means there basically wasn't a market for like 30 cents, and I just made it in and out at the same price. But I'm glad I did because I would have been rinsed had I not had that stop. But Tesla is going nuts here as well. And look at the hold of the volume weighted average price. I think you've just got to be able to adapt. We're above that 200 period. We're above that 50 period. We're holding above that 320. This is the move that I wanted yesterday above 320. And it's frustrating because yesterday I'm like, we're above 320. It's go time. Today, after it looked weak here, Tesla's flying. There is a lot of room for Tesla. I know it's a Friday. That makes 330. That makes 335 in play big time. But there's still a few dollars till 330.
Oh, good Lord.
So you can find that trend before we get to 330 bucks. I think a dip into 25 makes a lot of sense that we can find some support there.
Yeah, so I got stopped out of that IONQ, getting involved here in the Hood now potentially. Let's see if this one will come into fruition. Coming into a bit of a break of this morning trend for now. Let's see if we can get a bit of a reversion. But again, shorting one of the strongest stocks, so going to stay nimble as possible and keep it relatively tight here. Market wiped right back down. You can see that candle. This is what I said. Where are we going to be in the next 10 minutes when this 15-minute candle, we wipe all the way up, reversion, and then selling coming right back in, making that candle, that 15-minute candle on these here futures go straight green to red, Neil, and absolutely wild. And oh boy, here we go. A little bit of a pullback on Hood. Can we make it down into VWAP though? VWAP coming in and around 111.30 here, 111.24 I have, so about $1 down from here. Let's see if that can potentially come into fruition as this market is looking like, again, seems like sellers are going to be a little aggressive off of the open, Neil. So where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. And be sure you throw it up in the chat. And if you find yourself that you cannot comment in the chat, make sure you're subscribed and make sure you throw up some of those likes for all the stuff that we're bringing you.
It might be Lucid getting close to that 280 level, Obi.
Yes.
Yesterday's support on Lucid, remember Lucid, Uber, dealing up there. Oh, it's already bouncing off that 280. I just canceled an order at 82. I wanted it right tight into that bottom. Oh, goodness, no. Anyways, I wanted to get it a little bit closer to that low of the day. That's what I meant. You guys all know it. So let's see if we can get this pulling back here a little bit. I did reload in Webull. I don't know how many times. Like what you're getting here back into this prior high, I'm getting out. Like this is, when you're getting back into this prior high, you're getting lower highs on every single push. So we're getting some out, but it's just lower highs, failed 15 break. I've told myself over and over again, you don't fight that. Something else is stronger. Coinbase is stronger, Robinhood is stronger, and this is actually downtrending from those successive bounces. So got to be able to jump out. You take what you can get, but this no longer looks as strong of a play. Let's go over to Adair.
Yeah, I'm just seeing here, apparently 3M making some commentary during its call, I guess. I'm seeing some comments, apparently an executive saying that additional tariffs are likely to influence only a few months of 2025, with most effects moving into 2026. Unclear if these remarks were just made, but either way, they're just coming out on social media now, so be aware. Sometimes when these things get distributed at certain times, they can move the market. MMM at day's lows, as apparently they're saying the tariffs will mostly influence 2026, so I guess more forward influence than 2025. They said it's only going to impact a few months of the current fiscal year. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this Robinhood is still sending it with the market pulling back in aggressively. It does not care. I was keeping it tight, got stopped out there as it pushes all the way back down on the markets, but Wood continuing to push even higher as we speak. So like I said, I'm going to be a little bit more patient with this one, let it kind of consolidate. The reversion may not even come, and this is really, really strong. So again, I know I'm asking for a little much here, but where is the next trade? I'm not really seeing.
I have a theory.
What's your theory, Neil?
Well, I just saw in the chat a few people said, "What's going on with MSTR? Why is it tanking so hard?" It would make some sense that maybe if you're going to have everyone able to invest in crypto in their 401ks, that's a boon for traditional ETFs, and maybe MSTR will not be the thing. That would be the theory that I have, because really, that's the only thing that makes any sense to me. And with it falling, and it's not like anything crazy is happening over an IBIT. Like IBIT's a very slight move down that did not break the lows. If anything, Bitcoin is holding. Like look at the line of support that Bitcoin is holding for MSTR to be breaking down. So obviously, there's a lot of weakness in this particular name, and you just gotta. Again, that's just a theory of mine. I think it's a big deal if people are able to put crypto in the 401k. It's just gonna, but it's gonna, to me, why would you do it in MSTR when you could just do it in like an ETF? So that would be my gut feel. But again, it's other places. It's Robinhood. It's Coinbase is where the real jam is. Although I'll give one more try to, because the only long, I've had a couple of good bounce plays on Webull. And if it can get back above 15, it would be breaking this little bit of a downtrend and still holding the area that I like. So I might give it a third shot here on Webull, but I need to see the Nasdaq bounce or show me a little bit of pep in its step before chasing this too far. The other side of this coin is if we, pun not intended, if we start breaking the lows, there's going to be a reversion play to be had on some of these ridiculous high flyers, like right now Coinbase and Robinhood. That is absolutely nuts. And Tesla is getting to 330, by the way, Obi.
Reversion, you say, Neil? Yeah, I am watching this extension that's happening here on these here, I guess, crypto-related names. Trading back below 113s right now, but still consolidating within that upper quartile. It's only been about 30 minutes, just touching that 30-minute mark coming in off of the open. So yeah, there's that strength once again. High a day currently sitting at 113.44 is only about 30 pennies away from that on Hood, so well within range of a little bit of a push. Now just imagine, market's taking a strong pullback, and the last time it wicked, we got a little bit of a push. So if the market catches a little bit of a bid, the question becomes, is Hood going to catch that tailwind once again as well after it's already strong? Look at that, 10 pennies away from day high. So it seems like it's almost imminent to print some fresh highs as of right now. Like I said, 113.44s is the current day high, still consolidating. There's a little bit of a bid coming in on this here market now, Neil. I'm watching the basket that I have here in terms of the Mag 7, and Tesla is definitely the strongest one, Neil. Absolutely crazy. Can we see those 360s once again? I have no idea, but that push, aggressive volume, both first two 15-minute candles on Tesla are higher volume bars than anything we've seen prior day or the day before. Or see, we saw that coming in on Monday. Monday's open was where we saw volume bars on these 15-minute candles being anywhere relatively higher. So absolutely crazy Tesla, the kind of volume Tesla's doing right now, Neil. Wild.
Oh, it's not just them doing crazy volume. Circle back to the highs. This could be an interesting break on Circle. Look, I only traded Circle off of the volume weighted average price yesterday, and I feel inclined to do the same thing. But there was also a nice consolidation breakaway play in the afternoon that worked. So if we can do the same thing, I love Circle when it gets squeezed heavy with 30 seconds until 10 o'clock. You know what time it is. It's time to see what's happening now.
We have numbers, guys. In about 15 seconds, we're going to be getting University of Michigan consumer sentiment. 61.5 is the forecast for this July print versus 60.7 previous. 5-year inflation estimates, 3.9% forecast, 4% previous. 1-year inflation, 5% forecast, 5% previous. And we're going to get these numbers in now. We're just waiting for these to populate for me. Michigan consumer sentiment slightly higher than expected, 61.8. Versus 61.5 expected at 5-year inflation expectations lower than the previous print here, 3.6% versus 4% previous. Then we'll get the 1-year inflation expectations, 4.4% versus 5% previous. So a lot of these here lower than the previous print. Nasdaq kind of chopping around here, though, on this number. Not too much of a reaction that I can see right now off of these prints. Again, I'm going to read these out again because I did have a bit of an issue getting them populated to me. 3.6% versus 3.9% expected here for 5-year inflation. Then for the 1-year inflation, again, I was seeing about 4.4% versus 5%. Expected. Then again, the University of Michigan sentiment actually a little bit higher than expected. So 61.8 versus 61.5. And just to clarify, all of these numbers are generally what we would want. We're seeing sentiment a little bit higher, people expecting inflation to be a little bit lower. So these numbers are technically, I would say, pretty positive for the market. Netflix poised to break down here below that $12,008 level, or sorry, $1,208 level. Lots of weakness here in NFLX after its earnings, despite a fairly positive report. Then we have CRCL, this one breaking out, trying to knock on the door of $250. Of course, crypto and watch here after the stablecoin-related Genius Act was passed at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Donald Trump will hold a signing event and ceremony related to this bill, so I will, of course, cover that for you guys. And before we send you off to the guys, hello, Donald Trump, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the Nasdaq, SPY, or Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, and they give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account. And start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account, because in the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million, and they've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. So use that discount code, TTV, that is TTV, to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com. Start trading towards your next payout. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Dara. Yeah, no, that Circle coming into that 250, Neil. Thank you for pointing that one out. Wow, it goes right through $1 through 250. What? Oh my God!
I didn't get filled.
Wow, 250. Oh my goodness, this is squeezing like crazy as of right now. 252 halves instantly. $2.50. Did you not get that entry?
I got this. I'm stealing a term from you. I got inventory through 49 into 250 because you buy into it, but then I didn't actually get the breakout trade. So, yeah, I did not. Look, I didn't get the 250 breakout on Circle. I had the long going into it, and I'm attempted to add through 250. You know what? You know when you put the breakout in, and you're like, and then so you're in position already, and you put the breakout in, and then it goes up. You just throw an offer out there. Yeah. Right? I end up just taking it all out because I didn't actually add to it at 250. So I didn't even, that kind of, but this is the thing, Circle, and this is not the first time. You got to make the adjustment, right? I said this yesterday or maybe 2 days ago that sometimes on Circle, the spread is just a little bit bigger than you're anticipating. So when your stop orders, if you're trying to get a 250 breakout, maybe instead of usually if I want to cross to 22, like put my order through to 250, 22, maybe it crossed to like 40 or even like the $0.50 because it's still ultimately going to get the fill wherever it can. I just didn't cross aggressively enough on Circle. So it was a good breakout because if you added at 50, it was free money for another $2 there and you could be holding on to a piece, but unfortunately it might have missed it. And this is the best, I love this setup. Remember, it's the flush, 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 liquidity grab under the lows. If you can get VWAP, great, but then break it out as well. So that's the other way to be able to play some of this bullish market. Webull just keeps on trying. You had to go over to something that was going to move more, like Circle right away just goes absolutely ham.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
You take the breakout. I went for the dip buy here in Webull off what was resistance before. So I like resistance to support. I got out there, didn't get back in. Thankfully, Circle makes up for that. But I go dip buy into this prior resistance here on Bull, see if that one can contribute. But the problem is, as much as there goes Circle, the Nasdaq just took the low of the day, Obi. So we're getting some weakness really coming in here. AMD just broke the low. Unfortunately, Google, which had been relatively strong, that's now broken structure and broken down and headed towards 184. So a lot of that strength that we just saw starting to abate. It's all in the, look, it's in the crypto names and it's in the payment and it's in the fintech names. That's the only place of strength that I'm seeing. Unfortunately, the market just went red on the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I'm trying to get involved here in a bit of Hood as again, market curls and so does Hood a little bit breaking through the consolidation lows or trying to test those consolidation lows as of right now at, was it 112.20s, 112.18s, I think, are some of those lows still holding right now. I don't know why this is not really showing up here, so let me pull it up for you guys. Hood on the Nasdaq, so you can see right here. Took a couple of attempts earlier. VWAP's not that far away, 111.75s, but again, got to be wary, got to stay slightly nimble on this one. Again, high a day coming in at 113.40s, currently trading a little bit higher as well. Market tailwind, man, that thing is pulling in aggressively. ES is about to push into some of its lows as well, session or pre-market session lows. And oh boy, Circle's still going. Circle's in full-on squeeze mode right now, Neil. So oh boy, indeed. Absolutely crazy volatility, and I feel a little bit of FOMO right now, but I'm going to be patient as possible. Try to catch the backside, if anything.
It just went in my coffee. Oh, well, whatever.
The fly went in the coffee? Oh boy.
I'm not drinking anyway. Joe just goes, it's protein. Or yeah, I can just... I might still have some in the Yeti, so. Still warm. It's a Yeti. It's still warm, Randy. You seen Lucid yet? You seen Lucid, Randy? It's in the what? Huh? Huh? I know, okay, it's down 3%, but look where it bounced. Ayo, Lucid off of 280. Lucid starting to go. It did this move yesterday and got all the way to 330. If we're being more conservative, then put the lower high in at 315. And why not, Lucid? Hold $3, go to 315. That works for sure. Hamster says, have a bet with Joe. Loser eats the fly.
Yes.
But what would we bet on? We want all the same things to happen. Like if we make it on a stock, if it's a crypto stock, I'll want it to go up and he'll want it to go up. So what are we supposed to do there? Think of something, you know what, whoa, you know what? No, because we always do what we say and I don't want to eat a fly. So let's just. Come
on, what do you mean?
Try to eat no fly, man.
You know, was it in elementary school?
Oh, I don't like where this is going already.
There was this person that came. You know how they have those seminars at the gym and stuff or whatever. What were they called?
You had seminars?
Not seminars.
Assemblies?
Assemblies. Yeah, that's what they're called. Assemblies.
At OB's school, they had seminars. At everyone else's schools, you just had an assembly.
Assembly. That's what I meant. I knew there was some like sound in the word, and I was like, okay, assembly. Yes. So there was this woman that came, and she brought salted crickets.
Yeah, but crickets are a delicacy.
Yeah,
They're dope.
and those were amazing. I tasted it. I was like, yeah, those were good. She was like, anybody want to try some? I was like, all right, yes. 260s coming in here on Circle. Can we see 300 today, Neil? Absolutely. We were talking about some of the squeeze action potential, and yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see it, but it seems like within range. If we're going to continue to push and squeeze, and maybe some traps happening in and around here on the multi-day on Circle, it would seem like we saw the reclaim and the push of that 212 halves a couple days ago. This is some beautiful continuation happening right now.
This is a squeeze of epic proportions now.
Yes.
The consolidation break, the all-time, look, if 300 is that top, it's like 299 something, but 300 effectively is the top. Is it just every single break and take? And I think when you're playing Circle, forget about breaking the even dollars. I almost think you want, like, if you pick an even dollar level, I almost feel like you want to go long into it and then decide if you want to add on that break. So we're just getting some orders out on Bull here. As Bull's holding off the volume weighted average price. So we Bull, if I can get the dips, unfortunately, the early, that fly just didn't even care. The early long, only okay, but we're getting back into the high. If this can join the party, you're still getting a really good consolidative breakout here on Webull. This is why I also liked it today. There's just a lot of room for this to start flying higher. Unfortunately, the market, of course, is headed to the downside. I know this is sort of the thing. If I'm only pulling up fintech stocks, you're going to get the impression that the market is doing some pretty amazing things here today. It's not. Apple breaking low of the day as we speak. We showed Alphabet breaking low of the day, the Nasdaq breaking low of the day. It's not like we have crazy, flush action across the board, but there is a lot of weakness if you're not looking at the fintech names. That's why I've been trying to focus on those. Tesla has been distinctly different as it got to 330. Well, this might be an opportunity in Tesla. It's pulling back for the first time here in Tesla.
Yeah, the first time pullback on Tesla, but the market's been pulling back here, Neil, pretty aggressively, breaking some fresh lows. We got that crazy spike on those Michigan numbers, and then aggressive flush right back in to those lows. So kind of showing us some seller dominance here on the markets. 260s coming in now on a Circle. Oh boy, only about a couple hundred lots there. That's probably gonna get blasted through. Let's see how that comes in. Let's see, what are the highs? Did it actually print 60 yet? No, 259.80s is the high. There it is. 60 to 61, 62s on the ask right now, Neil. This is absolutely wild.
Oh, I didn't get that either.
Oof. Some of these dollar breaks. Oh boy.
What the hell is even there?
Oh boy.
I think you actually had to cross.
What is going on? Yeah, how much did you have to cross?
I think you had to cross like $1 to
you
get
probably had to cross $1 because I saw the 60 break, and instantly on the ask I saw 61.80s, I think, which was that's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy, this market.
Yeah, about me saying cross to the $0.50 and you'll get it. You won't. Circle is on a different level.
Is that what you crossed? You crossed $0.50?
I don't know, like 42. I didn't get it. I love the number 42, but the Circle.
Congratulations!
If you happen to have this, if you're short this, I mean, no one that's watching this show, I'm assuming, is going to be a short a name that's doing this. But if you're getting that itch to short Circle, all I will say is first, have a really, really, really good plan of action and know where your out is, and then understand if I'm telling you that getting those even dollar breaks with a reasonable price for the long isn't filling, then have an idea of if you try to put a stop order, what your slippage is going to look like. Like if you can't even get the long breaks through $260 at a reasonable price, what do you think is going to happen if you short and put a stop in? Yep. You're going to get slipped a ton. Factor that in if you happen to, for whatever reason, I can't imagine why you'd want to short it, but if you are, factor in a little bit more slippage here today. It's starting, now you're starting to pull back a little bit. If this does dip, I'm wondering where the reverse short is going to be. And I feel like I might be in the name that it is.
Yeah, I think you got to be a little.
My concern is I'm in the name that is not breaking the high. And if Circle does a nasty pullback, that usually signals to me that the weakest one, it doesn't really matter if you've gotten some wins on it or not. At the end of the day, Circle's going crazy, that pulls back, and Weeble's been along for the ride this long. I might reverse this one into a short. And as I say that, I'm just going to take out the long here. Circle clearly, like even a small breakout in Circle is better than anything that's going to happen on Weeble today, the way it's trading. And I might hunt this one down if I see a trend fail on Circle. I might pop into a short over in Weeble. Just to go back over to some other names that we haven't been paying attention to. Palantir, everybody. Maybe not today, but there's been something that you've seen in Palantir pretty much every single morning. Dip, rip, dip, double bottom, but it's still ripped. Dip, rip. Palantir seems to sell off every single morning and then go absolutely ham when it breaks the trend. So now that we've seen it dip down like it always does, you've got a series of lower highs. That's not a clean trend from the bottom. So I don't know how good the trend break is going to be, but I'm going to start hunting for a Palantir low with the market trending down the way that it is. And just as I get out of Weeble, I think it's the right call. Circle pumps even further. Like Circle was just down at 58. It just pumped back up through 260. So until I start seeing it make lower highs, I'm not hitting short in Weeble. And that's right. 132 Wolf, don't diddle in the middle. That's why I'm in and out. I want a clear signal if I'm going to try to short something in the fintech space. I love to trade Tesla long. I'm looking at VWAP right now for Tesla, which is 326. I don't want to jump into the trend, like the dip buy trend, way too early here. Like we're falling. The market is falling.
Yeah, the market is dumping.
So I don't want to be early on a dip buy with this happening. I feel like patience is going to be the name of the game. As usual, it's like they hit it and quit it if you can in anything that's dipping. But if you've got something in the fintech that's going, I don't know what Robinhood's doing anymore because I pulled
consolidating sideways.
I put Circle up in lieu of Robinhood because Circle was doing this.
So sellers are trying to push into this, and I'm seeing it. It's like, okay, getting pushed, but that buying that we saw off of the open definitely kind of dissipated as of right now. VWAP coming in at 111.60s, can't really get there just yet. I have my P Pro VWAP or the P8 VWAP right here at that 111.80s as of right now. So just about 20-30 pennies away from there. There's that pullback on Circle. Hello, reversion. Can we see a little bit of a break of that VWAP to really confirm and put a lot of the longs offside? I have no idea. That's what I'm looking for. But that dissipation of the bid, oh boy, if and when it comes in, it could come in hot. And there's VWAP right now coming in as we speak. So I'm going to start to kind of feel out the bid here, maybe cover a little bit of a portion of my position and really feel how the sellers are pushing into the bids as of right now. So 111.80. So we got that push into VWAP on Robinhood. Now let's see if VWAP continues to stay as a little bit of support area right now. Market taking a strong pullback. Circle, oh boy, what a beautiful reversion on that one as it kind of pulls back into where, I mean, not really at VWAP just yet. 247.44 is VWAP on.
It's like 3% away.
Yeah.
Like that stock is.
This is pretty wild, right? I mean, you gotta think that Circle aggressively short as well as it pushes back up into those. There's a lot of buying pressure, I would say, not just short-term squeezes, the swing shorts, the overnight shorts, multi-day shorts as well. So, and obviously people who are buying into it for the push, knowing that pressure might even exist there. So I like that. I like that a lot. We saw that break of that 250, the break of that 260. Some of those dollar breaks coming in real hot, and the demand really being shown on these here stocks. How come I only what's going on here? Did I have orders? Oh, I guess I had orders way lower from earlier. I'm like, whoa, all of a sudden more than 50-60% of my size is gone. And I'm like, wait, did I have covers? And it flushed so aggressively.
You just had a heavy.
I just had, okay, all right, that's fine. You know what, it is what it is.
Super heavy move down.
Where is the next trade?
Oh, wait, no, look at NVIDIA right now. I punched short in, I said I was going to punch short in Webull if it broke the trend, the Circle pulled back, but that's fine. fine. I grabbed that trade, but NVIDIA lost 173 and is absolutely flushing right now. You had a heavy candle on the Nasdaq, as well as this is clearly happening across the board. Why is that still NVIDIA? Across the board, we're going to find a little bit of support. Call it like 159.8 or 559.8 on the Qs. I'm not sure what that'll be on the actual Nasdaq futures, but that would be one area for support if we don't catch it right here, right now. Circle, heavy pullback over there as well. But what's interesting is that, remember I said how heavy things were getting? And we're pushing down? Tesla still well above VWAP. Tesla doesn't even want to get down there. It's holding right here at 328 on Tesla. So there might already be some buyers on Tesla for some relative strength. I believe we are going to Adara. It is 10:20. I guarantee you the small cap recap is going to be fire. I wonder what Open is doing.
There's so many small caps on here, there's no way to cover all of them, so I'll do quick honorable mentions as well. We have some movers here, of course, MEIP, which is not on here, UPXI, UPEXI, QMM, tons of movers, UAVS, TELO, I think it was TGEN. Anyway, a couple names that are not on here. Let's talk about what is this IWM breaking below the pre-market support and pre-market high, which is also, interestingly enough, resistance going back to this was Tuesday. So just take a look here. IWM looking pretty weak to start the day. One name that isn't is TIGR. It's actually not really a small cap, but a $1.8 billion market cap here for UP FinTech Holding. No news on this one, but this one is actually a Chinese FinTech related play. We know FinTech strong. We know China was really strong last night as well. So bit of confluence here for TIGR. Then we have IVZ, also not technically a small cap, but a nice mover that I wanted to mention, up about 10% here in today's highs. And on Wednesday, they actually got a price target increase here from Barclays. No news since then, but good look here for IVZ Investco. Then we have BTOG, last but not least, BitOrigin. This name came out yesterday. This is a day two earnings, or not earnings play, but a day two catalyst play. On Thursday morning, they announced they secured $500 million in equity and debt financing to launch a Dogecoin treasury strategy. Yet another treasury strategy name, this one a day two mover by the name of BTOG. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So when I saw everything flushing in there, I just saw double wicks there on Tesla. I know Black Whip in the chat is like, be careful on Tesla. I intend to be. For my style of trade, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. If I see it holding up, it's a nice little, I don't even know what you would call this pattern, but the breakout through the initial open range high, the first dip on the 3-minute held about 327.75, right? So when it did this little roundabout and I saw the market trying to bounce off lows, like I can get long in here. If I'm risking $1 on Tesla, when to the high, I've got 2.5, and then you can hold some through the break. That's good risk to reward. But I'm never letting it get all the way down to 326 on me and trying to lose $2.50, $3. That the R&R is not going to be any good. So it's a relatively tight stop on that trade. And then I'll wait to see if it gets into VWAP, and I'm willing to take another trade down there. You got to be able to manage your risk. That's one way to do it. All right, I'm going to draw my trend line so you can sort of see. Webull broke that trend, got short, covered some at VWAP, looking to reshort back into the volume-weighted average price on Webull, as Circle just came clean to the volume-weighted average price as well. So this is right back in to its original breakout. Well, suffice to say, if it loses the bid here, it could get nasty for the group, but you close this candle above, and why not go back off to the races? So, I mean, in theory, I suppose I want it to go down because I'm in the short in Webull. But I'd rather, it's more fun to go long on Circle than it is to be looking at the short. I'll tell you that much.
Getting a little bit involved once again here on the hood. I just got to throw in a stop here real quick.
What happened to Open?
what is that structure? What is that prior structure is the question that I usually end up asking. And let's see if that'll kind of come into fruition here. Market's taking quite a bit of a pullback. Oh boy, what a beautiful reversion on that circle, making that full circle right back into that VWAP. Opening range highs holding as of right now on circle. So let's see if that initial morning resistance now turns into support. Didn't really mean anything on the breakout in terms of resistance as it pushes aggressively right through. Yeah, that selling that came in was quite impressive there, Neil. So let's take a quick look at some of these other names that I was watching. Oh boy, Tesla may be taking a little bit of a pullback right now as well. That'll definitely bring it in because remember, that was the only Mag 7 that was ripping up to the upside quite aggressively, I might add. And then that starts to pull back as well. That's one of the only mags that had a bid. Oh boy, that can be a little bit of a confluence for the selling. Look at Softy. Oh boy, that 15-minute candle. These 15-minute candles on Softy have been absolutely aggressive. TQs to the downside as well. Amazon getting sold off. Couldn't really get past. So I guess we did break that prior day's range that we were looking at, and I was like, all right, we reclaimed that strong ping in the middle of the day. That pinged the lows, ripped back to the highs. Oh boy, 250 gave it up. These dollar breaks on Circle, man, I gotta get involved with some of them.
Yes, we do, for sure. But if you're looking for more of a swing trade, then Trade the Pool's swing trading programs get you access to up to $40K in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk, thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vincente, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders, already locked in 23,000 plus in profits. His top performer was NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in over or close to $7,000 in gains. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Whoa. Circle just lost a bid, and let's go to Adair for breaking news.
Oh my God.
It has nothing to do with Circle. Keep an eye here on NVDA, though. Apparently, a top Republican on the House China Committee has basically sent a letter to U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick rejecting, or I guess objecting to the resumption of NVIDIA's H20 China sales. So I guess we had kind of some indications that these members of the House China Committee were not a fan of these resumptions. Now, apparently, we've had the top Republican on this committee sending a letter to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying that they do not approve of the resumption of these China H20 chip sales from NVDA. NVIDIA breaking today's low and consolidating there for a bit. Back to you.
Yeah, so very quickly, I'll show you the execution out of Tesla right on stop like we were mentioning before. And I just, Circle really, just as we were going to Adara there, lost the bid. It was trying to bounce off VWAP. I had my finger on the trigger. If I saw the bid start to come in off 48, the literal opposite happened as it just continues. Now you're really flushing. This is a Christmas tree over here in Circle. You're back in the hood. I went back over and just bulls what I had up and punched into that. But Robinhood looking just as good. Something else that might be better. Coinbase starting to give it up as well, but that's right into the volume weighted average price. I don't want to chase the move down too far, but it looks like a huge reversal. You were strong all morning long in only one place, and it looks like that strength is starting to abate. And Circle led the way. Circle led the way up, and Circle's leading the way back into the downside. Complete flush action here in Circle. Ray Miller saying I should check in on NEO. Yeah, I know we've ignored the Chinese ADRs. 3% up. Shout out to anyone who's taking advantage of this bull run in NIO. Lucid was kind of stealing its thunder yesterday for obvious reasons, but it's NEO's day today, up 3 points. I know Alibaba's having a fantastic morning, but wow, what a flush there on Circle, Obi.
Yeah, oh boy, what a flush indeed, Neil. As, yeah, it comes in. Oh boy. Okay, so I gotta watch this. The action on Hood is absolutely crazy. 10, 15 penny wipes all the time, and yeah, pushing down with a little bit of the market, but holding that VWAP structure as well. So got to be a little wary of that one. I did kind of chase into the lows there a little aggressively, coming in at 111.60s, but bidding right back up into 112. So let's see if some of those sellers can step right back in and circle with a full circle back to almost a day lows, man. This is absolutely crazy. This kind of price action, I'm lost for words. I don't even know how to describe it or what to say, Neil, but
Parabolic?
it is absolutely beautiful. We had the parabolic push up. We have 100% reversion, almost, not just yet, but 100% reversion to the downside. Oh boy, indeed. I am definitely enjoying myself in this market. I hope you guys are as well.
Enjoy yourself.
Absolutely beautiful, man. I sometimes I just want to stare at the tape and just be, oh, I'm just taking executions, just taking pieces off. It's just, you're in flow sometimes, and it's just the best feeling. What's the next trade, guys? That's what I'm asking. Flush City is definitely what the market is doing right now.
You're catching a little bit. I mean, I know if we keep looking at Circle, it's not going to be always indicative of what the market is doing. You're catching a little bit of a bounce here. NVIDIA holding 172. That's not the level. 71, if memory serves. Yeah, 71. Maybe that's the place where I'm really looking to catch a little bit of a bid. Tesla was not very clean. It ended up breaking down, but we just held it to that's kind of random 326. And Tesla might be moving off an indicator that I'm not paying attention to. It doesn't want VWAP in here. Let's just wait this one out. I think Tesla's still looking relatively strong for sure. But when we take an overall look at things, like Tesla's still looking relatively strong. It looks really good compared to everything else. As market catches the bid, I'm still going to like it. If you're looking under the hood of the Qs, I think you look at something like an Apple, which hasn't even broken the low of the day, despite all of this. I look over at something like an Alphabet, which is only now pulling into the prior highs. I said I'm waiting for Alphabet into that prior high. It's at 184 now, so like this would be the level. What's going on? Rob, it's got to be good.
Nothing, man. They're just hitting the bid. It's just like I don't know. I'm just getting lucky here. The sellers are in charge. We saw the dissipation of the bid coming in off of the open.
He says.
Yeah, dissipate. Like the bid dissipates. It's like it fades off.
It's a school word, Obi. It's the summer.
What do you mean? I don't even know what that means. So
dissipation.
Yeah.
See, meanwhile, I just say something like market be dropping everybody. No, just.
Yeah.
I don't actually talk like that.
We'd be flushing.
Sometimes I will.
Straight flush.
Straight flush.
Quadunk.
Quadunk.
Yeah, we have different
dissipation.
Terminology. I mean that's what I like. That's what I like to use because it's like I think it's the best way I find to describe the action. Because for example, when something is in strong momentum, you're like, okay, it's very clear. Buyers are in charge. I'm looking at the tape. They're just wiping the ask after level after level after level. The bids are chasing. Nobody's really getting pushed into the bid, and even if they are, the bid absorbs and it pulls right back up. So that is the aggressive strength of the bid when the momentum comes in. And then you watch the tape, you watch the chart, and then along the way, on the move, you're going to start to see a little bit of exchange of hands between those buyers and the sellers. You're going to see sellers start to step in distinctly differently. That's the important part. Distinctly different. That change happens in a very significant way. The rate of change at which buyers are pushing up into the ask, that starts to change. And then the rate of change at which sellers are pushing into the bid, that switches hands. It's absolutely beautiful. I could go on for ages, but when you start to see that, and then that kind of action on the tape confluenced with maybe key levels, maybe trend breaks, maybe this, that, and the other, you definitely have to add confluence to that kind of action. And when that happens, oh boy, you can finally get.
Well, I can tell you, I think it looks like it's happening now. I just punched out a bull because it seems as if we just caught a heavy bid. Palantir, Google at the lows for any of the bigger cap names. Circle just held 240 and jumped $3 here. So that's one reason to get out of bull, which is my eyeballs are on Palantir for this trend break. So I don't want to, I'm not taking my eyes off it. And Webull now trying to hold again. So it did revert back in. Now it's potentially breaking back out. This never really accelerated through the trend line, which does set it up for a top end. It's a crazy thing to be looking at a top break when Circle did what it did. And Circle's right back into 240. I don't know. I'm not going to take that breakout on Webull. It sets up really well, but I don't know if I'm going to take it. Palantir, a second ago, it was everything you were just talking about, where it looked like the buyers were starting to come in mass and we're going to break the trend line, and we're right back into the lows on PLTR. Maybe Google is faring a little bit better. Nope. Absolutely not. What is IBIT doing? Still on the way down for IBIT, ETH. Yeah, like you're still flushing down on pretty much everything. Like it's it's one of those days. Even, like Circle was just at 240. Whoops, that's Tesla. I want to go to Circle. Circle was just at 240 and blasting higher. Now it's continuing to give it up. Looks like the selling is not done just yet. I was looking for that turn just now on Palantir, but if it's not there, it's not there. You know, if it's not, it's trying to come right back in. I'm still going to hunt for this one. Palantir every single day this week has dipped in the opening and then managed to catch a bid and go flying. So, you know, if you're poised, I'm not in anything right now. That's perfect hunting for the Palantir bottom, which typically is gorgeous. Sometimes it's right away. You know, sometimes you have to wait a little bit. I mean, it double bottomed. It wasn't until 11:40 when this double bottomed on Wednesday. Did it right off the open on Tuesday. But whenever it catches a bid, you usually see a return to the high of the day on Palantir.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at where the next trade potentially might be. Not in any positions right now. Make sure you throw it up in the chat. What are you guys trading? I want to know what is moving. And that's a beautiful part about being a part of a community. I only have 2 eyes. Neil only has 2 eyes. We can only see so much, even though we have a few screens here. I got about 16 charts right in front of me right here that I'm watching. That again,
that's more charts than I have.
I'm looking at everything that I think is in play, and maybe some other stocks as well. CoreWeave, dude. Oh my God, CoreWeave.
Tanking, probably.
Did you see? Yeah. Look, no, not just tanking is. Tanking is maybe not the best statement here. This is quadunking, Neil, to the downside. Absolutely straight off of the open, straight down. Oh boy. Oh my God. Oh my God. So yeah, definitely missed out on that one. Triple M, or 3M, as Neil likes to call it, or probably everyone else. Straight flush to the downside. Didn't really give me what I was looking for. I was looking for a little bit of a push back into those prior all-time highs. We got that 165 test in the pre-market, but gave it all back right there. You can see reference lows of that earnings slice right through. Sure, one could argue maybe your risk is all the way at 164s if you're taking this breakdown right here, but a 5-point risk, maybe a 1-to-1, but maybe that 1-to-1 being extremely high probability, you might not even risk all the way up here. You might be like, all right, if it gets back through 160, that prior hole or that prior day's closing price as well, which is a decent confluence. Hey, yo. On 3M, when it pushes back down, you might have an opportunity there. That was absolutely beautiful. We'll be right back with checking some of these in-play.
Absolutely. One place where you can find in-play stocks and check them out with screeners, scanners, everything in between is eSignal, and you can do it with the first month free. Fast and reliable data, highly customizable platform, highly intuitive, the ability to trade through multiple brokers. You can automate your trades, which sometimes we feel would be a great thing, especially while you're doing the show with the API access as well. Check out eSignal free. The other thing that you have to consider about this is every trader is going to be different. And if you're trying to find your groove, you do need to try and experiment. It's an entitlement-based platform, so you can add what you want. You can take off things that you don't need. Maybe you're not looking at a certain market. You don't have to pay for that either, but you don't have to pay for anything for the first month. Scan the QR code, try out eSignal. It's a fantastic platform. I've used it for quite some time. Sean uses it. Everyone here has used eSignal at some point, and we love it. Palantir finally broke the trend.
Did it?
Well, okay, so.
Oh, today's the day we.
I don't want to jinx it because now it cannot get to. I'm literally offering in the 90s. which usually means that you should like Paul Coffey that thing. Oh, that just worked. I pulled an offer at 92 and then went to go put it in at 88, and then it was at 92 and ended up punching 91. So right into first resistance. Let's see if we can continue into VWAP. I actually tried to get more and didn't down here. I'm going to leave the order in and see if we can get it. But when the market's trending down, sometimes the only long is going to be to mean revert it. Like wait for it to set up some kind of a low. I know that's what you like. What I don't like about this, though, here's what I don't like. The Nasdaq just pushed back up. Yeah, let's just say if this candle closes underneath the bottom, it's going to look really, really bearish. If we make a fresh low on this candle and close underneath on the Nasdaq, that is quite the bearish look because we had a good retracement. To lose it there, continuation could be a little bit nasty. You've got room till 231.5 on the NQ. So you drop that much further, I would seriously doubt whether Palantir could hold on to the low in that situation. But as long as we hold the lows, I think we get to the volume weighted average price. That's where I play all reversions to. Right, Obi?
Yeah.
Why? Because that's the idea behind VWAP.
I mean, yeah. Sometimes. So what I'm
Not
realizing.
all of them, though. But
no,
some,
of course.
It's not that simple. But I'm simplifying it.
100%. So is this? Where's Hood at? Where are my charts?
The Hood? I mean, it depends on which Hood you want to talk about.
Yeah,
we talking in Toronto? We talking, out east a little bit further?
Opalaka?
The same.
All right. So yeah, let's see if this Hood can bring us into some lower levels. That's what I'm looking for here. There we go. Hello. Coming in right now on Hood is a little bit of that 110. Now the question becomes, Neil, opening price is 109.75. If we're really going to break
broke the low of the day, by the way.
No, I see that. I see that. And I am kind of kicking myself for not having that reversion. Probably one of the top reversions on the day. But it didn't really give us a strong, wipe up. All it gave was a bit of a trend break. But regardless, I should have at least a stab at that. Obviously not a plus size for that reversion, but still definitely I got to stay involved. But yeah, different nuances for different reversions. Some reversions I like only taking to VWAP. Some reversions I am so convicted, I'm like, this is going to go through day low or opening price. And if it starts to fulfill certain criteria along the way on the reversion, the probability of the extension of the reversion or reverting that extension to a certain percentage point increases. I like to look at 33%, 50%, 60%, and 100%. And again, shout out to Mr. John J. Murphy for providing us with that beautiful book, the Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. And he has a little section in there with reversions and different things you can look for in terms of just natural price action reversions as well. I think there's one more author, and I know Joe in the back. He's always talking about him, and I love his stuff as well. I haven't really read through his books; they're literally textbooks. But I've read through summaries and a lot of his video material. I'm trying to remember. He's one of the, I would say he's one of the, like the godfathers of price action. I'm trying to remember. I'll get right back to you guys. I think we got to pass it to Dara. I'm going to figure out who that author is.
Also worth noting, we have some really odd commentary coming from the Deputy Treasury Secretary Falconer on these crypto bills, and they're not necessarily super glowing about crypto here. Falconer saying that the crypto rules further cement the dollar as the standard. So really, I guess this Deputy Treasury Secretary anyway viewing the crypto bills, I guess, is better for the dollar than anything else. They're trying to cement the dollar. He also said that the private sector must educate the public on stablecoins. So not seemingly a huge fan here of these stablecoin regulations, saying that the public needs to be educated by the private sector. Here is this heat map. Utilities really strong today. CEG up almost 6%. We've got SO and NEE on watch here as well to the upside. Consumer durables here, TSLA trying to lead the way in an otherwise pretty flat sector. Energy minerals a bit mixed here. Even CVX, which had gapped up on news that its Hess acquisition could go through. It's basically flat in the day now. XOM down about 1%. Finance pretty mixed. AXP down 4% on earnings, but Schwab up about 3% also on earnings. Electronic technology and technology services both pretty mixed here, but NFLX on watch down 5% after not a bad earnings report. They did have some operating margin guidance weakness, but they have generally said that their operating margin in the second half of the year is going to be a bit weaker. Either way, the market seemingly not reacting positively to this report. I also want to highlight Dell, up 5%. Not quite sure why, guys. Back to you.
A good stock.
Thank you very much.
That could be the reason that Dell's up. You know what? We'll look at that. There's a lot of bigger cap tech names that we haven't really been looking at in here. And apologies for that. But as always, you're looking at what the market is giving you. Ooh, that's a bit on Circle. That's a bit on Circle. I'm eyeballing Palantir here into the volume weighted average price. I'm sitting at 59? Yeah, and it's holding 50s. That is a distinction without a difference. Refresher at the 153 half level just broke. Yeah, they just refreshed it again. So let's see if I can. Yeah, there we go. If it was going to break through the 50, I was going to give it a chance to see what it does. But like 3 times in a row, and then a 4th time, it just tried to wash that level. So the reversion on Palantir, right into the volume weighted average price. Once this established the downward trend, let me just do a 15-minute chart so I can show you the double bottom, dip that holds a low. Sometimes it's small, dip, gone. This is the only day would have been Monday this week where it was just straight shot to the upside. So Palantir, it's usually really good for a dip. The weakness in today's market feels a little bit different. Certainly, everyone has their own style. You could want to hold this all the way up into the top. I feel like when Palantir does something silly and it's going to go even further, you can't tell me that you can't join the trend in Palantir when it's going to the upside. This is a 3-minute chart. There's plenty of places you can join an uptrend in Palantir. Even the day before on Wednesday, you would have plenty of places where you could join the uptrend. So I'm not averse to getting in again if we can find something a little bit better. But it feels as if this market is catching a bid. It is worth noting that the thing leading this party in terms of the most volatility today being Circle, now you've got yourself a bit of a double bottom, little wick bottom here. Maybe this is a reversion back into the volume weighted average price as well. Does look like it. Ooh, well, that broke trend a while ago, Neil, as I speak to myself.
Would you like to see some of those?
236 is where, what is the anchored?
So I've got a few anchored VWAPs here. So it's usually splayed out, again, off of different events. And if something is hot, I'm going to be taking anchors off of certain breakouts that I think are significant, certain dips that I think are significant. Funny enough, look, this aggressive dip that was bought up on Tuesday doesn't come in on Wednesday, but that dip on Thursday does hold it quite well and gives us that strong confluence of, yeah, buyers may continue to be in charge on this stock, even with this strong shake and bake that we got. Yes, it was an aggressive extension. That's why I don't feel that good being like I should have definitely had this reversion, 100% part of my playbook, at the very least as a C trade, at the very least as a C trade, just taking a little bit of the break of that trend. And then obviously on the way down, there were factors of confluence, the back through 260, the back through 250, that were trades within themselves, scalp trades, which again, if you have the reversion, that C can turn into a BB plus for just the reversion back down. Regardless of whatever that is, you can see pulling back into prior days, that breakout. So the breakout that we had of that 215 halves, remember that one, Neil?
Yep.
So that anchored, I did anchor to that price because for me, that is an event. So that came in today at 234.79. Today's day low, Neil, is sitting at 232.51. So just about couple of points in and around that area, currently holding some of those levels as of right now, still holding that opening range high and prior day's lows as well. So yeah, that's what I got looking at here on Circle, Neil. So those are the anchors on Circle. But yeah, let us know what you guys are trading. I'm curious to know what is happening here. Okay, so Hood is kind of curling back up a little bit. I got to keep an eye on this one. I did get a short once again a little bit for a push lower, but if it's not going to have me, that's fine as well. Market just taking a little bit of a bounce, but pulling back now as well. The ES looking distinctly different, a little bit weaker, Neil, than the rest of, I guess, the Nasdaq. So, because it's pushing near its day lows as well. So that's what I got on watch. Throw it in the chat. What are you guys watching, man? I'm curious. OKTA, people are talking about OKTA to the moon. Let's see. I mean, you know that one's been moving around. Don't tell me.
I have not heard in a long time.
A long time. Nice. IONQ is just going to chop sideways. That's a range trade today. I kind of figured once I got it back up into VWAP and it started selling off aggressively. I'm like, all right, this might do an AMD thing from yesterday. But yeah, Neil, what do you got going on?
I'm back into bull. Sorry, I just heard Netflix from Adara and went to pull it up and pulled up Blue Ocean. So I'll get to that in a quick little second. No, Webull, it just did it again. So I was in bull. I was essentially just trading bull off of Circle, like every single turn. Like Circle gets weak, trade the trend line break, but then we just broke back out resistance on Webull. I'm watching every time I see Circle flip, I'm kind of going the other direction. If I see Circle make another top, then I'll probably short the high of the day. Well, this is relatively strong over there in Webull. Now we can get to, it's weird that Netflix, the biggest earning name, well, I mean, I would say the biggest earnings names of the week. Maybe not everyone would agree with me, and that's fine if you don't. Very, very disappointing. The concern was going to be that it was already too high, such a great run. One of the negative things about it in here, because it was an overall good report, would have been overall watch times, that under pressure because YouTube has been blowing everyone out of the water. It's lost the 50-period moving average pretty nastily here and now down 5%. So the concerns we had overnight end up being more of an open thing. The move wasn't even huge overnight. It's really just trending down. Yeah, unfortunately, Netflix taking a little bit of a dive here. Let's go up to Adara and see how the US dollar and other currencies are doing.
Before we get to the US dollar, I want to mention OKTA. I looked into this, no news. Lots of it. Participants in social media, though, are very excited about this ticker. They're saying that there's, I guess, a technical gap level that it could be coming into. We also had a catalyst, I think, a couple days ago now, Okta and Palo Alto Networks expanding their partnership with new AI-driven integration. So interesting look there. Again, not a brand new day one catalyst, though. In the cybersecurity space, funnily enough, though, tomorrow will mark the 1-year anniversary of the great CrowdStrike outage. And if you're looking for an infographic reliving that time, you can check that out on X at TTV Research very shortly. It will be a series, and it will be posted before the end of this day. But before we get over, actually, no, we are going to get over now to the US dollar. What am I saying? I've mentioned here that this was a pretty critical time, make it or break it for the US dollar. Will it break its downtrend or will it continue to trend lower? Well, we're rejecting 99, so it looks like we are currently positioned to potentially continue this downtrend. It is worth noting we've broken out of it a little bit here. We're gonna have to wait and see, but again, I think that 99 level really proving to be an over-under. Now, I did mention earlier we had comments coming from Deputy Treasury Secretary Falconer. Falconer also made some more comments about the Fed, saying that the Treasury wants Trump to consider a broad range of candidates for the next Fed chair pick. And Falconer also said that one should question why the interest rates are so high. Another interesting little tidbit here, apparently Associated Press reporting that these renovations that we know the Trump administration has an issue with the Fed, apparently some of the more expensive aspects of the renovations were actually being requested by Trump's picks for the board. So pretty interesting look there. We know the administration has said that Powell is apparently leading these renovations, but I guess some of the requests that were deemed as more lavish, according to Associated Press, being made by different appointees. Let's take a look here. This is going forward for September. We've been waffling around this 60% rate. It's worth noting yesterday around 54%, now back to almost 60% of participants expecting that we're going to get a cut coming through in September. July, we still have about 95% of participants here that are going to be expecting no change. Now, I think for July, given the sheer amount of participants that aren't expecting a cut and how long that's been the case for, we're probably going to have to get like an 80% or higher number, or sorry, 80% or lower, expecting this hold for things to really change. But right now, it seems like that hold in July is almost a lock, though, of course, anything can change. Back to you.
Yeah, certainly. Although, I kind of feel like the rates are not going to go the way the president wants in the short term. Unfortunately, that just seems like how it is. I'm not really, I'm not in anything. I know a lot of people were looking at Palantir for some continuation. I'm going to point two things out. One, you've now got something which is even more interesting on Palantir. I got all the way to the volume-weighted average price. If you can come to my chart, thank you very much. You got all the way to the volume-weighted average price, but now if you look at the high at the open on Palantir, it's got another trend line to break out, which is great because if Palantir is going to go, I'm looking for another entry to get back in. And someone, it was a really good point that I liked, and I'm going to get to MEIP in a second, but Thomas said this one like this. I agree with you 90% of the time, voice of reason you are, especially agree when we both know a setup is prime, but we both miss the entry. I always say this, you got to be willing to miss it to make it. I see I don't know which stock you're talking about, Neil, you're way too late. There's a trader that I talk to a lot. He was like, when Sean and I had our own floor, he was one of the first successful traders we have, and we still go back, we still trades, and we still go back and forth tossing ideas around. I love to communicate with there's a former trader on the floor that had their best day ever a couple of days ago. I want to shout out. I usually call him the Blue Ocean Trader. Yes. He made the top 10 in the entire company. Oh, yeah. Used to be on this floor, now has his own floor. And I'm always talking to these guys.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
And he said this as well, the whole be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. And so every time, I'm going to use Palantir as an example, for every single time that you snipe or something, there's going to be a bunch of situations where, let's look at Alphabet, where you might stare it down and you just miss it. You just don't get it because you're being very particular about your entry. So if you want to have like sniper entries, I could use Circle as an example of the missed opportunities in Circle today outside of like one little break that I had. If you're looking for those really precise entries with the tight stops, like good risk to reward, where it works right away or it just doesn't and you don't take a big hit, you're going to miss some if that's your trading style. If you're the overly aggressive, giving things more room, averaging in, that type of thing, then you're going to be in all the best plays that you want because you're a little more aggressive. So you have to find a style that suits you. Only about 5 minutes to go in here, everybody. And
yes, sir.
I mean, oh my, Circle is just holding the bottom end of this range. I still feel like we're pretty weak and we're probably headed lower. The quantum names, because I haven't talked about them almost at all. Oops, I keep on hitting enter before getting down to the Nasdaq on these stocks. Rigetti, never really set up for anything, but I guess if you wanted to be short, it's still falling. Not much going on. So the market looks relatively weak as far as I'm concerned, Obi. But with only 5 minutes to go, we got to see what we're eating up in here.
Yes.
All right, so yesterday on the salad, we got fish, which was delicious. However, everyone else got that glazed chicken, which thank you for sharing a piece. That was delicious as well. Today, miso salmon.
Okay.
Wok tossed noodles.
Nice.
But the vegetable is broccoli.
Just what kind of broccoli?
It doesn't matter what kind of it doesn't matter what kind of broccoli.
Okay.
Broccoli is evil. Broccoli.
Have you ever tried cheese and broccoli? Like when we were young, I remember my cousin would when she was taking care of us. There's a snack that she used to give my siblings and I. It was like broccoli with just like cheddar cheese on top, and you just melt the cheese onto the broccoli and just eat the broccoli. All right, Joe's got something to say.
All right, so the fact that Neil doesn't eat broccoli, that's how I know I could beat you in a race.
Oh, really now?
These guys, these guys want all the smoke, Neil. These guys want all the smoke.
Fabian, Ramin, Andre, somebody clip that moment right there. Clip that moment right there.
You're gonna get sauced.
I'm 45 years old.
Oh boy.
I had surgery to repair a ruptured Achilles tendon just 1 year ago, and I still can't even sprint. But the moment that I can actually sprint without a bunch of pain in my foot, you're going down.
He's done.
All right? No, I don't care how young and fit you think you are. Track speed is different speed, and I still have some. All right, bro? I'm old, but I'm not
He's a
that
track
old.
star.
Get it, Neil.
I'm old, but I ain't that old.
Oh,
Watch out now. No.
oh boy. See, I wouldn't want to race. I would not want to race Neil. But yeah, no. Joe,
You're a hockey. He's a hockey player too. Like
Yeah.
hockey players aren't known for their sprint speed.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
actually, no. This
He
is
might beat you on the ice.
Joe, this is
but-
actually a fact. A lot of hockey players would be much faster, but because of the nature of how you skate, you end up with really bad sprint technique.
Yeah.
And I actually had this conversation with PK one time back in the day.
Yeah.
You could be like, you're really fit because I think he was training at a track one time with like some football guys. And you have to learn because it's very inefficient if you try to transfer that choppy side-to-side style to
Right.
being straightforward and putting the pressure into the ground where you need to.
Yeah.
Sprint technique is everything.
Yeah.
Like I tell you,
It's all about execution, is what you're trying to tell.
Of course, it's all about
Thank
execution.
you. It's
I'm
all
just
about
saying.
execution. I can relate to that. Yeah.
Chris L. Yes. Okay.
Oh.
Anyway, just to be, I'll just.
Yeah, go for it.
Chris L. Yeah. PK Subban. So my mom and my aunt, who's my godmother, when they came to Canada from the West Indies, their first job, they were working at a bank, and PK's mom was working with them, and they all became friends because they're all from the West Indies. So I've known PK since he was a baby. I used to babysit him back in the day. But I'll tell you, like, he was really young. Like, his older siblings, like, he has two younger brothers that played hockey. His older sisters were closer to my age, and I know them better as friends. PK's dad has been great to me over the years. Like, our families are very close. So, great family. The crazy thing about it is everything that people talk about in terms of, Carl training all of his kids to be just dominant hockey players. It's all really true. The work ethic, the discipline, that's what you got to do at the end of the day. And I learned a lot from them. I remember, to give you an idea of how cool his dad is, so his dad was a principal at a school, and I wasn't much of a basketball player in junior high, but I had a lot of athletic ability, and I was trying out for the team in grade 9. And so I was talking to him, and I was like, yeah, I couldn't even dribble properly, but I wanted to make the team. And then the first thing he does, we went to his school, and he opened up the gym in the middle of the evening and just put me through drills. Because I told him I was trying out for the basketball team. And he was just drilling me. Because I was a terrible player, and he helped me make the team.
You do well, yeah.
Great, fantastic dude. The Subbans are great people. Also very philanthropic, all that kind of good stuff. Anyways, I could go on with that. But let's finish because you got a good short on Robinhood, and then we have to eat some broccoli.
Yeah, it's working. The author. You guys were asking, the author that I was talking about, one of the godfathers of I guess price action, Al Brooks. You guys should definitely check him out there. Honestly, solid dude, and a lot of insight in just price action mechanics and stuff like that. Check out his stuff, Al Brooks. I think it's a really good perspective into price action trading, and I think that price action is definitely king. Everything else might be a little bit of fugazi. Price action is a thing that I can price action and the tape and the price action is something that I always lean on, and I've learned that some people that I look up to as well definitely feel similarly, and I've definitely learned from those players as well. So yeah, here's a little bit of selling coming in. Speaking of price action, here we go. Why don't I still have my initial Robinhood entry? I have no idea, Neil. I got to do a little bit better than this one. Oh boy, she coming down. All right, 109.75s is the opening price, Neil, on Hood. We're at 110s.
Yes, we can.
Only a quarter away.
Yes, we can.
Can we put some people offside? And by people, I mean participants and players, because don't forget, this is a PvP game. I don't know. We'll see.
It is 11, everybody. No, we're not
going to 12?
Sharif, we're not going to 12. But we will be back at 2 o'clock. Thanks, Obi. Thanks, everybody. It's been a fun one. I want to shout out to Super Chat. Thank you very much, TD Baker. I don't know any breathing exercises. That's one thing that I can't. I'd tell you some if I knew some, but I don't know any. But I'm sure you're going to get lots of knowledge from the professor, Sharif himself, and the man who has bit off more than he can chew, Joey Options. Go get him.
See you guys.
It's Friday again. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. And your boy Joey Options is in a world of hurt. Because look, I'm just going to say it, Joey. I'm just going to come out and say it. I asked him off camera. Joseph Wilson, are you fast? And he said no. So I don't know what's going to happen with the Neil race, but something's going to go down there.
I'm not that slow either, though, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
All right, okay. Let's do the roll call, man. Let's see who's here in the chat. Welcome to everybody. GTREA, we got all things Trump. May Reyes, Skip say dangerous. He's so dangerous. Get him, Joe. We got Brown Lightning. We got Yorkie, Slice Bread, Alvin, Raven. We got all the things. I'll go Dinkelberg. We got Mike P. DeRider, Jesse Ramirez, and Ben. Sedata, Sentinjinder, Jaguar, John, Other Zinc. Who else? We got the North, West, Sasquatch, Sharif's left bicep. That is my left bicep right there. I made sure to flex the left one. We got M, Mary, S, Lyman, Jamie, Killer, Polo, Marcus, Steven, Johnson, and Eon Futures. Who else? We got Adrian, we got Omar, we got Tisha, Perkins, Conrad Clark. Who else we got, man? Kirk D, Brother Howard. Do you know Brother Love? I keep asking you that, but you must know Brother Love, right? Like, who else? 420 Bud Monster, TD Baker, Bob Curran, Rafael Hernandez, GT Talk, 5150, The Bird, Bilbo back. I'm not finishing that last part there, Bilbo, but that's a good one there. You almost caught me. Randy Savage, and one more here, guys. Chet GPT. We already have news with Adara at the big desk. Go ahead, Adara.
I guess it's kind of more of an interesting update, but I think it's worth noting nonetheless. So JP Morgan, according to Bloomberg, is now expanding their research coverage into private companies. That's pretty interesting. We're usually used to these research firms only covering public stocks. Now JP Morgan will be covering private companies. I even read a note to that effect on OpenAI this morning. I was a little bit curious. Well, it looks like they're going to continue to do this. I think that's certainly pretty interesting. So now, unlike these traditional equity research firms that really only focus on public firms, they're not going to include ratings, price target, or estimates, but they're just going to provide investor clients with some data, information, and tracking. So again, pretty interesting timing as well, as we're maybe going to get some tokenized stocks. JP Morgan now covering private companies as well as public companies with its research. Back to you.
Show the screen, baby. WGRX is on.
Hey,
things happened there. Hey. Assassino's screwing with us, bro. I'm telling you, Assassino's been killing it lately. Okay. Ram, was that you?
Yeah, obviously.
She's so sinister, bro. She doesn't have a non-sinister bone in her body.
I'm still waiting.
Look at her, bro.
I'm still waiting for my Reese's Pieces.
She oozes meanness. Shout out to Ram. She oozes meanness, Neil. All right, guys, WGRX just hit another touch at the 150. This is likely going to break out. There's been multiple touches into the 150 earlier. It really started going here when CYCC's halted. Here's the 50 seller. He's still. There we go. I'm going to keep my eye. Okay, so let's just keep my eye on this one. We're looking at the 5-second here. Look at this, Joseph, dipping back down into 45s. Look for the break of 39. There are higher lows here. I'm getting long. Let's give this. Oh wow. I screwed up there again.
Oh no.
Yeah, man, the keys. I'm telling you, I need these hotkeys, Joey. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I'm looking into, I'm punching in here. I'm going to average into that 137 level. There has been a buyer at 37s and then 38s. Let's see if he steps up. I'm going to wait in the low 40s to try to catch a possible dip back down, but knowing full well that I want to wet the beak, and there it is, Joseph, to the high side again. Let's keep an eye on this one. WGRX is on the warpath to the high side. Let's set up something at 59 and then into the 60s as well. I'm still interested in adding into that dip into 42. I'm looking for higher lows. So the area prior to that 46 buyer. So maybe I should be picking up a little bit higher here. I'm going to put 48s. Let's see if we can get something in and around 48. So we got 49s right now, but there is a buyer here, and you can see the higher lows and the higher highs here on the chart. Here we go again into 56. 58 is the high day, and there it goes again. 62, the high day. Keep your eye on this one. We got going here, baby.
Man. Oh, wow.
Good move into the
wow.
high. WGRX, Joey.
Wow.
Taking out highs. Where we go.
Yeah, that was a nice move there, man. High of the day break. All right,
Can you get mucho higher?
Screen, please.
Yes.
Gracias, mi amigo.
We
All
going,
right,
baby.
there
We
it is.
going.
Here
We
it is.
going.
All right, APLD. That's what we were trading here on the day. Applied Digital. We were long here at VWAP. I stepped away from my desk and I'm like, oh, I come back and there's like a rip, so a nice consolidation right at these pre-market highs. We double up our position and then pop, 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 right there, Papa Powell, all the way to the top. And then now we're slowly grinding. It was grinding. Okay, so that's a new failed low. But there it is, the APLD. That was my best trade of the morning. And then I took this piece of thing here, LCID, Lucid Motors. I get obviously out right at the lows. I was in at VWAP. Sharif's like, hey, Joe, there's some unusual options activity. And I look at it, 350, there's about 60,000 current contracts for today's expiration. And I'm like, all right, let's see if we can get into there. I believe that Lucid is going to go to around $3.50 or somewhere relatively close to that. So keep an eye out on that one. There goes that desk. So
That's the new one too,
yeah,
bro.
it's a new desk. See you later. We got to work on that one again. But APLD, that was the trade of the day. Adara, what do you got?
Here is this market. We have some comments coming through from Fed's Goolsby. Apparently saying that rates can go down a fair bit over the next year. That doesn't really, I guess, answer questions over when we're going to get the next cut, but noting that rates can, of course, go lower. He also said, though, he is a little bit wary about rates where they currently are, as the latest CPI data shows tariffs are pushing up goods inflation. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. But either way, it looks like Fed's Goolsby a little bit cautious here going forward. I want to mention as well, we did have a little bit more commentary on this House China panel, which is looking into NVIDIA, as you can see here, dropping lower, and its China sales. They are not pleased that the Commerce Department and Donald Trump are maybe going to allow NVIDIA to resume selling H20 chips to China. And the chair of this panel, by the name of Moulinar, is actually faulting Trump's move to ease NVIDIA chip sales, and he seeks a Commerce Department briefing by August 8th. So apparently, again, we have some members of this House China panel very displeased by the fact that NVIDIA could resume their sales, and they want to talk to the Commerce Department about it. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. I was looking to short NVIDIA yesterday, and I had a feeling I would have been a day earlier. I was a day early on that one, but I mean, it's just how it usually works, right? And I didn't want to go too aggressively on the shorts today. I had other long ideas. So I'm like, we'll get those moves when they come and when it's time. But here it is, NVDA, just a continuous downtrend to the, obviously to the downside. Thanks, Captain Obvious. 174.50 and then to a low of around 171.32. So that big time move that I was looking for yesterday, which I didn't get, happening today. So happening now. Yeah, so that's what I got going on. I got my eyes on Lucid as well, too, guys. We have a trend line here that if it snaps and then we sit on the back side of this, then possibly we can break up and then head into that 350 level. And I talked about the open interest at that specific strike. So, I mean, this thing is a grinder. There's no questioning that. And I'm not the best at sitting in these grinds, considering I did get bottom wicked right here at my stop. Boom, boom, boom. And then sure enough, it just climbs higher. And I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to get back into this name because I'm not the biggest fan of it there, Shrek. But I see the nice, nasty trade you got on WRX there.
Yeah, it's losing it, guys. Again, I really want to stress, I hate to sound like a broken record. I kind of don't, because I really want everybody to understand these are not the type of stocks that you're holding in for the entire day. It is not a Tesla. It's not a Netflix. It's not a Robinhood. They're very volatile, and they spend very little time in any one price area. So we got the breakout here of 50. Let me explain why I got in at 50. It was once. It was twice. It was OB. He is the one thrice. Before we got the big boy breakthrough, that $1.50. There's one. There's two. There's 3 wicks all into that 150. In fact, I lied. There's 4. This one's actually the one that actually took it out because this candle opened right at the same level. So there we go, 150. There was a clear seller. So I was on the lookout for that 150 seller to get removed off the level 2. As you know, I keep my eye on the 5-minute chart on the top screen. And once I saw that person got removed, I punched in. We got the high of the day there into 174. But look at this, a candle of indecision dropping back down. Now, finding support, mind you, at a very specific area, happens to be That area, the volume weighted average price that everybody looks at, $1.36. I don't know why this thing's all of a sudden slowed down now. The tape has really slowed down on this one. Very unusual. Anyway, finding support at VWAP. So if this one wants to get, its footing under and then start stair-stepping up and not be crazy wicky, we'll get back involved. But something tells me that's not going to happen. And the reason is because once they show their hand, and by they I'm talking about these stocks that end up being very wicky, they tend to stay that way. And this one's already shown its hand from the get-go, baby. From 940 onwards, this thing has been topping tail galore. How many topping tail candles can we count on this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in a row. Well, not in a row, but 4 in a row, and then 5 with this one over here. So anyway, WGRX, good one. We'll keep an eye out on it. The one that Tisha pointed out to me and the one that we know was moving before. Look at the price action, guys, from the 15th. That was, I think, Tuesday. This thing was an absolute rocket. CYCC, I think, I forget who was in the chat there, who made a substantial amount of money on CYCC that she gifted Joseph and I $50 on that one because she was printing up a storm, Joey, in any event. This one's back, and it's not above Tuesday's highs. Tuesday was the 15th, right? I don't want to be crazy over here and start saying random days. Tuesday, yes, it was the 15th. So we're still not above that $19 high that we put in there with 1666. Hit it. What were you going to hit?
I already hit it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 1666 being the high of the day. I don't even want to punch into this one, Tisha. I don't want to see those 666s on my screen. You know what I mean? I'm a little superstitious there, Tisha. No, but seriously, though, Tisha, it is holding, as we've talked about before, these halt levels, intraday halt levels on the Small Cap Gappers Act as intraday areas of both support and resistance. And this one did find support momentarily at 14.25, rocketed back up to 15.50. But as you can see here on CYCC, we are basically in no man's land. We haven't decided whether we're going to hold this area over here at 14.25, or we're going to rocket back up and take out the high of the days. Allow me just to put over here the ticker so that you guys can follow along. This current 5-minute candle just turned green. So we may have something here. And there goes the high of the day. It is going to halt 1689. Oh, fake halt parameter there, so be on the lookout for that. I don't know why my chair is deciding to descend on its own today, but it is descending. Let's load up CYCC on a trading screen so we can get an idea of what we're talking about here for the spread. And as I recall, this one was spready on Tuesday, and it is maintaining that same characteristic today. About a 30-penny spread at times, tightening up now to about 18 pennies. Keep your eye on this one. It's still in an indecision mode, I would say, but up 100%. Let's put it up on the 5-second screen over here, the 5-second chart, excuse me, so that we can get a gander of how this one looks on a very, very short time frame. So I'm seeing higher lows currently. It seems like there is a buyer around 15.75. That buyer has been showing up multiple times there, but the seller coming in at 16.25, and they just got taken out. They just got taken out. There we go. We could be pushing up here, 1689 high. Keep your eye out on this one. It's a 1680. It can take out 1689 and quicker than you can say
1689.
Anticlimactic. Climactic. I was going to hit Sizzler there, but we'll do that after. So I'm just watching this one, Joey. 1550 now. It's losing the bid now. So that 16.25, 1575 buyer is gone. Now we're putting in lower lows and lower highs, at least on a shorter term time frame. Yeah, I think this one definitely needs to start trending before I get back involved. It's awfully consolidative right now, Joey, so I'm going to stay clear of CYCC for a moment.
Yeah, Lucid. Wow, what a double bottom. And we even have touches here throughout yesterday's intraday session. So, yeah, that's a missed one. That's a missed opportunity again. So we were long at VWAP, just absorbs it, doesn't even break through the low. I was going to give it just, obviously, you don't want have your stop right there. You want it a little bit lower, but I'm like, it just looked like it was going to break to the downside, and now it's just climbing higher. So it's just like, that's a really missed opportunity, and I'm just kind of pouring salt in my wounds here watching it. So I'm going to probably switch that up. I don't know what ticker I want to have on my side chart here. I know RGTI was hot for the past couple of sessions. It's negative big time on the day, so I'll just switch that up just so I'm not getting that FOMO feel. Can I take a look at Meta? For sure. But someone in the chat asked me to take a look at MEIP, MEP Pharma. I don't know about a banger. Ash, I'm looking at it right now. This is most definitely, I'm just going to be honest with you. Obviously, you get this nice pop here. That's over 100%. 161 to be exact. But for me personally, I'm not going to be trading any of these pharma stocks, nor do I truly think it's a banger. So that's just me being frank. So no, I'm serious. Is this a banger to you though?
Way to shatter his dreams.
No, I'm not.
No, it's not.
No,
All I see is lower lows and lower highs.
Like, if you're,
what's the outer time frame though on that bad boy?
The zoom out there? It's a pharma, man. It's gonna look
pharma.
Oh man,
Sorry.
I got.
That's
there we go. Okay, so there it is, right?
No.
I mean. Sure, from 290 all the way up to there, that's a big time move from it. But from an intraday, unless you're positioned well, I wouldn't be necessarily looking at this. But I don't mean to kind of crush your dreams or obviously like that. But you got to be honest, exactly. So that's what I'm looking at. FCX, I know some people mentioned this one as well too, Freeport McMoran. It is looking pretty good. And at this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if it does breach this high of the day and head into some of these pre-market lows. So you can see 44.79 is that HOD. And then now you have some of these pre-market highs as well right there, guys. So keep an eye out on that stuff. It's just a complete battle here in the office with these fruit flies. Everybody's trying.
Yeah, man.
But it's all good.
They got the door open back there because the construction boys are bringing stuff in. We're bringing new equipment. So they left the door open for like a good half an hour. And then if you know the layout of the office, there's two doors, the front and the back. The back door has big garbage bins that belong to the building right beside it. And you can imagine all the flies. They have their meetings, shareholder meetings, annual general meetings, all there. And then, you know, when they're done holding the votes, Joseph, they come in here where it's nice and cool and where the food is. So
and they just relax.
Sorry for that, home. But yeah, that's it. It is a little
yeah, but Tesla's looking pretty good right here, guys. It's moving towards this high of the day. I want to look for maybe, I don't know if I should be shorting it considering it's relatively strong. So you have a beautiful opening drive here. You get that pullback, holds VWAP relatively well, and then you get that breach of that 5-minute orb. You take that, boom, 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 boom. You get that pullback, holds VWAP once again, and then now is on the move towards that HOD. So let's see what's going on with Tesla. The market is relatively weak here today as well, guys. The Q's heading lower on the session, but now starting to pull back a little bit. But one thing that I will note is look at the volume weighted average price. It's starting to smooth down along with the price. So anything north of that, maybe we'll look for a continuation in the trend there, Sri.
Above it, I'm trying to find a spot on my side chart here for TDTH because the OG Bovin, you know what he does? His business is calling out bangers. Shout out to the OG Bovin. TDTH, it's moving. It's into the high of the day, Bovin. $1.65. The volume's coming in fast and freaking furious. I think the last couple of 1-minute candles have about 1 million to 750,000 shares each right now. This is a dollar stock. Trident Digital Tech, $124 million market cap. That's all we really need to know. We need to know, obviously, the float and the short float, but I don't want to look at it right now. I'm going to continue to watch this. Bovin, what I want to see, brother, maybe a test of that $1.46, maybe high 40s, low 50s. The reason is there was definitely that selling, Bovin. I don't know if you see it at $1.45. There was rejection at 940, rejection at 1010, and then finally we take out that level at, well, just moments ago right now. So I want to see if we can get back in a test of $1.55. That's what I'm going to do, Bovin. I'm going to wait over here. I'm going to wait in the low 50s. I'm going to go 53s, knowing full well that that is not the level. I'll dollar cost average into $1.46. I don't mind that. We're going to give this one the old college try. Bovin wants to get in at 140. I agree with you on that, Bovin, but I would say that 145 is the better level. That's where all the buy orders were getting rejected because the seller there was just basically re-upping their sell orders into $1.45. We're not getting printed right now, sadly, despite the fact that it came down to 53, wicked into 53, and then it didn't print. So here's 55. Let's pack our patience. Let's see if we can get the print instead of chasing it. I can chase it here. I mean, I don't mind. If my thesis is there's going to be buying at 45, it makes little difference whether I get in at 55 or 53. Now it's kind of getting away from me over here. I'm punching in. We're doing it freaking live. I'll dollar cost average, as I said. Geez, these bugs, bro. Into that $1.46 area. So we got 58s on. So probably behooves me to throw in some orders over here and see if we can weasel in some profit. And there is 60 popping up momentarily. 59s now on the level 2. Let's just let this one simmer and cook. I've got more on my side chart, guys, that I want to talk about. There's lots. There's STEM. There's UPXI. There's EAF, SLDP. IVZ, sorry, Americans. So we'll see exactly what we can get with those. But for the moment, I'm just going to pack my patience on this one. Let's quickly go back here to CYCC. It's still, you know, Tisha, I don't know, man. It's still in a very consolidative state, hanging around that 15.5. It's not losing the halt level. Again, I want to remind everybody the halt level is an intraday area of support and resistance. The halt level is 14 1/3. It has generally been holding that halt level. Let's see if it continues to hold it. What's going on, Ob? Yeah, Ob is getting lit up over there. So we're going to let Ob do his thing. And I'm going to continue to watch TDATH. Joey, it's having trouble with 60.
Lucid, man. Wow, this
Robinhood
is
back
crazy.
through.
What a missed op there, guys. You got to take a second entry right there, man. Come on, Jose, man. Lucid, long train coming down the bend. Bob Dylan approved position. Trade, says brother Howard. Thank you very much for that one. Yeah, Lucid's looking pretty good here, brother. That's what we're looking at right now. So that downtrend has snapped from an intraday standpoint, and then now we're climbing higher. Would not be surprised if we end up around some of these highs on the session whatsoever. This is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50 minutes of straight topside movement here, guys, and this candle is getting stronger and stronger. The volume's starting to pick up. It's climbing. Oh my days, oh my God. All right, FOMO to the max here, guys, but that's all right. We got APLD, and now I'm just being patient, right? 2 trades on the session, looking for a move back towards something, maybe possibly Tesla failing to establish a new high of the day there, guys. So rejecting that 330 level once again and coming back down in towards the volume weighted average price. So we will be keeping an eye on this one. I think this ship has sailed. Gorev's long that. Gorev's long AMD as well. I haven't even looked at AMD this morning. APLD was my primary focus, and I'm surprised I didn't get stopped out on it, to be honest. So I just put my order out, and I'm like, all right, I'll be back. And then it was hovering around here. I'm like, all right, I got to go away for a second, put my stop just a little bit below the lows, and it came back, and I'm like, no. Then we get this nice consolidated breath, and then that's when we take it to the top side, pop, 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 and then all the way up there. Now, let's take a look at some of the top volume stocks. That's not what I wanted to do. Some of the top volume stocks here. Let's see. We'll pull up our scanner and see what we got cooking up. SPET leading the way this morning. We got to refresh this because I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. Come on. And there it is, Tesla, TSLL with 80.5 million shares, QuantumScape with 76.5, and then NVIDIA sitting in that show place with 72 million shares traded on the day. So some big time stuff. APLD was the #1 target for me, and I'm glad that we executed relatively well on it. Can always take more size, but that's okay. Rather have X amount of shares than have too many and be in the wrong trade. But $11 all the way up to $12.16, and that's roughly what we caught. So from $11.40 to a high of around $12, so that's 60 cents on that one. Nice little trade there, sure.
Sorry, just give me a second.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Well, actually, I'm not going to do that until later because I don't want it there. Amazon is on a mission. Let's take a look at Amazon. Amazon. It's on a mission. Let's see what it's up to. What kind of mission is it on? Is it on a downward one, a topward one? Okay, so starting to climb back towards the volume-weighted average price. There it is, a nice hammer candle at the lows, pop, 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 and then you're getting that move towards the high of the day. Let's see what happens. We can just draw a basic trend line to see, hey, are we going to snap this, break through this, and then maybe come and test this specific pre-market high, or are we going to curl over and move to the downside with the overall market? Jag, I seen that you said you're long TQs. TQs are nice, but the thing is, though, you can see that the primary trend is to the downside. We now have snapped this pre-market level and this previous pre-market low. Sorry, to right around 562. Obviously, TQ is slightly different, but now you have this consolidation, and you can see a lot of selling pressure within these candles. So we're not having the ability to break this 561, and then we're moving to the south side. Just look for the identification. Look to be able to identify certain trends, and if you counter them, just understand that you want them to snap. If not, then it may continue to the southeast.
All right, man. We're involved right now with TDTH. looking for that move above 60. I don't know, man. This one's having trouble with 60 all of a sudden. It is putting in lower highs. So there's 3 candles in a row on the 5 that are putting in lower highs. We got 56s on at the moment, and we can't seem to shake that seller at 59. Now, with the bad news there with the lower highs that I just finished telling you about, we also have higher lows, which is good, because that means we got a compression pattern on our hands. And there's 60 right now, about over 1,000 lots from what I can see. That just from what we can see. I get the print there at 60, but it has no continuation. None. And back down into 68 it goes. So be on the lookout here, back into 59, TDTH. Now, initially I got in at 58, but I did get the ad there at 52, so we got 56s on right now. Let's see if we can get 62 and 64 to print, so we have a bit more share size on this one. I'm going to wait at 66, and then, you know, I will never wait at 68. Obviously. So there we go. Now that 60 seller is back again, and there's more lottage this time, about 1,500 lots. Let's see if we can take out some of those lots. There we go. Now we're taking out all the levels. 64 got printed. The only one that hasn't been printed is 66 and then 69. So be on the lookout here. We're back near that high of day, and now the current candle has a higher high, Joey, and there is 66.
Wow.
Here we go again. Watch now, TDTH, higher lows, higher highs. Can we break through 69? Let me load up my blotter so that I can see what the sharage situation is. We're gonna wait. Gonna wait at 73s for the next little one. But I am on the lookout for bamboozlement. Let's be serious about it. It's not gonna just stair step up in the way that everybody would so desire for it to do. I mean, I would anyway. It's not gonna do that. They don't do that, these small cap gappers. They make you sweat. They make you bleed. They make you cry. They make you wanna, you know, quit trading sometimes. But no, I'm exaggerating for effect. But the point is, we've got higher lows and higher highs. We've de-risked a little bit of the position right now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. It's extended away from the 10 EMA. I'm still gonna keep this order right there on your screen. You can kind of see that green line with the green circle. That is a planned dollar cost average. The reason I have it there at 47s is because I perceived the breakout level to be 46, 45. So I'm looking to front run it a little bit. There we go. CYCC is back on the warpath. It is near $17 again. It just made a high a day, I think at 17.66. Be on the lookout for that one as well. What I'm gonna do now is I wanna move up my stop to current or to prior bar low. No, that's not gonna work out for me because I won't work out with my, yeah, actually I can't do that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give this one to break even, okay? And I'm gonna leave my order active there for that 46 defend. I don't know if that's a good idea. Maybe, should I dollar cost average into that? Thinking about it. So this one doesn't have continuity, sadly. 66, and then we got a topping tail candle, which is not what I want to see here. So I'm going to take off a little bit more for a 2-penny winner there at 66. So there we go. I'm going to give this, yeah, all right. So I've de-risked enough here. I've de-risked enough. Now I can allow it to DCA into my level, but this is not a good look. This is just not a good look on this current candle right now, man. It is a topping tail candle. It is red. If it makes a new low, it's going to be a bearish engulfing candle. And now we have a new candle that just opened up. Let's see if this candle holds, because that is an ugly topping tail candle that we just took prints on there. What do you guys say in the chat? Thank you, Bub, and great trade. It didn't get to my level, so I didn't get in, but happy your trade. Thank you, brother. I appreciate your kindness. Ilkin Javed. Brother, today you are explaining your trades exceptionally clear and beautiful. We appreciate you. Please always explain like today so newbies out here can also understand. God bless. God bless you, my man. Look, I always try to do my best. I know I'm using these words that, things are collapsing around here. I do realize that. And yes, in case you haven't noticed, behind us is all sorts of crazy because we are going through a renovation. Studio 8, we're calling it. But back to what I was calling it over, what I was saying over here. Thank you, Ilkin, for that. Just keeping my eye on this one because it is coming back down to my break-even point here, Joey. And I don't know which way this cookie crumbles at Dara.
Oh, we got crypto.
It's time to talk some crypto. Here is Bitcoin. This is, I guess we're going back here to the 5-minute chart. Let's go zoom in a little bit further here, that 30-minute to see what we did, because this has been a pretty crazy week. We did just tap that all-time high just above 123,000 as of Monday morning. Back yesterday, we actually tried to get back 121,000, but we were unable to achieve it. And it's interesting, this crypto week, this literally was called crypto week with these crypto bills that ended up getting passed. It has very much been unwatched, and it hasn't always been positive for Bitcoin. We know when you ran into a little bit of a snag initially with this vote a couple days ago, things did not go well, and we actually had a lot of these crypto names drop. That was on Tuesday. Now they have been passed. Trump will be signing the Genius Act at 2:30 p.m. as part of a signing ceremony. So if you're watching these crypto names, certainly be very wary of 2:30 p.m. Eastern. It's also worth noting here, we've had a good look for the meme coin market as well. Apparently, it's up almost 50% so far in July, according to Cryptopolitan. And the overall crypto market cap actually rose in the second half of 2025, of course, aided by a nice rebound in Q2 2025. I think also here to mention some specific meme coins, apparently trading volumes so far in July have been really strong, with Dogecoin posting a 15% gain and GigaChad posting a 14% gain. So lots of these meme coins have been certainly strong as of late. Last but not least, I want to mention this individual. His name is Michael Falkender, and he is the Deputy Treasury Secretary. So not Scott Bessent, but the Deputy Treasury Secretary. Why do I have his face up here? Well, I'll tell you. I mentioned earlier he had made some comments that were not necessarily glowing about the stablecoin bills being passed. He basically said that these crypto bills are, I guess, even more of a sign that the U.S. dollar is what we need to rely on. And he also said that he wants the private sector, he says they actually have to explain stablecoins to the public. So this individual, not necessarily super enthused, as far as we can tell right now, about these crypto bills. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair, guys. And here we got XRP. That put in a new high. I believe this is all-time highs on XRP, guys. So I know it's a fan favorite, and you can see the market cap is now roughly around 210 billion. But XRP, let's go. To be honest with you guys, I bought some on this massive spike right here, and then I just never DCA'd or bought anything more. So XRP doing some wonders for us right now. Well, I guess not really. Only 40 cents, but we'll take it. But there it is, XRP to $3.38. I want to pull up the market cap. I just had that here. I don't know where it is now, but that's all right. We'll figure that out later. But there is XRP. I know Adair just brought us Dogecoin as well, too. So we'll keep an eye out on that one to see what the market cap here is. 35.9 billion on Dogecoin. So yeah, looking pretty good. And obviously the king of himself, the big of crypto itself, that's Bitcoin, still hovering around this consolidation low. I'm going to get involved in this name. I really like this consolidation, Sharif. I'm still currently involved, but I'm going to buy some more contracts here, I think, just because I really like this consolidation. If we break anything lower, then I'm just going to slowly start to average into it and then boom, 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 because I did buy on this big breakout day, so that's probably where my last contract, or somewhere roughly around this neck of the woods, and then we'll look to get involved in that. So with that being said, let's take a look at some contracts here, guys. The contract, I got to come up with a name for that segment there, the contract something. I don't know, I'll get Adair maybe because she's good with that, but let's pull up IBIT.
Contractually obligated.
Pardon me?
The name for your segment could be contractually obligated.
Ooh, contractually obligated. There you go. Very good stuff.
Something's going on with.
Let's. Do you need something?
Logging me out of the chat. Does it log you out of the chat?
No. Oh yeah. It logged me out there.
I don't know what's going on, but the chat keeps logging me out, guys. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ob. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey.
No, all right, thanks, Obi. Back into the live. We're back, baby. Let's go, and we're doing it live. $70 does have about 30,000 open contracts right now, and that's for a January 16th expiration cycle. So that is when I have this one contract, so I do like this. If we go up, there's not too much going up all the way up to 80. I'll take that, because I'm curious to what that price would have Bitcoin. Bitcoin would be currently trading at if it does go all the way up to 80. But yeah, that's what we're going to be keeping our eyes on. We want to get involved in some of these. What do I have, like a 62 or 65 strike or something along those lines? I think it's more or less $62. So $1,200 for 182 days. I won't even complain about that. I would rather actually go another cycle out. So that's going to be February 20th, another month. You go at the money, it's only going to cost you about $1,050. So your boy is really, really liking that. I was also looking at Pepsi. We went over a couple examples of just downtrends being broken. You have this massive gap up. I'm thinking of swinging this name, but it's obviously a slow burner, and it's not your typical swing trade stock. But I do like the break of this downtrend. I would not be playing this on options just because of the nature of it. But other than that, I do like if a potential retest, you come fill part of this gap. Maybe we'll get involved with a couple shares just to get some skin in the game and see if we can slowly start to climb higher there, Sharif.
All right, guys. I'm just keeping an eye here on CYCC, but yeah, it's a little too volatile for me at the moment. So I'm just going to steer clear of this one. I had something to mention, but I totally forgot. Oh my God. Okay, sorry guys. My chair is just really acting up and it's starting to anger me. So I'm trying to pack my patience here with the chair. That's not typically why I reserve my patience for, not the chair. Usually it's for the stocks. But anyway, TDTH coming down a little bit.
You want me to have a talk with it?
Like this chair, bro. I mean, it's like I don't know, $1,000 chair, Ram, and I don't know why it's having these issues.
Thing on the back there.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's too much, it's too heavy. Get out of here, bro. All right, we just got filled here on TDTH into 46. This is make or break time, okay? So that's the ad. This is the area I was talking to you guys about, that $1.46 area. It also now happens to be that volume weighted average price. The 10 exponential moving average on the 5. The volume weighted average price is $1.40. So that's where we're gonna throw in a stop. We're gonna throw it all the way down there. So we've got 50s on now with that latest ad. So let's go ahead and set up possible beak wetters over here into the mid 50s if we can, and see if we can get printed. Showing me 51s right now. I'm waiting at 53s. Let's see if we can kind of move up off this level. This is the ad that I wanted, right? So I left it active. I could have flattened out my position, break even, and then got in. I didn't want to do that in case it ended up continuing to go, and then I would have no shares. By doing that, obviously, I get a worse price because I could have gotten break even on the remaining amount that I had initially, then got back in at 46 where I got in anyway. My only reason I didn't do that is because if it didn't lose 50 and then headed back into the 70s, I would have nothing. So that was my thinking on that. It was a decision that I made. There we go, into 53. We get to fill at 53, so it looks good right now for a trade, but that's what it looks like right now. That's not why we're involved in it. We needed this thing to go. So it's still putting in lower lows and lower highs, even though it is finding support off the moving average there. It is not putting in any higher highs. To put higher highs, Joey, it's got to clear the 158 level. It's having trouble already with 155. I'm keeping my eye on that. CYCC is going to hold down. It hits $18, and now it is going to hold down at 15.32. That is right at the volume weighted average price. It's halted at 15.32, right at the volume weighted average price. Be on the lookout here. CYCC, big boy moves on the day. Could be setting up for a really good entry. We'll have to wait and see, Joey.
Absolutely, guys. Let's take a look at the top performing sectors here on the day. In first place, we have the utilities up 1.8% here on the day, and then the consumer discretionary up about 0.6. Real estate sitting in the show place up about 1/3 there, guys. Bottom three, Matt's not doing too good. That's the materials down about 1/5. Energy sector down roughly about 4/10. And then we have the communication sector down about 6/10 there, guys. So there it is, your top performing and least top are the worst performing sectors of the day. I'm just looking, I'm being patient. I think the market is going to curl over at some point. Amazon has snapped this downtrend here. So let's see if this can hold and then you take that move back higher, or it decides that, hey, not today. We're going to curl over with the rest of the market and then possibly sell. There is an indecision print right at the volume weighted average price on the Qs that I'm going to be keeping an eye out on. So that is a good signal for a potential short. And there you go. You get that move down, running into some resistance zones. It didn't even quite get to that pre-market low. So that's something that you need to keep your eyes out on. Maybe even a move there that would correlate right with the volume weighted average price, but it said nope, it has other plans on its agenda today. So let's get down and maybe head towards the lower end of that range. But for me personally, this is what I was getting at, is that you see just a strong the strong downtrend here right out of the open for the first half hour or so, and then you don't really get that reversion back or that pullback towards the volume weighted average price. Instead, you kind of consolidate, volume profile really falling off a cliff, and then you have an inverted hammer right at some key resistance zone. So keep an eye out on that. Gaurav is saying AMD. Yeah, let's take a look at advanced money duplicator and see what it's up to. 157. I couldn't believe the other day this thing's up to 162, all-time high around 225, I believe, roughly. So it's absolutely storming Norman right all the way back to these highs. So we're still a little bit off of that. I think 30-40% maybe. 31%. There you go. 31% to be exact. But it's up bigly off of those Liberation Day, off those Liberation Day lows, Sharif. Over 100% there on AMD.
I think Donald likes it. He was dancing there. I think he might like your look there, Jimmy. We definitely need Donald 2.0 dancing. This one over here, and I particularly like when he had the Marines. I think that was the Marine. The sword. It's like, Donald, you're supposed to cut the cake with the sword, brother, not dance up and poke out Melania's eye, right? Like Melania, you could tell Melania was like, "Yo, bro, get that thing away from him." What happened, Neil? What happened, Neil? All right,
they're doing this thing.
All right, we're doing it freaking live, Joseph. We're doing it live. Here we go again on TDTH. End of 59s. We got 47s. We literally got bottom wick off that level. I'm pleased as dang punch, as Adara LePage would usually say. Let's set up at 63 as well. Let's first get that fill though at my friend there. 60 before we can continue to, celebrate and whatever. So keeping an eye here on TDTH, looking for that 60 fill. It looks like it's headed back up, but who knows? 51% and change. It's got the high of 66. Right now, there is selling here just a little bit below 60. There's 60 again. We can't shake the seller. It's got a cross for me to get printed. Let's pack our patience. There's really no size whatsoever posted on the level 2. Despite that, we did reject the level because of the hidden sellers. These are iceberg orders. We know all about them. So we'll continue to pack our patience over here as we zig and zag at that level and go unprinted. So I'm thinking, I'm packing my patience here to... okay, Daniel McEwen, I'm not being disrespectful at all. That's your opinion. You don't like it, you know where the door is, brother. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on TDTH over here and see if we can get the print at 60. Now, CYCC is open again. All right, so here we go. Watch out. This is holding the volume-weighted average price. Back up into 16. It holds VWAP to the T, baby, and right up it goes, clearing about 50 pennies off that level, and more actually, $1 now off that level. Be on the lookout for CYCC, but trade it carefully. These ones are around for a good time, not a long time, and by the way, it's making lower highs, okay? So just be on the lookout. We'll keep an eye on TDTH for myself.
Absolutely. Living in color. Hi, Joe. I have bull shares, but I sold cover calls on it for 15 strike. Oh, okay, like bull as in, I'm like bull shares, okay. So BULL itself. Let's pull it up here. Let's talk into it and let's get right into this name. All right, so first things first. We're gonna pull these up here. So let me finish this question. I sold cover call on it for 15 strike. Okay, we're trading at 15.71, expiring today. Now it's trading above 15. Is there any way I can still keep the shares? One way is to take the loss on the cover call. So exactly. So there it is, right? So you pretty much answered your own question. The only way your shares won't get assigned away is if you do just close that options contract that is expiring today, and then you can still hold on to the shares. But mind you, right? So you sold some covered calls. Now it's trading in the money. It sucks. You got to return the credit that you received and then additional cash. But always remember, our price appreciation will always outweigh what you will collect when you are writing options. It doesn't matter. So it's just best to always get out of there. There was a couple good opportunities. I don't know what price you're in at, but I'm assuming it's relatively lower than 15. I'm hoping like 10s, 12s, whatever it may be. And then you decide to sell some covered calls on it. But you have the shares, accept the loss, and then just I don't want to say it like this. I don't know how else to phrase it, but just hope that it continues to climb higher and you just go north of $17 or $15, right? So you can see you had a massive high of around $70 or $80 to almost be exact, and then now you get that slow curl over. This is a good sign for it to start to recover, considering that 1039 was a base throughout the duration of its whole existence here. So, boom, now you're starting to climb. Volume's picking up, accept the loss on the covered calls, and just hold on to the shares, because that's what we want. We want those shares to really, really, really work out for us. You can roll it out and up. Yes, there's another thing that you can do as well. Very, very well said, Project X woodworking. You can also roll it up. Thank you, Luthic. You can also roll it up as well. Tell him to roll it. Everybody's telling me to roll it. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can roll into the weekend? Okay, all right.
No,
it's all right. Anyways, so you can do that as well too, right? So go further expiration cycle, but then also lift that strike price higher. So you don't want to be trading anything relatively close to that, just in case this name does squeeze. You want to get into the 20s, but guys, mind you, he can roll it and go further dated out, but he's probably not going to, the further higher he goes in the strike price, the less premium he's going to receive. So at that point, it's just almost worth it to just hold on to the shares and allow yourself to have that capital appreciation.
But not everybody rolls that well, right?
No,
you gotta practice your technique a little bit in the roll. Like you can get a thing to roll for you, right? You know what I mean?
Roll, man.
You're not getting it, man.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I know what you're gonna roll. I'm getting it, man. I get it.
Well, what is this? We're not rolling punches, Joey.
Rolling punches,
we're not rolling punches.
Yeah, I know. We're rolling that good stuff over there, the Canadian stuff.
Hey, man, over here it's all legal, baby.
It's all legal, baby.
All legal,
baby.
Yeah, we're good. We're good over here.
Yeah,
I don't know about you guys, but
my friends and I were laughing. We're like, yeah, this is the cottage starter pack. You know how
is
they're
that
coming out with their starter pack?
Right?
So it's like a bunch of beer, a couple packs of Zins, and then the good Canadian stuff, and then that's how you're rolling into the cottage weekend, and some burgers and some sausages as well too.
Yeah, okay,
on the
that's
fire.
very important.
Yeah,
very
important. Bro, you think
the
I'm
meat
going
has
up
to
there?
be there, baby.
You think I'm going to the cottage
without protein?
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy.
All right. We're having a sick time. At least I'm having a sick time. I think Joey is too. But anyway, Thomas, I practice with ground coffee. What are you practicing, Thomas?
What are you practicing?
What are you practicing
what do you
for,
tell
Thomas?
Yeah, what are you practicing?
And what state do you live in, Thomas? I want to know. I'm playing. I don't care, bro. Have at it. All right, we're having a good time over here. All right, I'm in a new position. I want to mention this one. But first, I've just been packing my patience here with TDTH. It's had a seller for a long time at 60. We can't seem to shake that seller. But I'm in a new position over here by the name UPXI. This one did come in right into that VWAP 50 exponential moving average where it had support before, and this is a higher low. So this is the 50 exponential on my other chart, which it seems to find support at for whatever reason. So I punched in. Where am I in? 42. I actually meant to get in at 40. It didn't let me in. In any event, I'm looking for this one to kind of bounce back, make a lower high. I'm expecting a lower high. So we have a higher high up here, a lower high over here, and that we also have higher lows. It's not immediately giving it to me, so I've moved up my stop to account for that kind of risk. Let's see what we get. I've gotten one measly print here, but we can't seem to shake this seller at 50 pennies. That 50 penny seller is quite stubborn. Let's move back here to TDTH where we're printed again. We take out that 62 seller, no problem. Now we're setting up at 69, 65 now showing up. All right, I've got shares on this one. We're not going to take it out. Let's see if we can take out 69 and then leave a piece for the dream. Okay, so 66 is the high of the day. We just got into 65. So that would technically be a lower high. So I'm on the lookout here for the lower high rejection, knowing full well that we've rejected off that same area multiple times. Let me just make my case to you guys here in a second with the black charts. Look how many times we've gotten up here and we've kind of rejected at that 2/3 of a dollar area. And that concerns me, right? Now that's the bad side of the equation. The good side is we're still putting in higher lows. So the trend is upward, not downward. So if anybody really should be fearing right now, it should be the short seller at 66. But, we never really know how the cookie's going to crumble. Let's go back now to UPXI because I think we cleared that 50 seller. We did. We've cleared it. but I still haven't got printed here. I'm waiting at 55s next. Let's see if this one continues, showing me 52 now on the ask side. Now I'm seeing 55s. We're not getting printed quite yet because of the spread. UPXI, I'm looking for this one maybe to hit 875, maybe 80s, something like that. We'll wait and see. Looking for a print here at 55 that doesn't come as a result of the spread. There we go. Now we get it. 58s now showing up on the level 2. Keeping my eye on UPXI and trying to kill this fruit fly over here. I love the suggestions you guys gave me for the fruit flies, by the way, in the chat. I do appreciate it. I don't think it would work so much over here, but definitely going to use that bad boy at home. Go UPXI, go. Into the mid-60s we go. We're showing 63s now. Where am I waiting? 65s. I believe I'm waiting at 64 or 5. 63s. So we should get printed, hopefully, there if it can cross the spread. So keeping my eye on UPXI, keeping my eye on TDTH, both doing quite well. Let's see what this one can give us in terms of upside move. Let's go ahead and throw another order out here. I'm going to wait in the low 70s, see if we can get printed. We can't get printed at 63. Thickly traded is UPXI. Seems to have sellers almost at every penny. So kind of a little annoying there, but whatever. Nonsense. Just put a small cup of apple cider vinegar on your desk and the fruit flies will rip. Absolutely. I think, I don't know if we have any apple cider vinegar at work over here, but we have a lot of different, stores around here. I'm sure I can secure some. 2 New York cents. Fruit fly. Where's Mr. Miyagi when you need him? I was trying to tell your boy Joey Options over here. He was trying to kill these guys yesterday. I'm like, my man, you got to do it with the chopsticks, right? Because your boy Miyagi there, well, he handled the chopsticks. On UPXI, we get the print at 63s. Let's see now, Joey, if we can get that mid-70s print.
Oh, my lower back, man.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah. It's all right.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of just gave me a little.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right then. Yeah, I do. Obi, I do, brother.
Oh.
Yeah, I do. But you're getting me into a bad habit there. I don't want to continuously cry.
Obi's singing. He's talking about bad habits.
Yeah. Oh, bad habits.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Get it, Ob. Look at Ob leaning back there.
He's big chilling today.
Yeah,
Watch out
man.
for this guy.
Lean back.
Watch out for this guy this
Lean
weekend.
back.
Isn't it your birthday weekend?
It is.
Oh!
His birthday's tomorrow.
Sorry.
Is it not tomorrow? It's the 19th.
Oh!
I knew it was the 19th
go.
because he's on the border between Leo and Cancer. I remember that specifically. He's a Cuspian. Shout out to the fellow Cuspian over here. But yeah.
And he's available too, ladies, so watch out.
Oh, really? I thought you were. I thought you had a little thing there going on. No, there was nothing going on there.
Oh, what's going on? Why are you calling him out like that? He just said he's on the market.
No.
He's on the market.
It doesn't have to be exclusive, bro. It can be. This is not a Coldplay concert. I'm sorry, Neil. I'm sorry, Neil. That goof.
Oh,
that goof.
Obi, Sabrina, she's single. Watch out there, Obi.
There we go.
He's gonna be storming. He's always looking. He's gonna be storming.
Throw your social media in the
He's
chat.
He's gonna be storming the streets of Toronto. Oh, that's crazy.
I love it. I love
Number
it,
one,
man.
Mike
I
Peter
love
Ryder. Oh, that's
He's
it.
married to the markets.
It's
That's
true.
absolutely not accurate. I know this man. I've seen him in action. I've seen him in action. Yeah. And I love the euphemisms he uses.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're at an event one time, right? I'm like, oh, she's pretty cute. And then he looks over me. He's like, take the trade.
Ooh,
I'm like, wow. Everything revolves around trading. Everything revolves around trading. It's so good.
Crazy.
Shout out to my man. There he is. He's coming in. He's coming in hot.
I was like, take the trade. Dude, you got to execute. The playbook setup is in front of you. If you are not executing, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's a very good point. No, he's fair there, bro. He's fair.
Come on. Neil, you get... Nothing?
This is so
I don't
good.
know. Here.
Neil's
Get him,
coming
Neil.
in here too. As he scarfs
What
down his
happened,
lunch.
Neil?
All of you immature young men are absolutely ridiculous. So I'm having an absolute riot over this. I'm just trying to eat my lunch. It's all jokes. But I still can't believe Obi said nothing about it being your birthday tomorrow.
Hey, he's
man.
that
Come
guy,
on
man.
now.
He's
You got to
that
let
type
us
of guy,
know.
man.
Happy
up.
birthday,
Yeah.
Obi.
Love you,
Kid.
Ob.
By the way, Obi is probably going to go ham downtown Toronto.
Yeah.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, all that good stuff. This dude doesn't play around. Just saying.
He don't play around, man. He's gonna be
No,
like,
he doesn't.
He's gonna be like,
No, he
towers,
doesn't.
bro, towers.
He takes everything very serious.
Very does.
Trading, you know,
everything.
everything.
He's a real dude.
Yeah, man,
anyways, guys, let's get right back into this.
sir.
So you can see now we are just hovering slightly north above the volume weighted average price here on the TQs. Let's see if we get any forms of indecision. Also, let's keep an eye on the volume profile as well here too, guys. It's still relatively, I mean, it's moderate here, but now we're getting this indecision. I don't think it's the specific signal I'm looking for, but we are starting to curl back over and head south of the volume weighted average price. And there you go, you get some selling pressure kick right in. Tesla still somewhat consolidating above VWAP. This is kind of a bull flag pattern here. So if you can get in at the lows, you want to sell into the top of the range, but also look at it as it from a possible lower high as well too. So until that trend line snaps, once it does, I would expect it to make a push for that high of the day and see what it does from that standpoint. But that's exactly what I'm looking at here is the TQs. Anything north of VWAP right into this pre-market zone, I think we can get a potential move to the south side, which we're experiencing right now. So I don't know if that trade is going to be a missed one, but we'll keep our eye on it. In case Tesla wants to break up, we'll trade that via TSLL to see if we can get a move towards the high of the day, or we get a short here on the TQs. So a lot going on enough trade opportunities, but we just got to be precise. That's my motto these days, be precise, and that's exactly what we're looking at here on the APLD trade. It was just precision,
Nice,
and then now we're going to be patient to see where that next high quality opportunity is.
Shout out to you. I really like that expression at the end there. My motto lately is try to be precise, man. I think every trader aspires for that. You know what I mean? Like that should be that should be a goal, certainly.
Yeah.
Let's talk about UPXI here for a second because I think we're going to get likely a flat top break on TDTH, but I will talk about that in a second. UPXI is concerning me. Let me explain why. So when you lose the moving averages, I'm talking about the shorter moving averages like the 10 and the 20, when you lose them from the north to the south side, sometimes, not all the time, you then use them as resistance. And that is what I'm observing right now on UPXI. It is retracing into the 10 EMA from the south to the north side, and then it's finding resistance at the 10 EMA. So what I've done is I had my stop initially on UPXI. I had to have it at prior trough low, not prior bar low, because prior bar low was higher. That doesn't make any sense. So I had it at prior trough low, meaning this area over here. And that was about 10 penny risk. I can stomach that because we ended up taking over almost 30 pennies at the high. Now, here's the deal. I'm moving my stop to break even. And the reason I'm doing that is for the reason I just articulated. We are now using the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 as a form of resistance as opposed to support. That is not a trade that I want to be a part of. If I'm long, maybe if I'm short, that would have made sense, but that's no longer going to be the case. We're going to go ahead and move up the stop. I lied when I say break even. I'll give it to 39, okay? So I'm in at 42. I'll give it to the level where I perceive there to be resistance. So we're going to go ahead and throw 839 in there, and then that's exactly what we'll do. And we'll cancel the old stop so that we don't get weaseled in accidentally. So that one is taking care of itself, come what may on that one. Let's talk now about TDTH, because I perceive this one to be a good flat top break candidate. All right, and the reason I say that is because even though we have all these wicks into a particular area, we got to look at the general area what the wicks are doing. And basically, it's that 65 to 64 seller that's been keeping everybody down and pooping on all the longs party, right? So my move here is going to be to try to hold this for as long as is feasible, knowing that we are putting in higher lows with a flat top. If I had an animation for a flat top break, I'd hit it, but alas, I don't. And here it comes in again to the 10 EMA. And it has found support at the 10 EMA almost all the way through since reclaiming it, I want to say, at around 1040. So over an hour now, it dips in again. And it's finding, at least for the moment, support. So the question then becomes, well, Sharif, if your theory, if your thesis is it's finding support at the 10 EMA, why are you not adding into the 10 EMA? And that is a good question that I ask myself a lot. And the honest answer, not the one that I want to give, but the honest answer is I don't want to be wrong and go negative on a name that I'm positive on. And that is a psychological block as opposed to a technical block, right? I'm just being honest with you guys. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now with TDTH. We'll see if this one wants to hold this level. Otherwise, I stop out break even on TDTH. Joey, we're going to send it over to Adara for happening now, and then Neil's lesson of the day.
This market here trying to bounce really nicely off this low of 560. Pretty good look for the QQQs. Let's take a look here at the S&P 500 as well. Looking pretty similar, looking a little bit like more of that clean V-shaped reversion that we like to see here. Tons of stocks on watch. And again, if you're looking at crypto, keep an eye here at 2:30 p.m. Donald Trump set to sign that crypto related bill, the Genius Act, that'll be signed here at 2:30 p.m. and there will be a signing ceremony to that effect. Certainly stay tuned. I will be covering that for sure. Here's NFLX, one of many earnings names on watch today. Also on watch, we had 3MM, we had AXP, we had SCHW and IBKR, among others. Here's 3M, really weak look there. Before we send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the Nasdaq, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million, and they've earned more than 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com. Start trading towards your next payout. Over to Neil on his lesson of the day.
So everybody, the lesson of the day is going to be twofold. First, there was a comment in the chat which was really, it was an enlightening comment, but it was a fair one, but it was really important today, especially. Someone was saying, Neil, I think it was like you're too particular or you're always late or something along those lines. And my response was simply that if you want to try to snipe trades, you have to be a bit particular. If you have a very distinct or very determined or very precise entry plan, you're going to miss some opportunities. What I'm going to start by saying is, A, Palantir is a beast. Should have done better on Palantir. And you'll see exactly why in a second. When you have a downward trending market and you want to be long some stuff, you better have a really good plan of action. Palantir dipped for an hour at the open before a mean reversion long. Should I have had it a second time? Yes. But here's the thing. If you're going to take that trade, it gets better. Or, did the fly just, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, it's train of thought lost as these flies are ridiculous. Or NVIDIA bottoming tail candle. These are all really good bottom setups. Or Rigetti bottoming tail candle. When we're trending down, these are fantastic opportunities. However, you don't get anything. Look, I've told you guys a million times, wait for the trend to break, catch a bottoming tail candle on a volume spike, and then go long. I've given that lesson a million times. Play it to VWAP, hold some for the dream, right? How about the situations where looking for all of my normal entries in a trend trade has me missing the turns? There's something that you could do, because I don't like no short here on Circle. Maybe you could have been long. But if you find the stocks that are really going crazy, you can't find that turn or that setup for the mean reversion. Like any of those same trades that I just had, they're all good reversions. But if you catch one of those on Circle, it just blows out all of the others. So my looking back at today isn't, well, what could I have done better on those? It's how could I have had this one? And I lean to the fact that I use a 3-minute chart. And whatever chart you're using, in this particular situation, if it's going incredibly parabolic and I'm looking for that turn, and I find I'm not getting it on a stock like this, whereas I can on others, you drop it down to a different time frame. Drop it down to a 1-minute chart, and then all of a sudden on a 1-minute chart, the trend break from the downtrend is so much easier. The trend break from, and you can connect it any way you want. I like to go with, when you've done this move, I like to go with the volume weighted average price. And if I go to VWAP, it's this break of this candle here. Now it looks like that's a lot of risk, 257.5, you probably get 57s. But remember, the prior bar is going to be at 60. So risking $2.50 when the stock is just gone 30 is actually pretty solid because VWAP is $10 down. It's still a 4-to-1 trade to VWAP. So you just have to wrap your head around that. Like the math is always going to be the math, and it works out here. So it's a simple thing. We have a market right now where I find you don't want to be getting chopped up. You want to play support and resistance if you can. And you want to play trend breaks and reversions where something's gone too far. Don't be that person that chases it. The market's dropping. It's a buy the dip kind of market. Just wait it out, especially off the open, and look for the turn. But in certain situations, it's like, oh, I get this, I get that one, but I cannot seem to get the curl on a stock like Circle. My advice would be try a different time frame, specifically a lower time frame. Some people like 3 and 5 minute. I know a lot of traders would prefer to be in, like myself, 3 and 5 minute charts or 5 minute charts for their executions levels on higher time frames because you're not going to get chopped up. It makes you a little bit more disciplined. You're not going to rush into more trades when you use a higher time frame. But at the same time, using that will miss some entries that set up in the chart. So when that happens, don't be afraid. In this particular case, like a CoreWeave probably too, in Circle, to drop the time frame down and see if you don't find more clean setups for these reversions. Because no matter how your day plays out, this one, win, lose, or draw, Circle was the best opportunity today. There's nothing Rigetti can do at this point or NVIDIA can do at this point that would make it a better opportunity than Circle. So when you're focused on, but I have a bunch of wins today and I'm up today, that's great, but that's not how you get better. How you get better is essentially look at the trades you missed, the trades that you didn't get enough size on, the trades that you didn't hold the winners long enough on, or the ones that you maybe like the losses that were too big, your broken rules. You've got to have that kind of a mentality, not just I made money, so obviously it must have been a good day. That is not the way that you get better. And I'm just sitting here looking at how I could have had Circle for more than I did outside of one teeny scalp trade in the middle, which is great when you make $2-3 on a trade. That's fine. But when that's the move, I want to see how I could have captured more, and a lower time frame would have helped me. That's your lesson of the day. Sometimes you've got to just switch it up a little bit so that you can find those trading opportunities, which are already within your style. Go get them, boys.
Appreciate that, Neil. Wise words and awesome as always, goes without saying. A couple of super chats to cover. I'll just cover one before you here real quick. Shout out to Charged Up One, $2 super chat. Thank you, my man. Thank you guys so much at Trader TV. No, thank you. Thank you for your kind words and thank you for watching every day. And then Brother Howard. Brother Howard's got a question for you there, man.
Hey, brother. What's up, Brother Howard? Wrote Lucid 350, 725 calls, 15 cents, $15, 15 big ones. Free money, money, money. Let's go, Brother Howard. Nice work there. We like seeing that. What is it trading at? I took my eyes off of that little bugger there itself. LCID. Okay, really nice look. Moves up to 319 and then starts to. Did you think I was gonna swear there or something?
No, I'm laughing at
okay.
Oh man, these stocks.
So they're stonks.
No, I'm not laughing at you, Joe.
Stonks.
Yeah.
So yeah, there it is. Really nice look there. 350s. Okay, let's break this down here because I think this is a really, really smart play. And I like that you kind of had the inverse thought of this here. And if you wrote them all the way up here, then nice work. So Sharif messaged, or he didn't message me, he just said to me this morning, he said, hey, Joe, Lucid has unusual options activity. And then sure enough, what does our guy, Brother Howard, hey, brother, do over here? He's like, you know what? We have this OI. We're going to get the rejection of this level. Let's write the calls. Let's write them. So there it is. You wrote them at 15. Now we're $12. Oh no, we're hey now. Okay, so you wrote them at 15. Hey now, yeah, you wrote them at 15. They're now essentially worthless. Nice work there, my friend. Proper, and I hope you grabbed a handful of them as well too. 4, 5, 6 of them. That's a little free cash, money.
Hey.
So we like that one there. So yeah, congratulations. It's really, really smart thinking. I hope that you know what. I was really involved in options writing.
Okay.
And I told you guys, like, it was actually really, really consistent for me. And then I kind of got greedy at some point. I got caught in a couple of volatility IV crushes, etc., where I took some pretty big hits. And here, one of them was on the show when I took that $1,500 Qs hit. I was here on the show. I think I had like 6 or 7 contracts wrote at that time of the Qs. Yeah, and it just boom, gamma squeezed me on a Donald Trump truth. It was the pause day. It was the day he was releasing the pauses. He announced that he was going to pause the tariffs. And what happened to the market? It skyrocketed. Meanwhile, I was short, hella short the market at that time, and then I took a hefty loss. So for me personally, when I take a loss like that, it's like step away from them. So I haven't been writing as often as I used to. I just more or less been buying the contracts, buying shares, but really smart play by writing into heavy levels of open interest. I think that was a fantastic idea, and great job, Brother Howard.
All right, guys, I'm quite happy with the trading on TDTH today. Look, here's what happened. So we initially got in, we scalped, you guys know the story. But what you didn't see was this ad over here. And why did I add into the $0.50? It wasn't just an EMA retracement, but it kept showing me that when it retraced into the $0.50, the bottoming tail candles kept manifesting once, twice, and then OB thrice. And the reason that those are important, because it's a psychological area of both resistance and support. So I said to myself, we're making high a day here. We're at 69. We just got the print at 69, baby. I'll get to my point in a second. All right, loving this one. So the point is that when we kept seeing the bottoming tail candles come into that psychological area of support, and every time it would dip in there, they would end up being bottoming tail candles. Well, what does that mean to me? That means the buyers are stepping in hard and they're showing their hand vis-a-vis the bottoming tail candles. Every time the sellers come in, it dips below $0.50, it's met with buying. So I'm like, all right, so there's buyers here. Fantastic. At least I know that there's somebody to backstop me. And that's why I punched in there. I punched in at 52s. Into 69 we go. We're done the trade. I'm really happy with how this one went. We'll look to do a little bit better next time by having a bit more shares. But this one is a good one today. TDTH continues to give you higher highs and higher lows. It's up 61%. Be on the lookout. I'm going to go to Adara in 1 second, but my boy Iga Hauren. Shout out to my boy Iga Hauren in the chat, which means a good guy in Mandarin. I love it. Thank you, Sharif and Joe, for all the good work you have done. This is truly my daily entertainment. Can't be missed. Happy birthday, Obi. Obi, you're getting some love from a guy in the chat called Iga Hauren. He's showing his love. Sorry to interrupt you. I know you guys talking big boy over there. There he is. Now we're going to Daryl LePage.
Keep an eye here on SRPT dropping here. Sarepta Therapeutics. FDA investigating whether or not the company's Elevidys drug should stay on the market. Now, in case you missed it, they did have a gap down today after, I guess, disclosing that another patient died on this, or one of their drugs. I believe it was a 51-year-old man. They said they actually knew about it earlier, but didn't disclose it. So not a great look after all of this. Now we actually have the FDA investigating whether or not this Elevidys should even stay on the market. Furthermore, we actually also had a gap up on this one going back to Thursday. That's because they announced they were cutting 36% of their workforce. So very eventful week, to say the very least, for SRPT.
Sorry, Joey, I got to cover this. LMFA is on the rampage to the high side. Let's cover this. So, by the way, I broke a break even on my last little amount on UPXI. It doesn't end up being the trade I hoped it would be. But maybe this LMFA does. This thing is ramping up and good to go. So I'm keeping my eye now on the 5-second chart so we can spot the micro pullbacks on LMFA. And what I'm seeing is an upward channel, a very clear upward channel that we can kind of try to gauge. This is what the 5-second chart looks like on LMFA. So we can kind of just try to base it upon these trend lines. And since I'm going long, I only need to really worry about that lower trend line. So maybe 295 is a buy. Maybe the volume weighted average price you see over here, it did a double bottom at VWAP. So be on the lookout right now, guys. LMFA 38%, and it's what I call a trade de novo, meaning it is just getting going now. It was not trading in the pre-market. It really wasn't trading in the open. The biggest volume candles are happening now, and there is a new high a day, $3.12. But my suggestion to you is, I mean, who knows how this ends up going, but the way I'm going to execute on it, I'm going to execute on a pullback. I will not be punching in at highs. It's doing an upward channel as opposed to an elevator up. That means to me, it's doing a wave, a zigzaggy wave, with the higher lows being operative here, Joey. LMFA in focus.
Absolutely. MP Materials, thank you for pointing that one out. Enlington. Sounds like Eglinton.
Oh,
Enlington.
You heard about the Eglinton LRT?
Is it open yet?
No, they were saying September. No, they were saying September, and now apparently fall for sure. So October, November, probably.
Let's go.
I know, finally, right? This thing they started building in 2011, guys. It's like basically above and below rail transit. It's kind of a combination, right? And it opened in 2011. It's supposed to open in 2020. It's $1 zillion over budget and 6 years late. So everything's fine over here, Joseph. Trust the government.
Hey, man.
They know what they're doing, Joseph.
We paid for it.
Hey.
Let's go. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say. The government's fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. They just ask for all our money, and then we don't know what they spend it on, but that's okay. we live life all around here. It doesn't even really matter. All right, guys. MP Materials is really moving to the top side. $63 was that high, closer to 63 and a quarter as we're climbing steady. So a nice consolidation right around the volume weighted average price. You break through those highs of the days in the opening drives, and then you breach the pre-market highs as well too. So there it is. MP Materials looking pretty good on the session. Wouldn't be chasing it up here. I'm not a chaser, but we'll see what we got going on. Man, that TQ
Do you
short.
use chasers for drinking?
No.
Come on. All right, bro. I'm sorry, man.
Put some hair on your chest. Put some hair on your chest, man. Come on, you know what I
Drink some,
mean?
put some hair on your back, my boy.
Put your hair on your back
for
there.
real, though.
But there it is. A nice rejection of the volume weighted average price here in the TQs. I was referring to this earlier. And then now we're coming back, running into some resistance zones. But it does look like it wants to take an additional leg lower, sorry. But my eyes are kind of fixated on what Tesla's going. I have that one trade, so that one APLD trade, so I'm not going to be overzealous to get into anything, right? I'm going to be patient and wait for that precision. And I know you said accuracy beats precision, but you got to remember what my guy Conor McGregor said. I'm not even going to quote it because I don't want to botch it or anything along those lines, but don't worry about that one. You guys know what he said when he beat Jose Aldo. Boom, one punch, 3-second knockout. That's how it works. But here it is, bull flag pattern on TS.
Are you a Khabib guy or a McGregor guy?
Well, I like Khabib. I think Khabib is definitely the better role model.
Okay.
Conor McGregor's, without question, definitely more entertaining.
Oh, yeah,
He's been up to what that CEO has been up to as of late. So, yeah, doing those things. But I mean,
is he married? McGregor married?
Yeah.
Oh,
G.
okay.
Devlin, I think, is their name.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, but hey, whatever agreement they got going on, to each their own on that one there. So, yeah, he's out doing his thing, makes lots of money, and you know what I mean. So, there it is. I think he had to sell some of his stake in Proper 12, though, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because he had a civil lawsuit not too long ago that he had to fork up some cash. But he won that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think he might have won that, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, let's go Tesla. Starting to climb higher. Let's see if we can break through this resistance. Once this downtrend snapped, then I think you'll be good to go for this test of the high day. But also, if it fails through this support level, I'm going to be looking for potential shorts. So a couple opportunities, just planning out the trade, and then we're going to try to trade the plan. So that is what we got going on. If there's anything specific you guys want to go over, just let me know in the chat, and then I will do so. But first, we got to take care of a couple things.
All right, guys. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the Nasdaq 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing, guys, the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure, please, in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Get it, Adara.
Here's JOBY. Now, this story isn't necessarily new, but the headline is of interest, and sometimes these headlines can move the market. The information basically reporting that Joby's flying taxis apparently nearing takeoff in Dubai. It also mentions their help from Toyota, which is not new as well. We know Toyota's been investing in Joby, as we know of, so it's not really a news story. But either way, this headline here on Joby's apparently, hopefully imminent flying taxi launch. Back to you.
All right, we're doing it freaking live, Joey, on LMFA. We're taking out all the prints. I got in at 3. We just took it out into 320. I got 301, sorry. 301. We're taking prints over here. We got the high of the day right now. We got 20s on. Now I'm waiting at 25s. Watch out for this one. It's holding levels. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs on the 5. We momentarily broke that upward channel that I was talking to you guys about on the 5-second chart. We had a very, very tight consolidation at 3. And then the bamboozlement came. So if you had a tight stop below 3, you didn't participate in this one because it lost 3 into 297, but then up it went. We've called this one out many times. It's called a specialist breakdown, and they're stop hunting you there. So what we're going to do, we're going break even now. I lied. We're waiting at 299s, and so that's all. We're going to give it 2 pennies for the remaining amount. Scalped up the majority, knowing full well that this can turn on me at any time. Let me go ahead and post here, since we still got shares on, in the mid-teens to see if we can scalp a little bit more. So if it does pop up momentarily, we can get some out. So only have a couple of more outs left. It's going to have to hold 3. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with it over here. And there it comes into 3, and then we'll get stopped out for the remaining amount. But it's a good trade nonetheless. Keep your eye out on LMFA. LMFA, by the way, has VWAP at 93. It could find support here in the low 90s. Be on the lookout here for a possible pop. The volume weighted average price on my 5-minute chart, well, it doesn't matter. VWAP's always the same, 93s exactly. So maybe maybe I should have been a little bit more alive to that fact instead of getting stopped out below 3. But my view is that the $3 level was the real level of support. Yeah, so we'll give back a little bit on that, but I'm still happy with how I traded it. LMFA, we're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joey.
Good look there, brother. Okay, so the market is taking a leg lower. I'm looking to see if Tesla's going to participate on this one. Don't want the other shoe to fall. Yeah, Paul Thomas, nice work. We'll take 5-figure weeks any day of the week, or any week, right, of the month. So yeah, that's really, like, we love hearing that stuff, especially when you guys are extremely profitable. If you can extract profits from these markets, it's definitely a skill that you can most definitely use for the duration of your life. And I think that's the one thing to note about trading is that when you first start out, everyone has such high expectations. I remember when me and my buddies first started intraday trading, we're like, oh man, 2026, we're gonna be on yachts, we're gonna be in Monaco, we're gonna be doing all these things. And then unfortunately, reality slaps you in the face, and that's not necessarily the cause. Not saying that that can't happen, but you gotta understand it's a process. It's essentially almost like going back to school. Right, so you got to go through the years. It's easily a 3-4 year process. For the outliers, you can get it maybe down pat in a year or 2 if you're lucky and if you're that 0.5% of people. Unfortunately, I'm not, right? It took a long time. Swing trading is most definitely my niche. I think that's what I'm the strongest at. I love intraday trading as well too. But for me, it's difficult, right? Everybody knows intraday trading isn't as easy as that, but swing trading and trading in general is difficult. But if you can hone in that skill, it's going to be there for the whole duration of your life. And I think that's the beauty of trading, is that no matter what's going on, it will always be there, whether it's good or bad. The market's always going to be open. So just keep that in mind. Don't rush the process. Don't get overly frustrated. I've been there. There's no questioning that. Like I don't care what anybody says. I don't know any trader, any successful trader who didn't think about quitting multiple times. But what happens is, and I say it all the time, a winner is just a winner is just a loser who tried one more time and just continuously trying. So it's not about how many times you get knocked down, because essentially getting knocked down is going to be the duration of your tenure in trading. But it's just how many times you just get back up, right? Like, some days are just so frustrating, but keep in mind, a bad day is only 24 hours, and then the next day you can just wake up and it's literally a brand new day. It's irrelevant of what happened before. It's like, all right, even though there's mental taxation, et cetera, just keep that in mind. But again, it's a tough game. Lower the expectations, but there is durability and there's longevity in trading if you just give that time and just work steadily at the craft. Eventually, you'll find something that works for you, and sure enough, you'll be able to extract profits from the markets. And I think that's what really led me into this game. It's just like, okay, it's like, oh, you're almost there, you're almost there, you're almost there. Oh, okay, you take a couple steps back, you're almost there, you're almost there. And then eventually, next thing you know, you're doing things that you weren't even expecting yourself to do. And it's like, wow, okay, we're in a position I truly couldn't even imagine. But Adair, what do you got for us?
The show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool's swing trading programs, you can get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk, thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vasante J, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082 in profits. His top performer, NMAX, he shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in a $6,777 gain. So Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, time, and the capital to thrive. Just scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
We got another $5 super chat from Fugazi Bear. Happy birthday, Obi. Here's a few dollars to invest in. Okay, indica. It's good for mean reversion prevention. You don't.
He does like to be gifted. Said gifts.
Yeah, said gifts.
Said
we
gifts.
do. I would.
That's what I got him last year.
Did you?
Just walked on over. Yeah.
Said, what's up?
Came back, gifted him. Took off. And he always, by the way, Obi always, Christmas, birthday, he's going to have something in hand.
I noticed
Obi's
that.
all class, by the way. All class Obi.
Yeah.
There's not just all class Adam DeLuce, all class Obi. I don't even know his last name, bro.
Obi.
Been working with this guy going on 3 years. I have no idea what the hell his last name is, man.
It's Kenobi. It's Kenobi, man.
Kenobi, he is the one. No, I actually know what it is, because...
Would you say he's obscured his identity from you?
Oh!
What did he? I didn't hear it.
Did he obscure his identity? Sorry, Adair, I didn't do it justice there. That was that's a good one. That's a good one.
There you go.
Shout out to Ob.
Yep.
420 Bud Monster. Why did I know you were gonna involve yourself in the chat here? More sativa time of the day. Well, yeah, it is. It's still daytime.
No, that's
you wanna let's ask the other one over there that participates a lot in that kind of activity. Look at her, bro. She's trying to pretend like she doesn't know what's going on over there. You all right over there, Ram?
The one that goes to 7-Eleven at 2 a.m.
7-Eleven. Yeah, okay, Ram.
Where's the 24-hour store, Ramin?
They can't open 24 hours.
Yeah.
Well, only the illegal ones can.
Dude, when it first started out, there was this 24-hour one. Yeah. It was funny. It was in obviously a more sketchy neighborhood, but it was funny.
Yeah.
It was funny.
All right, guys, we're having a good time. Hope everybody's having a good time with us. It is Friday. The markets are down. All 4 major averages are down right now. We'll get to that in a second, but they're not too far down.
Oh, wow.
Don't forget,
Did you see
we're
the
coming
leg?
from all-time highs.
Did you see the leg that the Qs just took down?
No, I've had it.
I would look at this volume here. Yeah. This is a massive move down. Wow, what a volume-weighted average price rejection. And the volume kicked in there, too. It's frustrating, but that's okay. We're going to Adair because something have to have dropped. That is a big-time move here in the Nasdaq.
Yeah, we got news here. So Financial Times reporting that apparently the U.S. administration is now pushing for a 50 to 20% minimum tariff on all EU imports. That would actually, I guess, be a new escalation in this trade agenda, especially with the EU. Apparently, they're also looking at a reciprocal tariff rate that exceeds 10%, even if deals are reached. So even if deals are reached, apparently the administration is considering a reciprocal tariff rate of 10%. Also, keep an eye on MSOS. We have a new article from our friends at Marijuana Moment. If MSOS loads for me, we'll pull up Tilray. Fortunately, the chart is not loading, but I'll read you guys the headline. Apparently, some senators are proposing this blocking rescheduling. So apparently, these senators are advancing this bill continuing medical marijuana protections and omitting this House proposal to block the rescheduling of marijuana. So yeah, interesting look here. I guess some just legal or I guess senatorial red tape, it seems like, for these marijuana names and their potential rescheduling. I have another tariff-related headline as well, I believe, from the same Financial Times report. Apparently, the president of the U.S., of course, Donald Trump, is also rejecting the potential reduction of these 25% sectoral duties on EU cars. So basically what that means is they're likely to keep this 25% tariff on cars, or at least they're considering doing that. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara, and a very appropriate time there, I guess, for the Tilray
Yeah.
And that look there. Sharif, that's fake. That's fake, bro. Change your name immediately.
No, don't change it.
Or you're getting blocked if you don't change your name.
Don't do it, man.
Immediately.
I will unblock you. Sharif, we need that for the OF.
Are you crazy, bro?
We need that for the
I ain't putting on no Speedo, man. I've never put on a Speedo in my life, and I will never put on
What do you
a Speedo.
mean?
What am I, European?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're good friends, good friends across the pond there. Love that
Well,
style.
you know, that's up to them, Joey. I respect what they got to do, but I got nothing to do with it. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Kanye
Guys
East
are
says Speedo
jokers
gang.
in the chat, man. Jokers in the chat. I love y'all, man. Killing me. I was going to cover something. I have no idea what I was going to cover. That distracted the hell out of me there. I'm not going to lie. Oh, my God. I'm not Rios John 9 Speedo, dude. I've never owned one in my life. Oh, my goodness.
I think
I was trying to punch in, too, to LMFA. I got so distracted I couldn't even punch.
I can see you being a Speedo guy.
Look, bro, I wear short shorts.
Yeah.
Look,
So
if you work on legs, you deserve to wear short shorts. But there's a limit, Joseph, to the shortness of the shorts.
No.
Yes, there has to be. Well, maybe not for some people. For myself,
I like the 4-inch length.
That's too short for me. I'll do 5 or 6.
Yeah?
4.
You like the 4s?
I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And so it's measured obviously from the crotch, let's just say it that way, to the bottom of the short there. That's how do they measure that? Yeah.
I need
this
that
is really
one.
interesting conversation over here.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Assassino, is that a regular thing in Brazil?
No way.
I wouldn't say. It depends, he says, but not the normal. Because obviously, you know, the beaches down there are fantastic, right? Of course.
Look what SH Magma says in the chat there.
Where is he at? Is he going to get banned?
No.
All right, let's have a
SH
look.
Magma.
I'm looking.
Relatively close.
Where is it at?
Go down, scroll down.
Goes
a little
down?
bit there, champion.
Where is it at, dude?
SH Magma. Right, up one more.
Oh.
There. Up one more. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to point out that comment too, huh? Like,
Spicy.
Of course he came into the chat. He hears Speedo. He comes into the chat right away. What does that say about you, Big Smile?
Don't even read that. Don't even
I'm
read
reading
that.
it
Don't
very
read
loud,
it. This guy
very
is
proud.
crazy.
Joe Smalls can wear 4-inch inseam. Not worry, I am not surprised. Spin the money there, Big Smile.
Wild.
Neil just came back and he's like his head in hand, man. He can't believe what's being said over here. Yes, Big Smile, fantastic. Way to get him, man. It's over. It's over. That's great.
That's crazy.
I love it there. Absolutely great. You guys are awesome in the chat. We love y'all, man. Keep it good though, guys.
Man.
Okay, now here come the innuendos. Shout out to Marcus Stephen Johnson. Shout out to Marcus Stephen Johnson. The innuendos are gonna come fast and furious now. Shout out to Big Smile Burdett, man. Joey, do you have anything to cover? Because I got a couple of small cats.
Yeah. I got a couple of things to cover here, guys. Man. That's crazy.
That flipped the switch quickly from the focus on me to the focus on you. Oh, that was good.
I see how it is, Spire. I see how it is, brother. No, we still got this price compression pattern going on. You stop reading all the comments and laughing. This is crazy. This is wild, man. Good times.
Oh, man.
I'm not gonna read any more of them because you know what I mean. It's how it is. But
they're getting crazy.
They're getting
there, man. I love it. Everybody's participating.
This is crazy.
I see some names in here that I haven't even seen before,
man. This is insane. Now we can't.
Ram, you gotta clip that. You gotta put that online. Everybody gotta see that one, Ram. Let's go, baby.
That one, man. All right, watch out. The OF, I'm dropping an OF, man. I'm dropping an OF here.
Oh my God. Well, then you're definitely going to have to wear a Speedo on the OF.
No problem. No problem. I do that no problem for the
Absolutely.
people. I'm not worried about that whatsoever. Tesla's starting to head to the downside. Let's see if this momentum is going to continue in the Qs. You can see that we have this pattern right here, big volume signature. I'm not reading what you guys are saying in there anymore. That's insane. So good. This is wild. Oh, my days. Anyways, yeah, let's see if we can get this breakdown here. Okay, we're breaking this trend. I don't want to get in right at the bottom. Maybe we'll start relatively small on TSLL here just to get involved in the crack of that compression pattern. I can't even take the session serious anymore. So whatever I do is essentially irrelevant because they're probably still going on. The chat's blowing up. I can see this.
Speedo Joe from now on.
No, yeah, they were saying some other things there too. But that's all right. Yeah, we might have to get Selena on the line there.
Oh, I love it. But yeah, we're gonna have to pull out all the stops now.
Yeah, we gotta pull out.
Things are getting serious.
We're gonna pull out the receipts here. But no, we're short some Tesla. Let's look at our risk profile here. You guys, we just opened that box, Pandora's box apparently. So we're out at the break of this. So if it goes any higher than that, we're looking for the break of the volume weighted average price towards the low. What?
Rare making me laugh.
What is she saying?
It's not my fault, man. All right. Man. Let's get back to focus over here, guys. Look, LMFA has buying here at the 10 EMA. But this has prevented me from getting into it because it's below VWAP. It's actually using the 10 EMA support and VWAP as resistance. It's right at the support level right now. So let's just punch in. I'm going to punch in here with, okay, it's not letting me punch in. Why? Oh, there we go. It's so weird. All right, so there we go. Where are we in at? 82s? Okay, fine. We'll see if we can get into the range over here. We'll take out a print quickly at 85s. I'm waiting at 88s. Show me 87s now. We're printing at 88s as well. Let's go ahead up and set up at 95s as well. There we go. It's taking out all the levels. Look, this one is a breach of my rules in a technical sense. But what I'm seeing here is the algorithm is obviously using the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 as support. So we take out 3 prints there super quick. Now I'm waiting at 95s, but 95s presupposes a breach of VWAP. And as I just finished mentioning, this is using the 10 EMA as support and VWAP as resistance. Let me show you what I'm seeing here on my side chart. There it is right there, guys. It's literally using the 10 EMA and has been doing so for almost 15, well, no, not 15 minutes, but going on about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more than 10 minutes right now. So the deal is we're going to give this one to 77s. Just to give it, a couple of shekels below the 80 support. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going to try to leave a piece for the dream so that if this one, geez Louise, if this one does go, we don't get everything out at 95s and we'll leave a little bit there. So anything below 80s gets me out, but I'm certainly looking for a bigger move and printing at 95s. But again, 95 presupposes a break of the volume weighted average price. Big Smile still chiming in the chat about that.
No, I'm blocking him.
No, you're not blocking Big Smile. That's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Big Smile's gotten away with everything so far, dude. He's not going to stop him now.
He's going on timeout. That's it. He's done.
All right, shout out to the spiled one.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what I'm seeing here on LMFA. So if it loses 80, I'm out, but we're already scalping out on it. Now, there's others. I was talking about TDTH. Still have the high of the day, believe that or not, even though TDTH has been in a bull flag pattern since 11:15. It is 12:37. It's been in a sideways consolidation literally this entire time. I got in another time over here at 05s and we scalped, and I haven't been in since. I perceive this to be a bull flag consolidation. We know that each bull flag is not created equal. Some have shorter periods of consolidation. Some have longer ones. Some have... I'm not going to say this next part. I'm not going to say this next part because it's going to stir all sorts of craziness in the chat.
Come to me right now. This is what Big Joe does right here. We short Tesla and we go lower, lower, lower. This is the big boy club over here. It doesn't even matter. Tell me otherwise. Big Joe doing it once again. Continue, shit.
Oh man, there was no way I was gonna have to. I could use that expression on this bull flag right now. But anyway, bull flags are not created equal, and the one I see right now certainly a little longer of a consolidation. Neil's reading all the things in the chat. Guys, I can't even look at the chat anymore, man. I can't even keep my cool. Y'all are making me laugh too much, man. These are too good. Ram, we should like copy some of these things in the chat and then maybe put them in some of the videos. That'd be fantastic.
No, we're not
That'd
making a YouTube
great.
short of
Are you crazy? That's the best. That's the best.
Crazy.
So that's what I'm seeing right now, guys. TDTH is still holding up really well. It's just about how you position into this one, and yeah. What I like as well, in addition to that, is the higher lows. So you can see each area trough a little bit higher than its predecessor, despite the fact that you're not making any newer highs. So TDTH in focus. Let's have a look. Oh, I got stopped out of an LMFA. I got stop hunted as it dipped down into 75, and then right back above 80s it goes. I'm going to wait for this one to clear VWAP, okay? Pardon me. As I've mentioned, I feel that this one has been using VWAP as resistance. If I'm looking to go long, I'm definitely not looking for a top right now at 91s, and that's what you're getting. So it'll have to clear VWAP and then likely clear 3, and then I'll get involved. I'm talking about LMFA. It's up a respectable 27%, and again, this one really started running, I want to say at around 11:30 or so. And it wasn't running in the pre-market. So that we know kind of the buyers are newer buyers. They're not recycled buyers, and we won't likely have too many short seller or too many bag holders from the morning who could be holding on to losing positions and just waiting for it to pop up and then try to get out break even or something like that. People are yelling about the dead one Apple. What's this piece of garbage doing? It's breaking out, but it's been doing that. Apple's been ranging above 210 to 212, I think, for the last little while. So it's breaking out right now into the 211s, but be on the lookout, guys, because Apple does retrace the day's gains. And I feel like it's going to be caught in that pattern, Joey, for a little bit of time until we get a news catalyst that can kind of propel it to that next level. That next level, to me, will be 215 to 220. It's been at 15s, it's been at 10s, a little bit below 10s, but generally, ever since we got that tailwind last week, I want to say, about the Anthropic deal, it bounced off 200, and it's been kind of holding 210s. What's the next news item? What's the next catalyst that's going to propel this into the 215s and the 220s? We'll have to wait for that. I don't think it goes there without a catalyst. That's just my opinion. Joey, I got stop hunted on LMFA as this one takes out the level. I should have been on the lookout for that. But here it is, above 3. Now we could be getting a breakout here on LMFA. So I'm going to start looking at the 5-second chart to see where the buyers are stepping in, and as well, equally important, where the sellers are stepping in. There's certainly going to be resistance at 3. There was certainly support at 3 earlier. Let's see if we can get through that 3 decisively. Not a quick wick up or a couple of wicks up above 3. No, we need that big break. Now, if you're going to wait for that break, that means that you're going to have to wait for a higher price. By definition, that means you have a worse price. I personally would rather a worse price and confirmation than a better price without a lack of confirmation. Call me crazy, but that's kind of how I'm thinking there. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. Ayo, Lewis.
Ayo.
$5 super chat. Thank you much, my man. Always love y'all's energy. No more Bash Brothers. Daisy Duke Bros. Happy birthday, Obi. Don't be giving too many mean reversions this weekend. He isn't here, but I'm screenshotting that one and sending it to him because I think he's going to like that. Shout out to Ayo Lewis. Thank you, my man, for the 5 banger there in the super chat. Kind of you. Very nice of you. Githu, Joseph, Sharif. How can a day trader effectively filter out false breakouts using volume confirmation and other bid-ask spread behavior during low volatility consolidation periods on intraday time frames? Very specific questions. I can only speak for myself and the stocks that I trade. I'm talking about the small cap gappers. I don't think I've traded tech in maybe 6 months, maybe a little bit more now. I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer that with respect to your stocks. I'm just going to answer it here for mine. So, false breakouts using volume confirmation and bid-ask spread behavior, okay, during low volatility consolidation period. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to have to qualify my entries, I wouldn't be entering a small cap gapper that was low on volume. Now, if I happen to be in one that was low on volume on the day, I think I'm gonna have to take this breakout now as we're above 3. If I found myself to be low in a low volume trade that was previously a decent or a good volume trade, then what I would be doing is looking for very key areas of technical support. Where are the buyers stepping in over and over? Is there a very horizontal area of technical support? If there isn't, is there a trend line there that I can look off? Are there higher lows that I can kind of look, if you're going long, or lower highs if you're going short, that you can kind of gauge? Geez, man, this thing is really going here. Sorry, guys, I'm debating on what to do. I'm going to get in. Okay, so we're getting in here at 05s. I'm going to give it, okay, to right here. Give me a second just to put in my stop there. And then we're already out of the money here, but we're going to look to do it live into the high. So if I found myself to be in a low volume trade, I wouldn't be looking to get out super quick. What I would be looking for is the trend intact. So are we still putting in higher lows, higher highs? If we are, I put my stop in a low volume situation at prior trough low. I wouldn't want to be so micro, especially in a low volatility name, to put it at prior bar low, because we know that you can probably get pushed out of the trade, stop hunted as we call it. So that would be my move there. Now, bid-ask spread, that's a different thing, because if you're getting into a small cap gapper that's already a wide spread, you already have something that's afoot with it, either volume or the market makers, or the volatility there is a bit of an issue. We covered this topic, I think, a few days ago, where we kind of searched with chat about what causes large spreads on names doing volume, and it's not only volume based. So that would be my answer to you there. I would be looking for areas where I see technical support and resistance, and then to base my entries and exits off those areas. Joey, anything you got?
Yeah, I mean, I think you answered your own question a little bit there as well too. Filter out false breakouts using volume confirmation, bid-ask spread behavior during low volatility consolidation periods. I think that's one thing that you really want to look out for, right? If you're looking for a specific breakout, are you going to be able to filter all of them out? No. You're going to get caught in false breaks. You're going to get caught in liquidity grabs. But I think the answer really lies in what you said, what you asked yourself is, like, look for that volume. What is the volume profile telling you? Is it stepping in if you're breaking through support or resistance? Is that volume really starting to expand? Can you see that acceleration in the time of sales as well too? So for me personally, you're not going to phase them all out, but what you can do is you can eliminate yourself from continuously buying highs or selling lows by just looking at what the volume is telling you. So if you do get that massive volume spike, then yeah, that can give you a little bit more confirmation in that breakout. And if you're like, why isn't it moving? Why isn't it breaking out? Why do I keep getting caught in this chop, in this consolidative phase? Then you could be like, hey, look at the volume profile, look at the tape, what is that telling you? And if it's significantly cool and not expanding and not kind of converging and moving higher with price, then you can say, hey, there's a potential to a false break there. And for me personally, if I'm in and this isn't a breakout example, it's just kind of like sticking with the trend. So you get into this trade, it's working out nice for you, you've taken some profits, and then now you're experiencing a pullback. Look what the volume profile is telling you. Is it starting to stair step down, or is it starting to move higher, whatever direction that you're in? And then that's how you would gauge and give you the ability to stay in the trades. But I think having a good understanding of what volume is telling you can eliminate a lot of what you're getting at there. But yeah, let's take a look at Tesla here. Got that move to the downside, and then we didn't quite get that target. Fell a little short there, but anyway, I'm only joking.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
You got that one there?
Yeah, well, I was trying to concentrate then at the pause there.
Yeah,
caught my
right,
attention.
there you go. There it is. But no, in all seriousness, guys, we got that move to the downside, and then we eventually got stopped out break even. And you can see the volume here as well. It's starting to relatively cool off, so potentially maybe an additional move lower, but you got to look across the board as well to see that, hey, we have this engulfing candle print, and this is perfect for breakout style. volatile, right? So this can be an example of a false breakdown, or maybe it's just not going to happen yet. You got to be a little bit more patient for that move a little bit lower. So yeah, volume spike. This is also something that can be a liquidity grab. You grab and stop out all the people who have their stops right below the low of the day. Boom, you grab them and then you make a nice little move higher, whatever it may be. But just keep an eye on the volume profile. I think that's going to tell you a lot, and most definitely the time of sales as well too. So hopefully that answered your question. So now we're testing the backside of this trend here. Maybe I'll take a second attempt on the Tesla short, but we did bounce off of some key support levels, so we always have to keep that in mind as well. So there's obviously it's rejecting that for a specific reason, and also the Qs and the SPY are bouncing off of the lows as well. So just keep in mind that this may not work out, but a rejection of this level, maybe we'll wait for another opportunity to get involved there in TSLA. And here it is. Here's my opportunity. I'm going to get involved just a little bit. Same amount of size that I was in before to see if we can get a break of that previous low. So we're essentially right back in. Obviously, this would be the better. Oh, see, now me looking at this, this is definitely the entry up here. So we have a definitive base, a support level now acting as resistance, and then now you're heading right back towards the volume weighted average price. Once we head into the middle of the zone here, then that's when I know my thesis is wrong. Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on Apple and Google. We have an individual named Christian Dathawk of the DC Examiner posting here on X in a report that apparently the UK is preparing new fines and regulations for both Apple and Google, even as the United Kingdom does continue its trade and tariff negotiations with the Trump administration. So again, an individual here from the DC Examiner reporting that Apple and Google reportedly potentially facing some fines and regulations from the UK. Again, just a report for now. Back to you.
Joseph, tell me you're broke without telling me you're broke. I'm gonna find companies into an oblivion because it's so jokes everywhere. Bro. So jokes. It's so funny. Anyway, yeah, it seems like this is going to be a tit-for-tat exchange right now between Europe, at least I feel, between Europe and the United States, as they're obviously engaged in a very, very tight and heated trade battle, trade negotiations, obviously, with Donald Trump. Adara, weasel in for a second because you're probably a lot more accurate with this. What did Donald say today about the European trade? Didn't he was he talking about some new tariffs possibly?
That was just a report from the Financial Times.
What did it say?
Well, basically just that they're considering having this base rate, I think, of 15 to 20% on these tariffs. We know the EU does not want any base tariffs. I think that's really where the issue comes in. Because the EU has made it very clear they don't want any kind of base tariff like what they're trying to do.
Makes sense. Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah. So as they are engaged, obviously, in this ongoing negotiations, you know, each party trying to get the upper hand in said negotiations. And I think, obviously, if you're looking at, let's just call it taxing. You can call it fining if you want, but it does feel like taxing these American companies is going to be a sticking point for Donald. He didn't like that when we were going to do the, what's it called? The online streaming, the digital streaming tax.
The digital tax.
Here,
I was just going to ask you, so like, what is something that some of these companies can do if they're going to get hit with these digital tax? How can they reciprocate or kind of just counter some of these moves?
The companies? Yeah. The companies are completely helpless here. They can stop doing business in the jurisdiction, but then they create a void for their competitors to come in and fill it. I mean, who would want that?
Yeah.
So in addition to that, obviously, the other side of that coin is what the U.S. responds, but we'll get to that in a second, guys.
Absolutely. Big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast. Nasdaq, VFS. Starting July 1st, 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move towards electric transport. VinFast is in prime position to benefit with major investments in each EV tech, battery production, and charging networks. It has a strong head start. While others scramble, VinFast is ready, and this policy only sharpens its edge. Can I say something?
Go.
I'm really tempted to buy one of these electric scooters, man.
Dude, Syed,
he's selling one.
Nah, he had one, and then he's got that next one that looks like an Indian motorcycle. It looks sick. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, check out the new one. Yeah, it's actually nice. Dude, he loves it, and he comes to work in it in the winter.
Yeah.
Takes the bike lanes. I'm just saying, he does it. So there's a practical aspect to the fact that he does, right?
Because, I mean, dude, I've been rocking the bikes to the office in the morning. Yeah, and I rock one of these electric bikes, and this thing goes 30 kilometers an hour, so I'm just zooming zooming down the bike lane. So it's literally, I will get home faster taking the bike, just because it's all downhill, than I will getting home in my car. It's about the same time, roughly the same time getting here in the morning, but even so, I get a little workout in, and I'm on this electric bike, and I'm just like navigating traffic and having a good old time with it. So I'm thinking about getting one of these electric scooters just for the sake of it, and try to supercharge that thing. Because you've seen those guys clipping on that. Have you seen those guys clipping on the one-wheeled ones?
You don't supercharge it, man. Just get one from China. They're not chipped.
How much tariff? How much extra?
There's not going to be any tariff. It's not. It's not Temu. No, even if it is, we don't have the 100% tariff. So we're not in a trade war with China, Canada. No, but seriously. Like, there's regulations here. If it goes over a certain speed, it has to be insured. If it goes over a certain speed, you can't be in the bike lanes. Dude, that is all predicated upon them pulling you over and inspecting the hell out of it. That's unlikely to happen.
You're not catching me on that. You know what I mean?
Enjoy yourself, bro.
The one-wheeled ones are insane, though. I know a couple. I don't know them. Some people have those supercharged.
They wear the helmets.
And some people have those supercharged.
Joseph.
I'm like, okay, so dude, one time I'm driving down Bloor Street, and one just like flies past me, right? And I'm like, okay, like hit the red light. And I'm like, where is this guy?
He took off.
Oh, he was so gone. Like, I'm like, man, he must be going at least 60 to 70. Easily 60 to 70 kilometers an hour. I don't know what that is in miles, probably 35.
Can I tell you though, I low-key get mad.
At those guys?
Why?
Why?
Because they don't respect any of the traffic laws.
No.
They're not stopping at red lights, stop signs, they're blowing through signals.
We don't know what those
illegal this. I'm on the sidewalk for a little bit. I'll go back on the road. The road looks better here. And here I am like an idiot in the car going like 7 kilometers an hour.
I'm telling you, brother, hop on the old bike train with me. You don't care about those laws anymore. Those are all out the window.
Bro.
It doesn't even matter. I got a destination and I'm going. It's sick, man.
Yeah, those guys, they don't respect any traffic law. Well, because there's no license to get slapped with a ticket for it. I mean, they get pulled over. You may or may not have ID on you. Technically, it's obstruction of justice.
Definitely don't have ID on you.
Yeah, I mean, you could have your license on you, but you might not. Anyway, if you lie to a cop about your identity, it's obstruction, and the Crown will ask for jail for obstruction every time. You'll do 5 days, but you will get jail for obstruction every time.
5 days?
Yeah, minimum. They'll lock you up for obstruction of justice almost always.
I would never give a false
even
name.
if it's your first offense.
Yeah, I would never give a false
They'll ask
name,
for jail.
You gotta catch me.
Yeah, and like the Crown has something called a charge screening form. So when you get your disclosure on first offense, when you go to your court date, they have a screening form. It's the charge that you're going to get charged with, the section of the criminal code, as well as what they're seeking for sentence. It's always a high ball. They're always highballing you there, and then it's a lawyer's job to get you a better deal. But every single time you see obstruction, you see jail. Yeah.
Jail. Overcook, undercook, jail.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Right away. No, good stuff there, guys. All right.
How do I know this, Roof Ninja? Because I practice criminal law, man, for a hot minute.
Good,
anyway,
man.
go ahead.
Exactly. Let's pull this up here. We take another little piece off of Tesla right here, guys. So this short working out pretty good for us. That compression pattern to the downside, just kind of following the volume. And this is what I was getting at earlier, right? So you can see as we broke through the key support levels, volume increases. As we pull back, volume decreases. And especially on these engulfing candles, this is where the effort and result comes into play, right? So what is the effort in volume, and then what is the result in the candle print? We talk about VPA all the time. I think it's very, very fundamental to intraday trading and even on larger time frames. But that's why I decided to hop back in. Cooler buying volume, cooling buying pressure. We hop right back in. The selling pressure steps right back, and then we take a profit right at the lows around 12.14 there. So that one worked out relatively well for us, Sharif.
All right, guys. I'm currently involved in a couple of trades. Let's talk about both. LMFA, we got one quick print, but now we're break even on the rest, showing me 8s there on the level 2. So I'll keep my eye out on that. So I have a dip trade on LMFA. to dip trade the volume weighted average price. The buy, the volume weighted average price, it's a resting order there at 95s. I'm gonna leave it active, okay? And then I have my stop below that. So that will trigger for the amount of shares that I'm looking to pick up at 95. So that's what I'm seeing there on LMFA. I'm also involved back into TDTH. And I've taken one quick print there. Again, this is for the same reason that I got in a VWAP dip on TDTH. I'm looking for this one to defend the volume weighted average price and then to kind of work its way back up. Now, it has held VWAP here for about 15 minutes. It did lose it momentarily. Go ahead.
So I added super aggressive here for the break of this support level. The Qs are moving lower, so I just like quadrupled my size right here, Sharif, for a little break. So I don't mind taking a couple cents on that there. Bang, bang. Oh my days, let's go. This is exactly what we want to see. I quadrupled that right there. Not even a double or a triple. Quadruple, Joey. And there we go. We'll take some off right there. Beautiful trade, beautiful trade. And this is what we're talking about. I'm gonna take a little bit more off so I can get some slightly more comfortable. But yeah, there it is. Aggressive add. Not the best entry. I hesitated on it, but I was looking for that leg down in the break of that key support level right there. So there it is. A nice breakdown of key support. And maybe we get a little bit more of a down move here in TSLA, Sharif.
All right, we're taking prints too, Joey. LMFA to the high side. We just took out 30s there. We're long fives. It's breaking out. It's on the warpath to the high side. LMFA. LMAO, let's keep an eye on this one. It just popped from 329, Joseph, down to 3.
Yes, sir.
This thing is insane.
Yes,
go ahead.
Sir. Yeah. Something's going on.
There he is. There, I was like weaseling behind me, man. We're being worried.
Get it, Sharif.
Oh, what happened to get it, Joe? All right,
Don't worry about that, bro.
Don't worry about that.
All right. Yeah, man, you did challenge Neil.
I challenge everybody. It don't even matter, man. I might be a little overconfident, but that's okay. You gotta be that guy sometimes.
Bang.
I am that guy. Today, there is no question about that. Let's go Tesla as it's continuously breaking down, baby. You know, street in a. All right.
Zoom, baby.
Yeah.
Can't say those words.
Can't say those words. All right, let's go Tesla. Yeah, no, this is a really nice breakdown that we're experiencing, guys. Obviously, we're just having fun trading.
Sir.
It's difficult. We don't want to rub it in, obviously, because we had bad days. Yesterday was a garbage day for me, full disclosure. But now we kind of just ramp it right back up and see if we can get an additional leg to the downside. If it comes back to my break even, so what? I'll just hop out. But yeah, we went some size right there. So there it is. Bang.
Bang. Okay, so I'm leaving my LMA order at 95s active, okay? Because if this dips into VWAP, I want the smoke. I only have one out left on LMFA. Currently, we have the 30 out there, which is 29 out, top wick. Currently now I've set up at 30, where am I at? 38s there. I'm gonna leave my order active. As you can see there, the dip trade at 95s. Let's see if it comes in. If it comes in, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's the end of the story, okay? Pardon me. I also got a pump up here on TDTH. We got another print there at 53s, but this is nothing to write home about here, guys, because this is not rocketing up at all. It's holding the volume weighted average price, but it doesn't have that kind of same aggressive volume.
Sorry to interrupt
No,
you.
but it's tanking.
Yeah. Tesla is really, someone's got a sell program here on Tesla now. They're not liking this stock whatsoever. That's cool because your boy's in it, and we'll just continuously take profits as we move to the downside. But yeah, that compression pattern broke, key support levels broke. We have multiple levels of support breaking here on Tesla, and that's what I was kind of aiming at to get involved here. Oops. This is what I wanted to pull up. I don't know why I went all the way up there, but just like take a look at it. I'll take a look at this. I know Katina Man and Obi like saying that, but would you look at that? Here it is. So the 327, you get that support level break, volume picks up. Now this support level right here breaks, you get that volume to pick up and you make an additional leg lower. So that's what we got going on Tesla. Much appreciated, Gorev. As always, brother, nice trading on AMD and Tesla earlier today, brother.
AMD. All right, here we go. LMFA, sorry. LMFA, yeah, because I keep thinking LMFAO, RAM, and it's throwing me off.
What is it? What is that? How does there? Oh, shot.
Get it, Adara. Adara, when you want to sing, you can just weasel in, sing, and then leave, you know?
I don't know if anyone wants to hear that.
We do.
We
do.
actually told you that, so there's at least a couple of people here.
Yeah.
Also, I'm actually willing to put this up here. I've been thinking about it. I'm going to commit to it. If we get, how many likes do we have right now on the show right now?
Hold on. Let me check.
Give me a
One
number.
second. Give me a second.
I can do this too.
No, I got it right here. So we have, Adira, 1,200 likes, which is kind of not enough.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, okay, if we had less likes, I was good at, let's see the afternoon show. I'm thinking we have a pretty good amount of likes. We're going to wait.
Adira, hold on. No. We need to tell her. We're not rolling streams anymore, woman. We are? Yeah. What?
To the afternoon show.
What is this? What do you guys keep flipping the switch on me for? Ram.
No, but I want to hear what Adira was going to propose.
Sorry to interrupt
Okay.
you, Adira. Yeah.
What do we got?
So I don't want to pose this till we actually have a number because we had way more likes than I thought we would have. So shout out to everybody liking the stream. But in the afternoon, I may pose a challenge for y'all for likes for something on the market recap.
For us.
Can you give us a hint as to what to expect? You don't have to disclose it because I feel like you want to make it a surprise.
It will involve, and I already teased it in the chat, so some people probably already know, will involve maybe some freestyle rap.
Oh, I did see that message. I did. Okay, well, I'm not telling you.
But I didn't hear what she said.
Well,
it would involve what?
You can rewind it on YouTube. I'm playing, bro. I'm just joking. She's gonna freestyle a rap, right?
Oh, freestyle
rap.
All right. Okay.
There was a guy back in the day on this show as well who, I don't know, I forget who it was, to be quite honest with you, because it's been so long. Every Friday, they would rap if we got a certain amount of likes. I don't know. I'm not looking at him or anything like that. OGs in the chat will know that I'm talking about Neil Roberts because that was Freestyle Fridays. And if we, Neil, how many likes was it? What was the rule? 15 hundos on Friday. Neil freestyles.
Yeah, give me a couple of wobbly pops, and I'll freestyle for you guys all day for free.
What do you want?
Wobbly pops.
What are those?
Beers.
Oh, okay, bro. I don't know. Wobbly pops, Adira. Do you know that as beer?
Who knows that as beer? In what world?
What am I supposed to say to this guy?
I don't even know, man. All right,
I don't know. This guy's killing me right now. No, I love it. All right, we're having a great time, guys. It's been a good day today. Look, we're still holding on some LMFA. This thing is zigging, it's zagging. It's got all sorts of volatility right now. It's kind of lacking direction a little bit, even though it just made highs. I'm keeping my eye firmly on it, but I'm unsure whether this holds 3. I'm going to leave my 295 active right now, even though VWAP has since curled a little bit and it's 297. This could still be a money fill though, so I'll keep my eye out on that separately. We're still holding TDTH. This loses VWAP, I'm out. It's really that simple. We've taken a couple of scalps on it through that volume weighted average price pop, but it's not really rocketing up or anything like that. All right, if you guys see a new one in the chat that's making moves, I would love to know about it. Otherwise, I'm just going to stick with the ones that we've got on right here. Shout out to Jacques, MLGO stock. Split last night, did it? Again, micro algo. What'd it do? Let me just have a look over here on the daily. The split. Yeah, it's a crazy split there, man. Yeah, that's what they have to do, man. Otherwise, they're going to get booted from the exchange. We know the rules. You got to stay above $1. Yeah, and that's one of the ways. If you're a newer trader, that's one of the ways they maintain that dollar. They reverse split. There's other companies that will have, okay, Polestar. I'm not gonna make any pronouncements about what's keeping this up above $1. But the fact of the matter is, it seems to maintain itself above $1 all the time. It doesn't lose that dollar. So to me, it feels like, I don't know. I know you got to have board approval to buy back shares, but it just seems like somebody's buying this up at the $1 because the short sellers can't seem to push it below the $1, and it stinks of a little some extracurriculars to me. Patek, who needs enemies when you have partners like Sharif who can rewind it on YouTube? Yeah. Joe, exactly.
That's crazy.
Exactly, exactly. No, but seriously though, Joey, think about it like this.
Yeah.
Right? I told you that before Gemini, there was an LLM called Baird.
Yeah.
It was only available in the US. It was out for like a year, maybe even less. And I used the proxy to access it initially just to kind of get the feel for things and compare it to chat. And when it was active, I said to Baird, I'm like, do you have access to the YouTube channel tradertv.live? He's like, yeah, I do. I'm like, fantastic. Do you have access to the transcripts for that show? Because they generate automatically for the hearing impaired, right? And it's like, yes, I do. So then I asked it what I said on a specific day, and it gave me what I said on the rundown with Brendo. And that's 2023, dog, okay? So what I'm trying to get at here is everything we say, everything we do will be searchable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's it.
Take it or leave it.
There you go.
This is part of the job.
So shout out Big Spot.
It's kind of scary though, no?
Shout out Big Spot. Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't mind being held accountable for my actions.
I respect that, but it's still a little scary. All right, guys, I'm just going to cover this, Joey. So we got long here on LMFA at the 95 area. It did lose VWAP, so this is going to be a tight one for me over here. How many shares do we have? All right, so let's go ahead and trigger this order. So I will get stopped out here if it loses the 84. I put my out on 85s. We've got 96s at the moment, but it does feel like it is losing VWAP now, and it will make a lower low. So keep your eye out on this one. We're going to give back a little bit over here if I get stopped out, but it's pumping back up into the 90s. Let's see if it can retrace. I'm waiting at 98s for a beak wetter. It's already showing me 93s, but it feels like this one will drop here and stop me out. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. There we go. It's going to drop below my, wow, it popped up and got me out of trouble. Wowzers. Okay, so we're flattening out here, Joey. We're going to take the, I don't care if this goes or not. I don't think that was the right trade. So we'll flatten out here super quick on that one and get out of Dodge. What do you got?
Yeah, we got a couple super chats here from our guy, Mike P. DeRider, number one. Wobbly Pops, LOL, I'm using that with the homies. Yes, we know you are. Mike P. DeRider, our guy, one of the fan favorites there. That ain't okay social. Big Spot, obviously I have to read that one first, knowing this guy now. $4.99. That ain't good for my social credit score.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah. I don't know.
Look,
how
I'm just telling you guys what really happened. I'll never forget it. It was the couple of days after my birthday. NVIDIA had just reported earnings. I wore a leather jacket up on the big desk. I remember specifically. And I went into Baird. I'm like, and I even typed my own name. I'm like, what did Sharif say on, I think it was May 26th or 27th that NVIDIA reported earnings back in May of 23, and it literally gave me line by line summary of what I had said about NVIDIA's earnings. And, again, that's almost 2.5 years ago now. So I wonder how much they've improved. Adair.
I think I found out what happened here to TSLA. I only saw this come through in the wire now, but in case you guys missed it, I guess there's a trial going on right now. This autopilot wrongful death trial related to a 2019 crash. Basically, apparently some people testifying include an individual by the name of Missy Cummings. She is an expert on autonomous systems. She's also a former fighter pilot, and she was appointed to a senior position at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration back in 2021. So apparently she testified, and I'm going to quote her now, "It is my professional opinion that Tesla's autopilot is defective because Tesla knowingly allows the vehicle to be operated in operational domains for which it is not explicitly designed." So Missy Cummings here, again, an NHTSA administrator, not too positive here about TSLA. The stock is dropping. It's also worth noting the NHTSA is on watch with regards to Tesla because we do have Jonathan Morrison. He was appointed by Trump to lead the NHTSA, and it came out earlier this week. He has had less than glowing things to say about Elon Musk. Back to you.
Thank you for sending me this, Ram. This is hilarious. I do like it, though. Shout out to Ram. All right, guys. Yeah, interesting look here. So, Joey, anything on your report? Because I'm going to start doing the news in a hot minute.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just go over this. We got stopped out break even here because we took some off, and then we obviously added into this position, bringing the average down to here, or to roughly here, just due to the size. And boom, we take that off. Boom. And then, there you go, boom. And then there we go, we take that off, and then eventually we get stopped out. I only had about 10-15% left right there. But it looks like Tesla wants to continue its downward trajectory, so a really good look on TSLA and TSLL. We're going to go to Adair, and then we're going to stop and come right back into the news, guys.
As I mentioned earlier, tomorrow marks not only Obi's birthday, happy birthday, Obi, but it also marks the one-year anniversary of the CrowdStrike outage. So what other way to commemorate that than through a series of infographics on X at TTP Research, because that is what I do. So this is the title page. We'll get into the infographics. This first one, this is basically CrowdStrike and how it was affected. I only use the immediate aftermath because, of course, there's been this ongoing litigation between Delta and CrowdStrike, which I'll get into in a second. But When you do a deep dive, there are some aspects of this crash and the company's reaction that you might not know about. For example, did you know that CrowdStrike offered $10 Uber Eats coupons to employees who worked for the companies that were helping them through the crash? This was not a well-received gesture from the public, but beyond that, Uber actually was not allowing the vouchers to go through because they were used so frequently that they thought it was a scam. Also, the company, this is very true, did receive and accept a 2024 Pony Award. That's, I guess, an information and security themed award show. They accepted the award for most epic fail, and the company's president actually went to the award show to get it. So good sense of humor, I suppose. Delta, though, also really heavily impacted. They were facing a DOT investigation, and they announced plans to sue CrowdStrike for $500 million. So if you want to take a look back at this pretty wild chapter in the market and in the world, just go to X at TTV Research. I post these infographics every single day. And if you guys ever have any recommendations, just tag me in our YouTube chat. Back to you.
All right, firstly, I just want to welcome Noni Madueke to Arsenal. Big transfer from across the city from Chelsea. He joins Arsenal, I believe, for around 50 million quid, a little bit less. He's a winger, so he's going to fit very well. Very happy to have him, obviously, as we add to our aggressive attacking talent with Gyökeres right around the corner coming from Sporting as well. So Arsenal, I think they're definitely going to be one of the favorites this year. I know that, it's obviously a running gag with Arsenal fans that it's going to be the next year, it's the next year, kind of like the Dallas Cowboys.
Kind of like the Leafs too.
The Leafs.
Why do they call them transfers in football?
That's the way it is, baby.
Not
okay.
trades.
So the way that they do business out there is a little different. Here, you're trading player for player. Sometimes you get player in cash, right?
Yeah.
There, it's not like that.
Oh, really?
Sometimes, very rarely, there's player for player. Almost never.
Yeah.
Rarely. So it's a player who gets sold by the team. The team has the contract on the player. So say you're under contract.
They have to transfer the contract over, essentially.
Yes, but so it's a bit more complicated though. So the team has the contract on the player, and therefore they can deal with the player as they see fit. So if Barcelona comes to Arsenal and says, we want Bukayo Saka, Arsenal's be like, all right, I got him onto contract till 29. It's 150 million pounds. Please and thank you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Saka doesn't see any of that. Okay, He doesn't see any of that. The team gets it. What he's entitled to is his contract. Now, it gets even more nuanced. Why? Because players sometimes don't want to get dealt. So what do, Joey? They throw
no transfer clause?
Not that.
Yeah.
You're very close. What they'll say is there's a buyout fee, meaning that the team that comes to pick you up has to pay a minimum of
X
this.
amount. Yeah.
All right, we're going to pause for a second because we got to go to Adair.
Just keep an eye here at SRPT. We've talked about this one a lot today. Earlier today, we heard that Reuters reporting that the U.S. FDA is going to be requesting that Sarepta voluntarily stop all shipments of their Elevidys gene therapy. Well, now, Martin Shkreli, known as Pharma Bro, has weighed in on X. He said apparently he talked to the reporter involved, and he said it's not 100% clear if the FDA wants to halt this treatment for all patients or just non-ambulatory patients. It sounds like a lot of the issues here have been with non-ambulatory patients. But either way, still not a great catalyst, but Martin Shkreli trying to provide maybe a little bit of context and further clarity for this story on SRPT. Back to you.
For that, Adara. All right, let's get to any questions? Do you have any questions? No, right?
No, just hop in here.
I know you don't really care that much.
About?
Soccer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know you don't. Just like, let's call it spade a spade. All right, let's get to work, guys. Crypto. The House passing all three bills. Geez, that was quick. We were arguing about the procedural rules, and now we've passed the bill. So let's talk about that. House passed the Genius Act, creating the first U.S. regulatory framework for dollar-pegged stablecoins with a pretty big vote here, Joseph. 308 to 122, so very bipartisan there. The bill mandates backing by liquid assets, so you're going to have U.S. dollars as well as treasury bills backing the money that comes in, as well as monthly public service reserve disclosures. If signed by Donald Trump, it would make a landmark moment for stablecoin legitimacy, obviously. There are two other bills, though, crypto-related bills that also passed. The Clarity Act, which was passed, I believe, in the Senate No, the Clarity Act didn't get passed in the Senate yet, but I think Tim Scott was one of the authors. It defines when tokens are securities versus commodities, and we'll talk about why that's important in a second. The other bill that passed yesterday was the CBDC ban bill, which prohibits the U.S. central bank digital currency on privacy grounds here. Good luck. I didn't want that either. Say that again, Adara?
There you right there.
Your boy Vladdy. Oh, why does he looking all...
Oh, we got a haircut.
He got a haircut?
We got a haircut.
Sell immediately.
This is what money is.
Sell immediately.
Money. He's real money now.
Oh, my goodness.
What's up, Vladdy?
What's going on? He's gotten all corporate and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
He's
Vladdy.
that guy now. He realized his hipster look wasn't it.
Get it, Adara.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm glad. I like him more now. I didn't really like him.
I don't know. I gotta like him less a little bit now. He's
like
less
him less now?
authentic right now, Joey.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey,
I don't
man.
know, bro. I'm not digging that corporate haircut.
Hey, man, it's a glow up. You gotta respect the glow up, brother.
All right, let's keep it. There he is. Get it, Vladdy. Vladdy looking good. Assassino killing it with that too, my man. Look at this guy. All right, let's keep going. The two bills now head to the Senate. So the Genius Act heads to Donald Trump's desk for signing. The other two acts that were passed yesterday, the Clarity Act and the CBDC ban bill, they head now to the Senate to be passed there. Again, guys, they got to be passed in their current form in the Senate. Otherwise, if they're amended, they got to go back to the House for a revote there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll obviously cover it for you. Now, so the Clarity Act, let's talk a little bit about the Clarity Act, because this is the one I want to focus on. It seeks to limit the SEC's authority by classifying most tokens as commodities and therefore putting it under the purview of the CFTC. Crypto firms actually like this move, and they argue that it makes it easier for retail investors to kind of navigate around the complex security compliance, which is kind of modus operandi number one for the SEC. So what I took from this, by classifying them as commodities as opposed to securities, is that the CFTC has a better reputation for less regulatory hurdles. If I'm right in the chat, let me know if I'm wrong about that, because I wasn't obviously written in this article. That's my implication for why they would want to insist on it being a commodity as opposed to a security. Joe, any comment?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of the moves here. So we have Circle. I just have the technicals up, and we know this financial digital currency, USDC, they're the primary holder of this, and it's been on an absolute monster run from its IPO. So just look for a continuation. You can't just go parabolic all the time. But for now, what we do have is that we're holding these trend lines. I would not be surprised whatsoever if it does break through this 177 mark and then maybe possibly turn around and look for the continuation in this trend. But you can also look for some supports to hold as well too. But at this point, you have this candle, failed to establish a new high right here, and then now you want to look for the crack of this trend line. There you'll get some more potential downside, and then maybe you look for a continuation in this trend. But I think this stablecoin stuff is fantastic.
Yep.
And with that being said, more transactions, more revenue.
JP Brennan, I'm so sorry I missed your super chat, brother. I just saw your message now. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat, and you're a contributor, a heavy contributor. Sharif, what type of trade do you use to layer your trades? Maybe I just texting have it on my trading platform, E-Trade. Oh, what do you mean? What type of trade do you use? Oh, are you talking about what type of orders I'm using, JP?
I think so.
99, okay, no. 100% of the time, I'm using limit orders. What I do sometimes, JP, is I give my limit orders, especially for stops, room between the spread, between the triggering price and the limit price, only for my stops. I don't do that for my beak wetters, for my profit takers, okay? I don't need to do that. So I'm using limit orders, and I'm sending out limit orders that sit on the exchange. We have a different type of order here for our platform, and they're called script orders. They sit on our server here until the conditions for them are met, and then they're sent to the exchange. Needless to say, they're not as quick as having your order sit on the exchange itself. So that's what I'm doing. I'm sending out limit orders. They're profit takers for the levels that I want to take profit at. That's what you're seeing there on the screen, and they're usually layered in red. You can see them there. So very straight limit orders. I want to make that very clear. Again, for my stop loss orders, I use limit orders, JP, but I say to the computer, say I want to get out at $1.49, right? But it's a very volatile stock. So I know that there could be an area of illiquidity around that $1.49, especially around the $0.50. So what I'll say to the computer is, sell at 149, but pay as low as 142. So I'll give it a 7-penny spread. That means that at 149, 148, 147, 46, if there's no liquidity at any of these levels, keep paying the one below it. And I'll give it 7 pennies, 10 pennies. It really depends on the stock I'm trading, how volatile it is, and how spready it is, just from a bid-ask spread. I hope that's what you mean, because I didn't really understand fully the question. If that's the case, just tag me. Let me know if I've addressed your question. If not, just tag me again, and I'll try to answer it a little bit better next time around. So we're done this one, Joey. You already kind of opined on this. So let's talk a little bit about Netflix now. NFLX with a banger earnings report. I know they're down a little bit. Yes, okay, good. Thanks, JP. Just confirming. So let's talk about their EPS. $7.19. The street was looking for $7.08, so a beat on the bottom line. Revenue was also a beat, but barely. $11.08 billion. The street was looking for $11.07, but it was still a 16% year-over-year increase in revenue. Net income, Joey, they took $1 billion more home this year than they took last year. $3.1 billion in profit. Last year, they printed $2.1 billion. The growth really here was driven by more members, price increases, and rising ad revenue. Let's not forget that ad tier is slated to bring in more money total than than the non-ad tier. That's not happening yet, but they're projecting that in the future. Despite all that, and they told us they had more members, but they didn't give us a subscriber count because they're not doing that anymore. That's the second consecutive quarter. They're not giving their subscriber count. They did hint at it, my understanding is, on the earnings call. Okay? Let's keep going here. Full year, revenue guidance here set to be good. $44.8 billion to $45.2. They raised guidance, by the way, because they had been guiding prior 43.5 to 44.5. So they raised it about $1 billion there on both ends of the guide, aided by really Forex tailwinds, as well as we mentioned earlier, strong user ad trends. Free cash flow guidance also lifted, $8 to $8.5 billion. That's up from the previous 8, really reflecting improved monetization and operational efficiency. When it comes to their margin profitability, it continues to grow. Operating margin now at 34.1%. That's up nearly 7 basis points from year over year on the quarter, and 3 basis points just quarter over quarter. I mean, this company's a monster. They do caution, though, Joey, that the second half of 2025, their margins will decline due to heavier content costs, obviously costs a bunch, as well as the marketing linked to these blockbuster content slate, which I didn't know any of them, by the way. And here's what they're anticipating. I'm joking about that. Wednesday Season 2, this all comes in the second half of 2025. Stranger Things finale, Happy Gilmore, everybody knows about that. Happy Gilmore 2, and then Frankenstein as well. Management expects bigger impact from content investment in the second half as a major release rollout, guys. So keep your eye out on that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple things here. You know that we love Netflix. So Netflix is looking to accelerate user engagement with a new slate of content and programming. UBS analysts say in a research note, engagement or hours viewed per day was up 1.8% in the first half of the year, compared to a 4.5% increase in the second half of 2024. Hold on here now, Sharif. The analysts say the streamer's wider range of content and its investment in live programs should support engagement gains. Now, that's what I was getting at, the live programs. Now we have a big-time boxing fight coming up. We've seen what happened with the Jake Paul and the Mike Tyson fight. Now you're getting the big-time football games, and not only that, you have America's favorite sport, wrestling. You have WWE, SmackDown, and Raw. So I think that Netflix is headed in the right path. I also heard Brando say that he believes that they should also allow content creators to put their own things on, like a YouTube, like with like a kind of like a
What do you think
YouTube
about
aspect.
that? What's your honest? Just be honest. Yeah. I didn't think that. Yes and no. You can't just allow anybody to put up there, obviously, because then it's essentially a YouTube. But if you filter through and you just allow more of these creators and you filter through some of the content, then why not? That makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? You can't just allow every Joe. It's like you can't allow Joe to put his hockey highlights on Netflix. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
you gotta,
exactly.
You know
I feel that.
So like the average Joe, you don't really want to do that. But the move towards live sports, I think, is a really big thing because we've seen it in the likes of Amazon Prime. I think they're one of the first companies to do so.
Yes.
But Disney, obviously ESPN is owned by Disney Plus, but it's obviously two totally different things. But Amazon, just all in one platform. You got your live sports, you have your content on there as well too. And I really like how Netflix adapted that, but then it's also taking it to a next level with having these major sporting events, like the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. They had that on there, which is insane, but it's content that people want to watch. They want to see Joey Chestnut golf down 60 hot dogs in a span of 20 minutes. Why? I don't know. It's absolutely
people
insane.
Like it.
The people like it. It doesn't matter as long as people like it. But yeah, for me, it's the live sporting events I think are really,
I would have to agree with that, but I would also really like their revenue tailwind coming from ads. Their ads, they're growing exponentially, Joseph.
Absolutely,
so
absolutely.
I love the sports as well.
Well, there you go. Like you said, you have the tier paid. You have the tier paying program. So
let's talk a little Meta, Joey, here, because they settled a big lawsuit. It wasn't really Meta's lawsuit. It was more about Meta's board members as well as former board members and executives as well, because Sheryl Sandberg was involved here. They settled. And by settling, they don't open the books. That's really what it comes down to here. So Meta doesn't have to open the books in discovery, and that would have been a big thing, I think. So Meta has settled a major data privacy lawsuit tied to the Cambridge Analytica scandal, avoiding further trial proceedings in a Delaware Chancery Court. The case involved allegations that directors, including Zuck and Sheryl Sandberg, failed, but it also had other people, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, big names, guys, failed to prevent improper user data access by a UK firm. The plaintiffs also alleged a $5 billion FTC settlement, claiming it unfairly shielded Zuckerberg from personal liability. We're going to have to pause here for a second. Adara has breaking news.
A small capish U type of play here, Sharif. It goes by the name of RDW Redwire. Not a tiny cap. It's about $2.7 billion market cap, trading around $19. It is below the pre-market high, but it's getting a nice little push here. The company announced on its X account that it is doing a drone demo right now for the U.S. Army. Redwire also has an almost 18% short float. So RDW on watch. Back to the Bash Brothers.
I'm going to cover it for him. I'm getting OCD. I need to cover his food. Let's keep going over here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy to me with all the flies over here.
He's got two big
his food is going to be all flies in 2 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah. Obi.
He's not
here. All right, let's keep going on here. So Zuckerberg and others were expected to testify in the trial, but the last-minute deal really keeps key execs from taking the stand and having to perjure themselves. Obviously, the judge confirmed both sides agreed to the deal, but did not disclose the financial terms of such. The lawsuit really originates from 2018 after Facebook admitted millions of its users' data were accessed by Cambridge Analytica without authorization. Internal emails and testimony suggests some directors, listen to this, accepted liability waivers to retain Zuckerberg's leadership, meaning people took the fall. They were fall men for your boy Zuck so that he wouldn't face a board kind of, rebellion and be kicked out, or face shareholder rebellion and be forced off. So that's really interesting to me here. Now, I don't think it matters much anymore now that the deal's been settled, and I think Zuck is pretty entrenched, and I think he has voting control because his shares, yeah, he does have voting control. He still runs the company, even if he doesn't own the majority of the shares. His votes, I think his shares have voting control. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. The settlement avoids high-profile courtroom drama and reduces the near-term headline risk as well. Meta recruited top as well. This is a separate story, so I'm going to pause here for a second and tell you about more poaching by Meta from Apple. Adara.
Yeah, Sharif, I have news here about DJT, not the man, the ticker. So keep an eye here. World Liberty Financial posting on X, community triumph. WLFI tradability is approved. We're targeting 6 to 8 weeks for the full awakening. Strategic alignments, alliances, grand stages, smart unlocks take time to realize full potential. Something for everyone is brewing with the hashtag WLFI awakening. So, I mean, right now the stock is awakening a little bit. It made about a 10-cent push, still near day's lows. But either way, DJT here with World Liberty Financial teasing that an announcement is brewing for everyone. Back to you.
For that, Adara, we'll keep our eye on DJT. The other headline here for Meta, they're recruiting top Apple AI researcher Mark Lee and Tom Gunter to its new super intelligence lab, according to reports out of Bloomberg. The hires follow the other poaching of Rumoming Pang. Sorry, I should be able to say that better. Former head of Apple's foundation models, who also joined Meta this month. Meta has been aggressively targeting Apple's AI team with lucrative offers amid industry-wide talent war. It's not just Apple. Obviously, we know they're poaching people from Google and OpenAI as well, Joey.
Yeah. So we got Alexander Wang. I don't know how I feel about that. I personally wouldn't be going after Apple's team.
Well, exactly. That's what my thinking was too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, these guys have already dropped the ball. Why?
Unless these guys are really good and they're being kept down by Apple execs.
Yeah, fair. That's
who don't
fair.
have
I don't know
a finger on the market.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
that's fair enough, guys. And you can see here on Meta's intraday chart, you get that dive down early in the pre-market. Sorry, you get this pre-market high, and then you just sell off from there. Nice inverted hammer, and then sure enough, this 5-minute opening drive is extremely weak. You play the break of the body, and you get that move to the downside for all those orb traders. And then now you're starting to slowly recover, but you still haven't breached that high of the day. Now let's take a look at Meta from a daily standpoint to see what we've got going on. This thing has been on an absolute tear, and I wish I did hold this name, but it is slightly expensive, but that's okay. 44% off of those lows. I mean, it's no NVDA, it's no Robinhood or anything along those lines, but a big-time recovery like this in META, we'll take it, Sharif.
Absolutely. Yeah, but the double top, though, is a little...
Yeah, that double top is big-time scary as well, yes.
Let's talk about some something we don't really like talking about, but they're part and parcel of being in the market. Layoffs, guys. Amazon cuts AWS staff amid ongoing restructuring efforts. So they confirmed fresh layoffs within AWS, specifically citing reevaluation of priorities and their business focus. The company didn't disclose how many jobs are being cut or which specific units would be more affected. These layoffs are obviously a part of a broader efficiency initiative, not really directly tied, though, to these AI investments. And just to give you an idea of how AWS did, we know that they and Google Cloud missed, with Azure being the only major cloud provider. I'm not talking about Oracle's or others. I'm talking about the big three that actually beat expectations last time. Despite that, AWS, Joey, posted 17% year-over-year sales growth in Q1, with about $29.27 billion in revenue, below that's slightly below the 18.9% pace that they grew at in the prior quarter. It marked the third straight revenue miss for AWS, adding pressure, obviously, to streamline operations and get costs in check. I'm assuming that's why these layoffs are happening. The division has faced increased competition from Azure as well as Google Cloud, which continue to gain market share. And just let's not forget what Andy Jassy said, I think about a month ago, maybe a few weeks ago. He warned Amazon's corporate workforce may shrink further as generative AI, let's call a spade, replaces certain roles. He emphasized a shift towards new roles driven by AI development, suggesting really here that long-term changes to Amazon's employment structure would take place. So, you know, what was taken a new grad to do the job, now they're looking at possibly getting AI to do it. And
yeah, I mean, yeah. When he says may, it means it's going to, right?
Exactly.
It's not. It's may. It's
exactly.
definitely going to happen. So you'll see some more job cuts there. But Amazon has been pretty good from a technical standpoint as well. It has been one of the laggards, guys. It's not. Again, I mentioned some of the other bigger names, Microsoft. Google is lagging as well too. So two of the big cloud providers have been trailing the overall market and haven't established any new all-time highs. But we are still up 40% off of Liberation Day lows, and only about 5 to 10% off of the all-time highs here. So six and 2/3 there to be exact. So I wouldn't be surprised. Sharif mentioned that AWS has now missed on revenue for 3 quarters in a row. That's pretty big, because Amazon was the only one out of the big three to have beat it on its previous report. I think things are going to change, considering that this AI arms race is continuously ramping up, and that CapEx is there. So you need to store your data somewhere. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen between Google Cloud and Amazon, that's for sure.
I liked this comment from Justin Chapin. I know a good amount of AWS folks in the Denver area, and they still are pissed about the return to work directive. Yeah, that caught a lot of people, rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. People felt they were more efficient at home. They were happier. If they're happier, they work better. I see both sides, guys. I mean, there is that yin and the yang to it, but you know, at the end of the day, who's writing the checks, right? Who's writing those paychecks? Let's talk about Amex here, because it looks like affluent people are still affluent, right? American Express reported EPS of 408, easily beating the 389 expected by the street on revenue of $17.9 billion. Again, Henley beating that estimate by the street of 17.7. That's a 9% bump year over year on revenue. The results were driven by continued strong discretionary spending among high-income cardholders. Rich people are still rich, Joey. Amex, their focus on affluent clients here helped buffer it from the broader consumer slowdown affecting lower-income households. The company remains a useful bellwether in trends in travel as well as high-end spending, even if it's not fully representative of the broader economy. I submit to you it's not. But there are credit risks here and provisions being made for such. So the provision for credit losses increased slightly to about $1.4 billion, up from that $1.3 billion that they had made provisions for a year ago, signaling a little caution amid a volatile macro backdrop. Despite the higher borrowing costs and trade policy uncertainties, consumers remain in good financial shape according to the broader bank commentary. So American Express, not a bad look. How's it looking on the chart?
Yeah, it's not looking too bad here, Shreve. You see we're experiencing
another double.
potential.
Is that Meta or is it
no,
AXP,
this is ASP,
bro?
This is AXP.
That's like a carbon copy of Meta. What the hell is that?
Yeah, so you can see that we've rejected that previous high, so they don't think value is above that there. But we're still up 40% off of Liberation Day lows. But from the payment processors, AXP obviously works for the higher end clients, so it's looking pretty good, and there's no questioning. I have no doubt in my mind that American Express is probably going to be a good investment for the future.
It feels like that, right? Yeah, it does feel like that. I mean,
the rich get richer, you know what I mean? So it doesn't matter at the end of the day. This name is a buy a dip at every cost. Like, look at this. Let's go to a monthly chart here, Shreve, just to see what we got going on. Will it work? Yes. Thank you. Yes, thanks for not embarrassing me. Oh. All right. But I mean, okay, that's 2000. Let's go back to 2023, $150. You got 120% return essentially from that. So from a couple of years, big time returns. I think it's going to continue to do so. People love Amex. Great deals on it as well, too.
Look at that breakout.
Yeah. Great deals on Amex. So
absolutely
get involved in some of these higher end payment processors.
All right, let's get to work. Pentagon questioned over Microsoft's use of Chinese engineers. This is a little bit of an eye-opening one here, so let's get to it. So U.S. senators are pressuring the Pentagon for clarification on reports that Microsoft used Chinese engineers on military cloud computing contracts. I'm not talking about Chinese Americans. I'm talking about Chinese, like in China, resident Chinese citizens. The report, first published by ProPublica, alleges that the engineers worked under U.S. digital escorts, more on that in a second, via subcontractors, raising concerns over cybersecurity vulnerabilities. Microsoft, if you don't know, is a key defense contractor and has previously suffered breaches both from the Chinese and the Russians. Microsoft, that is. The company told ProPublica it disclosed its practices to the government, so they told them ahead of time what they were doing during the authorization process, but they declined to give any more comment to Reuters or ProPublica. The digital escorts, this is what I was talking about earlier, supervising foreign engineers had security clearances, but they often lack the actual technical expertise to evaluate what the hell the engineers were doing. They don't know what they're doing. They don't understand what they're doing. So what the hell is the point of them? At least that's what this article says. This raises the questions about how effectively subcontractors are actually vetted by the government and the company, the employing company, as well as monitored on national security projects. That is a little concerning here because we kind of already know that there's beef between the two countries, very political beef, very military beef, economic beef, and they're competitors. Let's just call a spade, man.
Yeah. There's no questioning that there, Sharif.
Obviously, there's not much to say bad about Microsoft. It's all-time high.
No, you can't say too much bad about it.
No.
But I'm just looking at this chart like, I don't know, man. Again, you just got to go with what the price is telling you. But for all my experienced individuals, I would love for you guys to put in the chat, is this type of price action sustainable? Now we're just talking about things from a technical standpoint. We're not even talking about fundamental. But if you're an experienced trader and you see this Do you believe that this type of move is sustainable? I'm curious to what you guys think. Put yes or no in the chat. It's that simple. And I know what I'm going to put. Thank you, Jersey Shore. Exactly. That's what I'm going to put, a big no. So at some point, they are going to pull back. And I mean, I'm just talking from a technical standpoint. This is the Azure beat. And it was fractional. It wasn't like a massive surprise, but it was a surprise. Obviously, the street likes surprise. But if you ask me, this isn't going to continue, and when we do get a pullback, I would suggest it's probably going to be relatively aggressive.
You ready for some good news?
Yes.
Turki al-Sheikh has met with the Zone CEO, Shay Segov, and agreed to get rid of the pay-per-view model for all future Riyadh season and Ring Magazine events on DAZN. Did you know this?
No, I didn't know that.
Isn't that sick?
Yeah, that's sick.
Good for Turkey on this one, man. People hate that. Like, if I'm paying $20 a month or whatever DAZN is, you know, I mean,
why do I gotta? Yeah, that should include, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying. Something that Netflix should do, right?
Agree.
Just have kind of another paid tier where it's like, hey, you get all these live sporting events, and
you gotta pay up that.
Yeah, you got to pay up a little bit for that.
$50 for an event, though. That's the thing.
For a
so
single
I'd rather
event.
pay, like a tariff.
Strikeout. You know what I mean by that?
No. No idea.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Bro, you ask me like every time you go to watch a thing.
Oh,
like,
goodness.
Yeah.
We can't say what that is, though.
Oh, but we can't say what that is. We were not going to say what it is.
So I'm just going to pretend like I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I get it.
I feel you, though. Yeah, I know. I'm so bad memory-wise. I was like, what is he talking about? Baseball references
no,
here? I understand.
Yeah,
now I get it.
Now. Well,
In fact, I actually had that
no wonder
same
you had to ask me about it.
Yeah, exactly. And I saved it in my favorite picture so that I can just refer back to it right away.
But there's other alternatives as well, too. People are beating around the bush with having to pay these pay-per-views with that for
Well, exactly. Yeah. IPTV. Let's just get to it. All right, Chevron wins arbitration and cleared to acquire Hess for $53 billion. This had been ongoing for a year between the two competitors who are actually friendly because apparently both CEOs like each other and they have a good working relationship. They were just at odds for what the contract actually said. It was a right of first refusal between the two companies and the provision needed to be interpreted and the arbitrator has done so we can move on. So let me give you the full picture now. Chevron prevailed in a high-profile arbitration case over ExxonMobil, clearing the path to acquire Hess Corporation for $53 billion. Neil, is this still halted? It's got to be closed now. That makes sense, yeah. So the case centered on Exxon and CNOOC's right of first refusal claims tied to Hess's 30% stake in Guyana's Stabroek block. I can't say that, but it's very lucrative, and you'll see why in a second. Arbitrators ruled in Chevron's favor, ending a year-long legal delay, validating Chevron's stance that the preemption clause did not apply, that's the most important here, to a future company sale. So let's talk about what was going on here. So this Stabroek block holds 11 billion barrels of oil and has been absolutely transformational for the Guyanese economy and Exxon's profitability. Obviously, Hess's earnings from Guyana rose to $3.1 billion last year, up from $1.9 billion the year before in 23, making it really the crown jewel of the acquisition and why these companies were at odds with each other for 1 year. So here's how the ownership stake is going to be. Exxon is going to have 45% stake, CNOOC is going to have 25, and Chevron is going to have 30 as their new joint venture partnership in Guyana. Chevron reportedly prepared for rapid closing and operational integration, aiming to complete the acquisition. Wow. And that's why Neil was saying it closed. Within 48 hours of the arbitration win and finish the remaining tasks within 45 days. For whatever reason, the arbitrator got up at 5 a.m. and released his, I don't know why, but that's when the decision was released. Becky Quick called in on Squawk Box to Joe early in the morning. It's her birthday, so she was off on the day, and she was letting Joe know that she got the call from Exxon. I think it was Exxon or the Chevron CEO, letting her know that the arbitrator had released her decision, and so she called in to Squawk, and then as she was speaking, I was watching the chart go up, so I feel like she broke the story. But we know there's certain individuals that will only deal specifically with Becky Quick. Case in point, Berkshire Hathaway.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, they like Becky. Sorry, we're a couple other things in the chat here. Brother Howard, I agree with you on that one. Gorev, UNH is popping. Yeah, I took a look at UNH. You can see a volatility spike right here. Nice volume pickup, and then you can see somewhat of a move. So maybe something going along the lines with that. Adair will most likely give us. But we have Priyanka Panwar. Joseph, I have the circle call 240 August 1st from 22.31 price. What is your opinion? Having a loss, but recently started trading options, so still learning. Yeah, let's break this down. I know a lot of people are going to, everybody can obviously have their different opinions on this one, but let's pull up this circle here. So you have the August 1st expiration cycle. There it is, 14 days, and you have the 240 calls. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is what you have going on. I mean, that sucks, right? You're sitting at probably roughly about, what is that, a $700 loss, but that's, okay, for some people, that's a lot, understandably so. For me, if you're new to this, you can always roll the contract over. We talked about that this morning when you're writing something, so you can roll it over to a further dated expiration. You just will have to pay the difference between the two contracts, just in case you do believe that it's going to continue to climb higher, and that'll just give you a little bit more breathing room. But for me, this is what I tell everybody who first starts trading options. All of the prices are attractive, the near dated ones, right? You see $1, $2, $3 for the rights to 100 shares. It can be really attractive, but you got to understand that even though something that looks that good, it's not that good in long term. So if you're already using a leverage product, for me, what I tell people is just buy as further dated out as you possibly can and are willing to hold out for it. So for me, a leap, like I buy contracts, it's like I don't even want to think about theta, essentially. I'm buying 6 to 8 months out. I don't even care if my short-term plan is 1 week to 2 weeks. I'm just not, I don't want to deal with the time decay. So that's why I specifically use that methodology. When you're trading options, not only do you have to worry about price appreciation, but you also have to worry about what's going to be happening with the Greeks as well too, all right? So theta being the primary, don't get too caught up in the near dated contracts. Just always go as further out as you possibly can. So what you can do is either realize the loss, which I don't necessarily suggest, but you have to also take into consideration the implied volatility. You're paying a premium on this, all right? So you can see that at the money IV is 113%. So if you get a cool in IV, you're going to lose value to volatility decay and time decay. So there's a couple things that you can do, right? So you have this contract, you could bull spread it, right? So you have this 240. What you can also do to mitigate some of your losses is you can write some contracts up here. So that will essentially construct a bull call spread for you. And then you'll have the ability to collect the premium, but you won't get the capital appreciation because you have now hedged against yourself, all right? So just keep that in mind. That's how you do it, right? Yeah, so sorry, I usually write, so I forget sometimes how to construct that, but that's another option that you have. So you have the 240s. What you can do is you can sell some further dated strikes, even go a couple. If you don't think that by August 1st, that circle is going to climb back up to 240, what you can do is sell some 250s, and then you can collect that whole premium, but that's pretty close. You're going to use your delta metric here, so there is still a substantial chance that this is going to expire in the money. For me, what I would personally do is when I was writing, I would go to the 10 deltas, so that means it has a 90% chance of expiring out the money. But with that being said, you're not going to collect as much premium. But if you go up to the 300s, 310s, you can write that. You can mitigate some of those losses. And even if it does start to appreciate, once that expires, then you still have the ability to hold on to that other contract if you have rolled it over, if that makes sense, all right? Sounds a little complicated, but make sure you do your research and always buy time when you're trading options. Now, we have a 60 shekel super chat from our guy, Nimrod. Was invited to speak at Waterloo University in mid-August. Cool. Main reason I'm considering it is if I get to visit you guys with some gifts from the Holy Land to show my appreciation. Are you guys around August 10th to 16th?
Of course we are. Of course we are. Absolutely, Nimrod. Message one of us on social media, and then we'll put you in contact with who we need to put you in contact with on the other side, and then we can get something there. You've been a viewer for a while. Definitely love to have you around. Shout out to Nimrod, and thank you very much, my friend, for the 60 shekels there. Guys, I want to remind you, Assassino, I completely forgot. Guys, vote for your favorite tickers in the chat. It's super easy. Throw in that $sign, and then your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker automatically registers, but make sure to throw the $sign ahead of it. We need you guys to vote for the rundown, so get to voting right now. We've only got about 9 minutes till the rundown starts, so let's tabulate those votes as we do the next story here. Assassino on 3M. Good beat there, a strong Q2 beat, and raising their full-year outlook. Let's talk about it. EPS on 3M came in 216, beating the 201 looked for by Wall Street on revenue of $6.2 billion, again ahead of that $6.1 billion the Street was looking for. So an easy beat on the top and bottom line. We'll keep an eye on that. Full year adjusted EPS guidance increased to the midpoint of 787. That's up from 775. Analysts were projecting 771, so ahead of their own guide, ahead of the analysts' expectations, increasing that to 787. Good look. Revenue growth also expected to grow about 2.1%, slightly ahead of the early year organic growth trends of around 1%. And we saw organic sales grow 1.6% year over year, breaking a 4-year flat streak, so not a bad look there. Consumer spending does remain sluggish, though, but they're benefiting from pricing power and strong U.S. dollar. I don't know about that now, with the dollar really dropping. Management does see foreign exchange, cost inflation, and investment spending as potential headwinds for margins.
This is IBK.
3M.
Oh, 3M.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So that's not a bad look there, but there are some silver linings to this good report. Foreign exchange, cost inflation, and investment spending could be a bit of an issue here for 3M. Joey, any comments here?
Not on 3M in particular. Not on 3M in particular, but I have some more options talk here, Sharif.
Sure, go.
So PLTR. I don't know, to be honest with you. I can't say anything. I don't know if there's anything outstanding from options activity.
Okay.
Nothing seems different to me, to be honest with you. There is congestion between 150 to 160, but I don't see anything that is eye-popping. And for me to determine that something is outstandish, I would need to see something really attract me. And I'm not seeing something. And if you guys are, please let me know. But it's just regular options activity on today's expiration cycle.
All right, Schwab. Not a bank we typically talk a lot about all that much, but one that's really increasing its footprint with the retail investors, guys. You'll see why in a second. So Schwab reported their earnings report. EPS came in for Q2, that is, at $1.14 on revenue of $5.9 billion. That topped analyst estimates of $1.10 on $5.7 billion, so an easy beat on the top and bottom line. They had a lot of net new assets, and that's something we've also seen with Robinhood, with the SoFis, where a lot of retail money is finding their way into the total here, Joey. Net new assets totaled $80.3 billion, guys. That's a 31% year-over-year increase, really driven by strong client engagement and incentive programs as well. For the first 5 months of 2025, Schwab gathered $352 billion in new assets, despite the headwinds like tax season as well as muted market sentiment, at least earlier on. With respect to their wealth management, they added 7.3 million new accounts, and they have $7.1 trillion in client assets, showcasing solid growth in retail as well as their advisory channels. They raised the firm raised $10.3 billion, via retail CDs, helping reduce kind of the dependence that they had on institutional funding. But there is a whole sector-wide tailwinds that we've been talking about there. You've heard about Morgan, you've heard about JP Morgan, and others similarly benefiting from the asset gathering strength as investor inflows into wealth platforms continues. Schwab is positioning in low cost, Joey, low cost investing and advisory services, continuing to attract clients from traditional wirehouses. And we know with the acquisition of Ameritrade, they've got that nice. I think people like
the retail, more of the retail.
What's it called? Think or Swim?
Yeah, I believe it.
Think or swim, right?
Yeah.
And people, it's pretty much retail. I get it. You know, you can use it at an institutional level if you're managing money, but mostly retail.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it can be a competitor towards Robinhood and the likes of some of these other brokerages here. So yeah, Charles Schwab, you can see that we're climbing higher, but this is a big time inverted hammer candle right here, guys. So a nice consolidation. You get that slow grind up, but as you pop through earnings, you gap up, and now you have this inverted hammer. So just keep an eye out for this to potentially get filled, and then you want to see the test of the lower end of the ranges. Let's zoom in and see what we got going on from a daily intraday perspective, I should say. This is where we're going to experience that gap up. Now we're starting to come in a little bit. So at some point, I do believe this gap will be filled, considering we have printed that inverted hammer on the daily. So just keep an eye out on this. I love earnings, to be honest with you guys, because I think it sets up good opportunities to even buy short-term oversold stocks. So you'll see massive gap downs. I had a really, really nice trade on Amazon last summer that worked really well for me on an oversold gap down. But this, personally, I wouldn't be buying any puts. Yeah, one thing, so I'll step back a little bit. Don't buy any contracts after an earnings report. You're just asking to lose your money. Why? Because you're going to lose it all to volatility decay. Because you have these massive spikes. The average true range of the underlying asset goes parabolic, essentially, and expands. With that, the implied volatility is going to expand. So what you want to do is you just want to wait till things cool off, and then you can base trades off of that. So go shares after that. You want to have a hybrid approach. I don't go full on options. I go hybrid approach. But this is what we got: inverted hammer, potential gap fill here on Charles Schwab.
All right, the Lucid story we gave you guys yesterday, but I'll just remind you guys because a few more details here. So the stock was up big yesterday to the tune of 36%. They announced a three-way deal between Uber, Lucid, and a private autonomous startup firm called Nuro. The deal really is going to be around 20,000 Lucid Gravities, which is their new SUV. It's going to be equipped with Nuro's Level 4 autonomous driving technology, and it's going to be deployed on Uberless's driverless network over the next 6 years. So a long-winded project here. The vehicle's currently being tested right now in Vegas, with official commercial launch slated for 2026, so we'll keep tabs on that. And Uber's role here is going to be basically, they're going to license Nuro's driver tech and operate the vehicles. They also plan to invest about 300 million euros, not sure why it gave it to me in euros, in Lucid, as well as contribute some capital there, some capex to Nuro. So make a long story short, the analysts like this. I think it diversifies the autonomous driving game, and so it's not just in the hands of, a few players like the Waymos and the Teslas and Zoosk or whatever the hell that one is called. So good luck, man. I like this. I like the fact that Uber is not, just standing by the sidelines there as other people advance and just stick into their moat, because it feels like they could get disrupted. They were the original disruptors. And now they could get disrupted. So.
I think it would be ideal for them. Obviously, they would want partnerships with Tesla, even though they already kind of somewhat have one, right?
They do
like
a
Tesla,
little bit,
and Waymo, et cetera. But that's where you really want to go down those lines.
100%.
But as for Lucid, Sharif, you mentioned something earlier on the day, and that's just going to be some unusual options activity here in Lucid. So what we can see right at this $3.50 strike price is, look at the substantial size right here, guys, all right? So that is 60,000 contracts, so times that by 100. That's pretty big here for Lucid, obviously a really cheap stock, but you don't see that type of size there. So what I was looking at for an intraday standpoint is the magnet effect into that. But we had a friend in the chat there. Brother Howard shorted those calls, right? So really good play. He got the move off of those levels, but I was looking for a move into that level, the magnet effect, and then the rejection of it. But there you go, Brother Howard, nice work.
All right, guys, are you looking to trade futures like the Nasdaq, the SPY, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. And you can choose your own path. You can choose instant funded, the challenge, or even the pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, guys, they paid out over $10 million and have earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders just like you. So use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading toward your next payout. Joey, it is 2:01:15 on a Friday. That means we have to multiply that time by 5. So we're owed 5.5 extra minutes.
We're owed 2 hours. 2 hours.
Neil did not like that at all.
2 hours. 2 hours. You know what? I seen Obi had some big pieces of salmon there. Where'd you put it?
In his stomach.
There's no way you ate all that, bro.
He ate it.
No
He ate it.
way.
What we don't want to tell Obi, though, what I don't want to tell him is that when he left his plate there,
the flies.
there were a lot of visitors to that plate.
So he's gotten some extra protein there.
Yeah.
Hey,
he got extra protein. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Insect protein in some cultures is a delicacy.
It is a big time thing.
So shout out to Obi and all the fruit flies. He got extra
Do you
for
like
free.
crickets or grasshoppers?
I've never had.
Oh, really?
I'm not averse to it, though. I'm not.
No?
No.
I would have a hard time.
Salted crickets? For
would
real,
have a
though?
real
For real?
hard time.
Yeah, I'm not averse to it.
Yeah, I'd have a
Seriously,
hard
though.
time. I'd have a hard time.
No, I wouldn't. I would eat. Yeah. If I didn't like it, I'd spit it out. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we gonna do it live?
Do it. Get the man some
Are
salted
we gonna do it
cricket.
live?
Do it. I would love to
I think we can
see
take a couple of bucks from the zillions of dollars we got in a super chat lately.
Yeah.
And weasel in.
All
some
right,
crickets.
my God, I'm gonna find you some of those.
Hold on. So you're gonna have some too?
No,
right?
I'm not having.
You're not
any.
gonna do it live?
No, I'm not doing it
So
live.
are you gonna do it off camera?
No, I'm not doing it, brother. I'm not
Are you
eating
kidding?
the bugs.
You're gonna let me sit here and eat?
You just volunteered. I said I'm not.
We're
doing
partners,
it.
dog. We're doing the show together.
Okay, if we're partners, we don't gotta do it then. You need to drag me into that. Just like when you always
Did you see this, Neil?
No, this guy's always like, oh, we got a cookie here. And he's like, Joe, eat the other half of the cookie. And I'm like, I don't want the cookie. He's like, eat it, I'm eating it. And I'm like, no, I don't want it.
Adara. Will you eat salted crickets with me?
I said out loud that I would. I have no issue with that.
See?
I do not care.
See that?
Yeah.
I really don't care.
Got guts. Thank you, Adara.
I'll hang out with Neil. And then you and Adara can eat crickets. And I'll eat some.
Obi's going to have some crickets too.
I'm down.
Miso
Sign me
salmon.
up. Cricket show. We'll do the cricket show. Trader TV cricket.
All right, guys, it's 2:03 multiplied by 5. That
4
is
hours.
now 15 minutes extra.
4 hours.
Shout out to the guys. That's really nice of them.
All right.
All right, guys. We'll see everybody, guys, on Monday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Big boys are that way.
Crickets, but you know, actually, I shouldn't say that. I would try anything.
That's some good protein.
I've never
That's what
had
I'm gonna
crickets
say.
before.